Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Super. Okay. So hello and welcome. I'm Sheila Bonini, and I lead the private sector engagement work at WWF in the U.S. Thanks for joining us today. We have a great show here to talk about the importance of saving grasslands to combat climate change. As we sit here today, nature is at a tipping point. A significant portion of the global economy is at moderate or severe risk due to nature loss. And the climate trajectory is trending upwards. But we can't let either of these crises continue. We need to integrate nature and climate into our actions, and we need to allow, which will allow us to meet both our nature and climate goals. So we need to integrate them. And nature and climate, anyway, are intertwined, so we have to actually address both. And conserving grasslands, like in the Northern Great Plains in the U.S., is a great example of how we can have a positive impact on both climate and nature. The Northern Great Plains, or NGP as we call it, the NGP is rich in biodiversity. It's home to a variety of plants, wildflowers, and numerous animal species. It's an important carbon sink and provides resilience against climate change, drought, heat, and wildfire. Grazing by, and you'll see a nice picture of cattle, grazing by cattle, bison, and sheep plays an important role in managing the plant diversity and soil health, which further enhances the carbon sequestration capacity. Unfortunately, though, grasslands all over the world, including in the Northern Great Plains, are at risk. WWF's analysis finds that in 2021, 1.6 million acres of grasslands, an area larger than Delaware, were destroyed across the U.S. and Canadian Great Plains, contributing to a total of 32 million acres plowed across the region since 2012. To conserve grasslands, WWF has created the Ranch Systems and Viability Planning Program, or conveniently called RSVP, which works with local ranchers to develop sustainable grazing management plans. And we have a great panel here with us today to discuss this. We have Amber Smith, who is one of the participating ranchers in the program, Michael Hancock, Senior Director of Strategic Initiatives at Walmart, and Carlos Saviani, Beef Sustainability Director at Cargill. We'll be hearing from our panelists shortly about the importance of collaboration to finding solutions to conserve the grassland and how Walmart and Cargill are integrating the program into their sustainability initiatives. But first, we're going to hear from my colleague, Alexis Boganovsky, WWF's Director of Sustainable Ranching, with some updates on the RSVP program's impacts on the ground. Alexis.
Thank you, everyone. So, like Sheila said, my name is Alexis Bonagovsky, and I am the Program Director for the Sustainable Ranching Initiative, and I'm based out of Billings, Montana, which is where I grew up. And I started with WWF about 4 years ago, and I was asked to come on board to operationalize a program called RSVP, Ranch Systems and Viability Planning. And I actually raise sheep, so I have Katahdin hair sheep for a local meat market. And I've spent most of my life working in the Northern Great Plains. The prairie is extremely special. When people think about Montana, a lot of people think about the mountains, and most of Montana is the prairie and grasslands. And I think in reality, that is where Montana got the name Big Sky Country, is from the grasslands where ungulate species, bison, elk, mule deer, antelope need this ecosystem to survive. And the grasslands need to be grazed by animals. If the grasslands weren't grazed, it would not be a healthy ecosystem. So the way World Wildlife Fund looks at this is that we can combine sustainable livestock management with grassland ecosystem protection. There is the thought that sort of this message that is getting really common to hear is that we need to sort of like remove cattle from to help save climate. And while there are many, many problems with how the industrial livestock sort of industry, the things that we need to help fix, cattle need to be on the grasslands, and more importantly, communities and the people who manage livestock need to be elevated as the land managers that they are, and that if we are going to combat climate change and have a resilient ecosystem, the people who are actually managing the land and managing the livestock need to be centered in all of the programs that we do, and that is what RSVP does. And so one thing I will say, and Sheila brought this up, is we are losing grasslands at an alarming rate. We lose grasslands to plow up for crop production. And so WWF puts out this report, the plow print report, and it shows, you can see the green is where we have intact grasslands. The orangish is where we have plow up. The red is where we have new plow print, so new plow up. This was in so it's a 2023 report, but this is 2021 data. And so you can see that most of the Great Plains have been plowed up for crop agriculture. And so you can see in the green, this is the places that we're really trying to protect, and that means that we need to support ranchers. So if we look at climate mitigation potential, we see that avoided grassland conversion is the most important thing that we can do. Grasslands are extremely important for sequestering carbon, and when you plow up grasslands, all that carbon is released. And so we're working on avoided grassland conversion, and then you can see the different sort of practices that help us with climate mitigation in the grasslands, and that's part of RSVP. So the Sustainable Ranching Initiative, our major goals are to protect grasslands by avoiding conversion, improve grazing management, restoring marginal cropland back to grass. We've done about 32,000 acres in the last 3 years, but if you see that 400,000 acres have been plowed up in a year, it's a drop in the bucket, so we want to avoid having to restore grassland back, restore wetland systems and grasslands, and then, of course, the most important thing is improving the grass-based economy and community resilience so that rural communities can continue ranching, and this can continue to be a family passed down from generation to generation. So ranch systems and viability planning is a program that we got up and running about 3.5 years ago with the initial investment from Cargill, Walmart, and McDonald's. And that initial investment really catalyzed a huge partnership between so many different ranchers, funders, community organizations, and has really taken off since that, that initial launch. So what we do is we provide technical assistance to ranchers in the form of grazing management consultants and other technical assistance with ranch infrastructure projects. We provide educational scholarships to help ranchers attend grazing schools, soil health workshops, financial management workshops, so anything a rancher might feel like they need to help improve their operation. There is access to a ranch infrastructure fund, which we call, it's a cost share program, which we help provide resources to improve ranch infrastructure so that grazing management can be improved, and then a peer-to-peer learning network. The ranch, when they enroll their ranch with us, they agree to no conversion of grasslands under their management for 10 years. That's short. We see that as short-term protection, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. They agree to development of and ongoing improvement of a grazing management plan. They agree to ecological monitoring on their operations so we can actually measure improvements over time, and then attendance and reporting on the educational trainings. So currently, we've been working for about 3.5 years. This is a map of the projects that we have going on in the Northern Great Plains. So we span all the way from the Nebraska Sandhills all the way up into northern Montana. So if you remember the plow print map that I showed you, this you can see that this lines up with those intact grasslands. So we're working on protecting the core of grasslands and then expanding out. So in 3.5 years, we are working with 112 ranches over 1.2 million acres. Initially, our goal was 1 million acres in 5 years, and so in 3.5 years, we've surpassed our goal. We feel like this is a really good indication that ranchers really find our program valuable, and that WWF is a trusted organization and that we can actually make an impact on the ground. We've spent about $2.6 million in infrastructure on the ground conservation projects, and we financially support 17 positions at local community groups that are also working on conservation with land managers. And then the last thing I will say, the very important piece of this program is ecological monitoring. So we want to be able to measure improvement over time on the work that we're doing. And so the ecological monitoring program is the largest program in the country of any of this scale. And so we are monitoring 112 ranches. So we'll do a baseline assessment of soil health, soil organic carbon, soil compaction, ground cover, water infiltration, vegetation, and of course, grassland, bird abundance, and diversity. And so over time, we will revisit these ranches and then see if we have seen long-term improvements in the ecological indicators. But we also measure social indicators and community wellness indicators as well. So I will stop there because I would love to hear from Amber and the rest of the panelists, but I do think it's really important to remember that any sort of conservation needs to be community-led and community-based, that if we expect it to be durable. And so it's important in RSVP that we are looking holistically at the communities that we work with, and so that over time, this is sort of the conservation of grasslands and protection of grasslands and management of grasslands is something that everyone in the Northern Great Plains is working towards, and the only way to do that is by prioritizing relationships. And so we're really proud of the work that we've done and really grateful to that investment by Walmart, McDonald's, and Cargill that really got us off the ground and moving in this direction. So thank you so much, and I will turn it back over to Sheila.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to turn it over to Amber. Amber, do you have a terrific, super.
Good morning. So often when I'm in these spaces, most people have not been on intact grasslands before. They haven't been in a rural ranching community before. So I like to start off with a little snippet of cowboy poetry, because even though you might feel like you're very different than me or your life is very different than me, we're actually very much the same. I rode towards my destiny with wonder and with hope. Some days were a challenge, some days just a chore. But I tasted the adventure that left me wanting more. So my work with my family on our ranch is that my two children, who are 12 and 14, are able to walk into the world with a taste of adventure, with a sense of hope, with a sense of wonder. I wish this morning we had a video of meadowlarks singing. I wish we had opportunities for you all to see antelope bunching together, which is what they do in the fall, and they run and move like fish in the water over the hills. The sage grouse, I can't believe there's one of these isn't a sage grouse with its feathers all spread out. The sage grouse chicks are all pretty big now, but still pretty dumb, and so they like to hang out in awkward places and try to get run over by the one vehicle that passes down our road each day. So that's what I get to participate in and raise my family in. And because of programs like RSVP, we've had opportunities to do things on our ranch that we just wouldn't have done. So the Beaver Dam analogs, which is a really cool project and helps us retain water on our landscape. And as the arid West becomes drier, becomes more unpredictable with its weather, anytime we have an opportunity to hold water on the land, it's a benefit. And so through RSVP, we've had teams of young people So in the middle of nowhere, there's Subarus parked, covered in like environmentalist stickers. And all of my neighbors drive by and call my husband. And he's like, there's strange cars parked on the land. As we have a group of young kids helping us put in beaver dam analogs for a week. One of Alexis's partners in work, Aaron, he comes out and does monitoring with a drone and just left his giant, maybe I shouldn't say this out loud, but left the giant, beautiful World Wildlife drone so that my son could try it out for a few weeks and see what he could capture on the ranch. And so us having the opportunity to have different kinds of people on the land who are looking on the land with a different lens, there are days it can be challenging, like when we have people come out to monitor who forget to call us and randomly go through our horse pasture and let all of our horses onto our neighbor's ranch. Like, those are real things that happen when you're trying to work with different kinds of people on the land. But on the other side, there's a lot of benefit because people have different ideas about what the land should be and the values that it holds. We had a year or two ago the next generation of Cargill board members out to the ranch and spent the day driving around, looking at prairie dogs. We were talking about the beaver dam analogs and how it improved the habitat for sage grouse, and like 15 sage grouse flew up as we were talking about it. And what I learned from that experience is here were young folks in a family business. Most of them had never been on a ranch before. So this idea that we're all in our own individual silos because that's the most efficient thing, and that we live in this culture of consumption and we're all just widgets in this cog creating these pieces, that is destroying the home that we love and the only home that we have. And so when we're able to break out of those silos and meet and work across differences, really cool things happen.
That's really great. Thank you, Amber. And thank you, Alexis, for sharing some of the compelling results that we're seeing from the program. And Amber, hearing kind of firsthand some of what you're seeing is really terrific. I was thinking we might now talk to the other panelists, and I have a few questions for them. So I'll start, and maybe Michael and Carlos, if you want to introduce yourself, I will ask the question and then let you each respond. So my first question is, the RSVP is a true example of the power of partnership. And as we have conservation experts working with ranchers, as we've heard from Alexis and from Amber, being supported by corporate partners like yourselves, can you each talk a little bit about the importance of collaboration and working to save the grasslands ecosystem? Maybe Michael, I'll start with you.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Michael Hancock, and I oversee our strategic initiatives within sustainability at Walmart for our enterprise. And I love where Alexis talked about this, is this really is about community, and that's where it takes place, and that's farmers and ranchers, they are the stewards of the land. And so they know how to get things done. And I do strongly believe that as well. I also love the fact that you were talking about the students out there with Subarus. I got a 17-year-old that I feel like I need to send out to your ranch. He's been on a ranch, but he would love flying a drone around, and he has that out back as well. So, but, at Walmart, here's kind of how we think about it. We believe that business is there to serve society. And when you have a strong society, you have strong businesses. And so that is core to who we are as a company. At Walmart, we recognize that we can't do things alone. We are at the very tail end of the supply chain, right? And so a lot of people say we're at the top. We're actually not. We're at the tail end of the supply chain. And so all of it actually begins with the community and where it all starts. And so we have to actually rely on those that are experts within the supply chain. So ranchers need to do what they understand is right for the environment, for the land, for their business to be successful. We need our suppliers, whether it's Cargill or others, to be able to actually do what they can within their business. And then from Walmart's standpoint, what we look to do is we look to actually identify like product specs and tools and different things like that that we can put into place. I think the key component that we all have is identifying an aligned goal. And so for collective action to occur, for collective goals to come forward, we need those goals. So Cargill, Walmart, even WWF, we have goals around emissions, right? We have goals around nature. We have a goal around helping protect, manage, or restore 50 million acres of land by 2030. That is a goal that we have, and it is very much aligned to things that we have here today. And so when you pulled up that slide earlier, Alexis, that mentioned, you know, you wanted to focus in on water, carbon sequestration, right? You talked about biodiversity. There are very key things in there that we have aligned goals on that collectively, when we identify those and we say, how are we going to do it and what are the outcomes that we're looking for, we can actually make really great progress together.
That's great. Carlos, you want to introduce yourself and answer the question as well about the importance of collaboration?
Hello. Yeah, now it's working. Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Carlos Saviani, Beef Sustainability Director for Cargill, and I came to Cargill 4 months ago to lead our beef sustainability strategy. And as a key piece of our strategy is this program, you know, that we have with WWF, Walmart, McDonald's, and the ranchers as the main actors, right, of this initiative. I grew up in Brazil. I had an uncle that had a beef and dairy operation, so I grew up going to the farm within. So that's how I developed my passion for agriculture, but a passion that was very much connected to nature. You know, when I had the chance to visit, you know, a beef operation for the first time as a kid with him, I could see, you know, how impressive he was, the interaction that beef had with nature, with biodiversity, with the local, you know, environment versus, you know, crop operations, for instance. So I developed a passion for animal agriculture, manage a beef ranch myself, study animal science. And then in 1996, when I came to finish my studies at the University of Wisconsin here in the US, I had the chance to be in Montana for the first time. And it was right after the winter, and I had the chance to be with a beef rancher there and to meet several ranchers that were participating in this bull sale that Leachman had. Remember that? Lee Leachman and Jim Leachman, his father. And I fell in love. You know, the place was so beautiful, and I saw so many wildlife. And then I learned from the ranchers that in the case of the U.S., in the case of the Great Plains, beef was a friend, right? So beef was, as we heard here, beef was protecting that beautiful habitat. In Brazil, we are used to be attacked, right? I mean, beef producers in Brazil are the ones destroying the forest. But here is quite the opposite, and I was amazed by how very few people know about that, right? A lot of people are attacking beef or going against beef without knowing that beef is a super friend of the environment. It's a great way for us to protect the Great Plains. So I ended up developing a career in agribusiness and ended up for the last 15 years focusing on sustainability, but always as a business driver. I think we have to incorporate sustainability in the business. They have to go together. And I had the chance to work for WWF, so I also got the NGO perspective. And with WWF, I had the chance to be at the Northern Great Plains. I had the chance to see the project there with Martha and Martha Kaufman, who was leading, you know, the initiative back then, and also with Nancy Lobb. She's now at TNC, and we had the chance to spend a week visiting the ranchers, and we even spent the weekend there, you know, for a branding, and we had to meet, you know, the whole community. And then I could learn even more how the ranchers are really concerned about their environment, concerned about remaining viable, concerned about, in remaining profitable there. And that's the other component of sustainability, right? I mean, obviously, we want to protect the grasslands, but in order to do that, we need to have ranchers that are also healthy and also making a profit there, right? So they can make a living and they can transfer the business to their kids or to the next generation. And I could see a lot of them struggling with that. A lot of ranchers getting older, a lot of them not making a profit, and then that only reinforced to me the importance of us bringing the business component together. And that's why at Cargill we are very much supportive of this type of alliance, right, of collaboration, where we have an NGO leading, you know, the initiative with boots on the ground, with people that really know the environment there, know the ranchers, together with the ranchers, together with us that are on the processing side, and together with the retailers, with the people that are selling the food, right, to our consumers, to society. And I think that's the only way you're going to be able to tackle that issue, right? Not only tackle the issue of protecting the grasslands, protecting the habitats that we want to protect carbon, right, protect water along the way, but at the same time, getting the support that we need from society, from the different nodes of the value chain in order to make all that happen, in order to make sure the ranchers are viable, profitable, and they can continue that great work, you know, that they are doing. And so for us, it's, as Michael explained, it's super important. We have a strong relationship with the feedlots, so the next node after the cow-calf producers, after the ranchers. So we don't have strong relationships with the cow-calf producers. So we really rely on initiatives like the RSVP in order to have that connection. And just like RSVP under Beef Up, we have 11 different initiatives like that with different NGOs, with different partners, with different companies, trying to achieve 4.5 million acres of protected grasslands by 2030. And with that, we imagine we can capture 2.5 million tons of CO2, and that's another important goal as we protect biodiversity together with all those partners. So for us, it's a very, very important initiative, especially when you see that you guys already managed to achieve 1.2 million acres, right, even before the end date. So it's an initiative that we are very proud of and that we are planning to continue supporting.
Terrific. Thank you, Carlos. I think you started to address it, but my next question I was going to ask, so that was great to hear from both of you about the power of collaboration and how it works across the whole value chain. So I think terrific to hear that, and it makes a lot of sense. I wanted to maybe double down a little bit on what you said about climate change, and I'm curious how Cargill addresses climate change in the beef supply chain. You talked about how much carbon you're going to be able to address, but I'd just be curious how you think about climate in the beef supply chain.
No, good, great question. Just like Walmart and other companies, we have our targets. In fact, we're very happy to announce that we already achieve our current science-based targets for Scope 1 and 2. So we are renewing, we are creating new targets. We have a 30% target on the Scope 3 for beef. So by 2030, we want to reach 30% reduction. These 11 initiatives under Beef Up that I mentioned to you are a key component of that goal. But we are also working together with our customers, with some of our suppliers, and develop what we call MMRV initiatives. So initiatives where you not only reduce, but you measure and you verify the reductions you are generating on the carbon side. And that has been a standard that a lot of our customers are demanding, a lot of stakeholders in the industry are demanding. And I know that it's also something, right, the RSVP initiative is considering, so we can report and we can demonstrate very credibly to the stakeholders in the value chain, how much carbon we are really reducing, so we cannot be attacked as greenwashers. and we can do something that is really create an impact. And we are now going through a big strategic review. That's one of the goals I have when joining Cargill on the beef sustainability programs we have, including Beef Up. And we want to make sure that we have a plan that is going to be really strong and solid in achieving our goals, but also helping our customers that have us as a Scope 3 to achieve their goals by 2030.
Terrific. And speaking of a customer who has Scope 3 targets, Michael, I'd love to know what Walmart is doing to address climate change across your supply chain.
Sure. I mentioned we had a nature goal of 50 million acres of land, helping with that. In 2017, we came out with Project Gigaton, which is our goal to reduce 1 billion metric tons of emissions by 2030, which is a gigaton. I had to look that up early on when we came out with that goal. But that said, we've made really great progress within that. So just this year, we actually accomplished that. So thinking about that, it was a 2030 goal. We've already accomplished that early. And so we're really proud of that. What we do to be able to create pathways for that is, we work with, whether it's NGOs such as WWF, to create calculators to inform on actually how you can report progress, make commitments, sign up, and begin reducing emissions around that. And it's through methodology. We also have learning modules that we put out there, and that's really for our suppliers to understand how they could do that. And we also engage even further and deeper in supply chain. So when you take a look at how we go and we address these things, it could be whether it's around work within row crops, if it's work within beef. We actually go to look whether it's in our vertically aligned supply chains or if it's with a supplier such as Cargill. How can we actually go and provide tools, technical expertise, guidance to suppliers that are science-based that actually deliver on those outcomes? And so, we're really proud of the work that we're doing in there, but that's exactly what we're looking to do at Walmart. Within nature, within our beef supply chain, we're just over 50 million acres of land that we've impacted within that, either on grazing or within grain sourcing management within that supply chain. So, it's not done yet. We have a lot more work to do. And, thanks to suppliers like Cargill, we create these initiatives and they help us achieve these things. So that's really what it's pre-competitive, and that's what we're after, to be able to make true impact. And then really, it goes back to the community that, everyone's talked about. You talked about it as well within your family, and you talked about the community and that needs to be able to win. And Carlos even said it as well. For this to work, everybody has to be successful. We need ranchers to be profitable. We need farmers to be profitable. We need our suppliers to be profitable. We need everybody to win and have aligned goals. And so if we do that the right way, then we can address emissions and we can reduce those accordingly while creating a profitable business model that is long-term sustainable. And that's really what we're after. We have to do it in a way that's responsible and delivers on our customers' needs, but then also everybody throughout the supply chain. And most importantly, I'm a firm believer that if the producers win, we can find a way for our customers to win as well.
That's terrific, and I like that sort of coming all around. It's good for nature, it's good for climate, it's good for business. I think all of these things together and the partnership, really terrific. I wonder, maybe I'll stay with you, Michael, for my next question is to ask you about the role of philanthropy and how Walmart Foundation has supported this work.
Sure. So if you take a look at the goals that we have, they are both joint Walmart and Walmart Foundation goals. And so we have great partners. Matter of fact, the office right next to me is a young lady by the name of Carrie Dennison. She's brilliant, and she's a great partner of mine. And so we look to actually lead within our business first. And so we assess things throughout supply chain, and we try and implement within supply chains. Where we see gaps that exist, and this is one of those that we saw that, hey, we didn't have line of sight all the way back into what was taking place at the ranch and what was taking place at the farm. And so where we identify those gaps, we look to leverage philanthropy to do this. And so I remember actually sitting down with Cargill and then WWF, I believe it was Sheila at the time. I think we were at Green Biz, but we were having a conversation on what could be done. And this project was the one that came to life on this. And so I took this to my philanthropic partners within Carrie and Kathleen and Julie, and we identified a way for us to be able to move this program forward. And so since that time, what's been so beautiful about this thing, you saw the impact that it's had. You cited all the statistics on the number of acres that's been impacted and the impact on biodiversity and then emissions as well. But but it also, once you make that available to the public, then it provides insight to myself and my business partners on how we could actually go do these things within our business, such as with suppliers like Cargill or within our vertically aligned supply chain that we have or others. And so the role that philanthropy plays at Walmart is really to unlock those like really sticky things that are hard to address that we need society to have available. It's very pre-competitive, and once that's made available, then others can actually address it within the supply chain.
That's terrific. And I have another set of questions, but maybe I'll bounce over to Carlos now. As we've heard, ranchers like Amber play a critical role in sustainable cattle management. Can you talk about the importance of Cargill and Walmart's relationship and collaboration with ranchers? And I'll ask you the same question, Michael. Let's start with Carlos.
Yeah, no, I think that's critical because that's from where all the animals are coming, right? We slaughter more or less 7 million heads of cattle per year. So it's a huge beef production. If you put together JBS, National, Tyson, the direct value chain that you guys have, I mean, it's over 30 million heads, and they have to be born somewhere, right? They have to be raised somewhere, and that's the great work that the ranchers do. And they spend more than half of their lives on the ranch. And we need to make sure that if we want to reduce, the carbon footprint, but if you want to improve biodiversity, if we want to improve, the water footprint, we have to do a right job at that point of production, right? At the point of the cow-calf producers. There are probably between 65 and 70% just on the carbon footprint that is being on the emission side of beef production that has been generated at the ranching side. So we have to measure that, I think, more broadly. What about the carbon that has been captured by the soil, right, by the grasslands? And what about the biodiversity that we are protecting? I think, when we talk to ranchers and we go there and we say, hey, you are generating a lot of carbon emissions and you're going to have to do a better job and we're going to teach you how to do it, that's not going really well, right? I mean, you start on the wrong foot. But I think when you go to the ranchers with a more holistic approach, like, our SVP initiative is taking, and you say, hey, something, you are doing great things here. You are protecting biodiversity. You are protecting the native grasslands. You are an important player for the goals that we have as an NGO, as WWF, which is amazing, right? I mean, it's amazing to have an environmental NGO working with ranchers. I spoke with a lot of ranchers in the past. They wouldn't believe, that would be possible. For them, the NGOs were the evil, right? They were the enemies of the beef industry. But now they're working together. And I think that work, it's what really makes, progress happen. It's what really drives, the ranchers, as we saw on the numbers here, to advance their great work. So they're doing fantastic work, but sometimes they need help. They need not all the ranchers have all the knowledge and the passion for nature that Amber has. So they need the support. They need a partner that has boots on the ground working with them. But we have to start, I think, with the positives, right? And ranchers are doing great things. Beef production protects biodiversity, and we have to demonstrate that. So I think we have to move. Shayla, answer your question. I think we have to move away from just carbon. Yes, carbon is important. We have to measure. We have to demonstrate that we're reducing carbon. But I think these elements of biodiversity are great, right? And I know Walmart is very interested in telling that story. You guys are already doing, right, for some of the ranchers that are supplying to you. And I think we have to do more of that. We have to, take Amber and his beautiful poetry and singing and demonstrate that using different tools, to the consumers that, hey, the beef you are buying is coming from ranchers like Amber that are doing the right thing, that are working together with organizations like WWF to protect nature, not only reduce carbon, but also protect biodiversity and water. So I think we have to focus more on that and telling that story. The challenge is that we have 700,000 beef ranchers, right? It's a very fragmented sector, but we have to start somewhere. I think the NGP initiative is a great start point to begin telling that story to consumers.
Great, thank you, Carlos. Michael, did you want to talk about the importance of the ranchers in the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it all starts with the ranchers. I mean, for us, that's exactly where it starts. We have to take a step back. We have to pause. We have to listen. It doesn't do a lot of good for a guy who likes to ride mountain bikes and snowboard to just show up and say, "Here's what we should do." But that's bluntly what it is. But if you can actually just listen and identify tools and resources that they need, Carlos just mentioned it. Behavior change takes time, and I probably disciplined my child just like my father did me, right? And so now there's more tools and resources that I have in front of me, and I identify better ways to actually interact with my child. And I'm not saying that that's the case. That's like we're treating things like a child. But what I am saying is, when you have education, when you have knowledge, and you understand things in a little bit of a different way, and you can share those learnings together, then we all can identify ways to actually drive true, meaningful impact. And I think that's the key to this whole thing when it comes to the ranchers. And so for us as a supplier, we have to listen to them for the tools and things that they need. And then we actually go and how can we address technical assistance? How can we do it in a way that's profitable? And how can we actually put those things into place with those that, are within our supply chains or even within our supply shed? And so we know where product comes from in general. Some of our supply chains, we know exactly where it comes from. And we can go a whole lot further faster. So kind of going back to what you talked about on how can Walmart and Cargill work collectively together, it really is pulling down those barriers that is, hey, we don't know who our ranchers are. We don't know where it comes from through the supply chain and, as it goes through manufacturing and then it ends up on the shelf. We actually have to map those things back. And we have to start with the supply shed level, but the best way for us to do that is to go have those conversations and to go implement it. For us to be able to open up our playbook on how we've been able to do it within vertically aligned supply chains and working with ranchers and backgrounders, and then also at the feedlot level, has added value to, I think, the entire beef supply chain. And so we will continue to do that very much from a pre-competitive standpoint. You talk about, the question was, how can we work collectively together, Cargill and Walmart? And this conversation is, and Carlos knows this goes throughout our entire business. He mentioned it as well. The business partners have to be involved. This is not just a sustainability initiative. It is not an ESG initiative. At Walmart, we have a goal to become a regenerative company. That is who we are. That's what we are, based in. It's one of the key foundations of our company at this point in time. And in order to do that, we have to actually show up in our business meetings and talk about that. Like, what is the progress that we're making? What is needed? How can we help others to achieve those things? And when that shows up in more than just a transactional conversation about what's the PO that we're going to cut to you today and what shows up on the shelf and then what we sell to customers, when we do it in a very meaningful way and we actually take those field trips together, and the trips that we were just talking about, a trip that took place the other day, we had the head of our cattle procurement that was there. When we do those things together, those conversations naturally come out. The tools and resources that are necessary begin to come to life, and then we problem solve on how we can bring those forward. And so that takes place on a regular basis, on monthly within our beef team. It takes place on a quarterly basis. It takes place with joint sustainability planning, and it takes place at the beef procurement level and the sales level, but it also takes place at the executive level all the way down. So we have really clear aligned goals for companies, and Cargill's a great partner to be able to do that with, and we look forward to doing more with them on it.
It's terrific. Really, thank you. I think we're getting closer to the end, and I wanted to give you each a chance if you wanted to have some closing remarks before we wrap up. So I might start with you, Alexis. Do you have? Yeah.
Sheila, do you mind if I send it to Amber first? Because I would like to hear from her.
Oh, yeah, I was going to hand it to Amber next, so.
So, Carlos and Michael, I would love to talk to you all more, specifically hearing that Walmart is wanting to move towards being a regenerative company, and thinking about, as a cattle owner and beef producer, the conversation that I hear so much is, beef beef is destroying the planet because of factory farming, because of corn and soy production. And I grew up in central Illinois, so I grew up in the heart of corn and soy production, and then moved into ranching in arid sagebrush steppe country. And I see both in farming and both in ranching a challenge of having young producers coming back to the operations. We're seeing land conversion from family operations to outside ownership of acres. And when I think about all of these pieces, and I think about we need more young people on the ground, we have like visual issues with feedlots, which I have lots of friends who work in feed yards. My husband worked in a feed yard all through college. People have a lot of confusion around what's occurring in the cattle industry, but I think there's so much opportunity. I was talking to a gal from JBS who said, you know, if we're just looking at carbon, cattle need to be born, raised, and killed in a feedlot. But if you take a holistic approach, that's not the right approach. So what's the conversation here? And I think there's so much opportunity for creativity, for increased options for consumers that bring more young people back to our landscapes. So thank you for your card, because I'm going to call and bother you, and I appreciate it.
That's a good outcome.
But honestly, it's going to take more people like us having lunch together and saying, okay, let's have a conversation where we're not in front of a whole group of people and talk about creative ideas. And the profitability piece, profit preserves passion. So every single part of the supply chain has to have profitability for any of us to be able to keep doing it. Like, I want to be able to feed my family as much as you want to be able to feed your family. And so how are we looking when we're looking at creative opportunities, ways to create more options for our consumers, and then ensuring what are the pieces that have to move to make it profitable, to make it possible. I look at WWF, what are policy changes that need to be pushed on when we think of subsidies on farming? What are other subsidies or ways that we could be more creative? So I'm saying I hope we have more opportunity to engage in conversation together and to think creatively so that we can all be sustained and be durable in our operations in the future.
It's terrific. Thank you, Amber. And Alexis, did you want to make a few comments, and then I'll let Michael and Carlos wrap this up.
Yeah, so I think if you're in the room, you're either interested in food or grasslands. And I think one thing that Amber and I are very, we flew out here together. We went and saw Hamilton on Sunday night, which we were very excited about. And we don't often, we're out where people, I would say, you can get forgotten kind of in the middle part of the country. And so when events like this happen, people don't often think to bring us people who are like on the ground kind of implementing the programs and trying to figure this stuff out. And if you have any power or influence in the organizations that you work for or the companies that you work for, if there are events that you are a part of that you think could benefit from having land managers come out, I would love for you to contact me, because I think we need to get people like Amber and the 112 ranchers and their families out to places like this, because there is a divide and there is not a lot of understanding between people who are raising food and people who are making decisions about food. And it's not because anyone means for that to happen. It's just because of how we are, and we get kind of in our silos, and we're doing our thing that we do, and Amber's raising cattle, and I'm trying to manage a program that works with ranchers, and but thankfully Jeff was like, who works for WWF and is really a great advocate for connecting. And I think we all need to be connectors. We all have that power to be like, hey, who's not in the room that needs to be in the room? Every single one of us, and every single one of us is a communicator. And so we're just really happy to be sort of sitting here and able to speak to people that we normally wouldn't be able to speak to. So if you ever have interest in having ranchers or farmers come to your events or the things that you're putting on, that is something that we want to happen more, because the ranchers want to communicate their stories. They really do. They're like, how can we get our story out there? And so that's what I wanted to leave this panel with. So thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Alexis. And before we wrap, I don't know quickly if Carlos and Michael, if you wanted to make any last comments.
I mean, I would just say, is this on? Yeah. I would just say at Walmart, we have one goal, and it's to be able to help people save money and live better. I mean, that's it. And, if you take a look at who all shops at a Walmart or a Sam's Club, it is the majority of the U.S. population and even a larger population globally. And so if we do that right, we're serving those that are sitting here on this panel. And so it's important to us to be able to ensure that they have a livelihood that thrives. And so from that standpoint, you mentioned going and taking these trips, and Carlos talked about taking a trip recently. I talked about, our head of cattle procurement was just out there. You guys have an open invitation to any of our Walmart milestone meetings or regenerative food summits to be able to come. And we believe that's where true conversation takes place. It's not about standing on stage and talking about it. It's actually about sitting down afterwards and engaging and saying, what can we do together? And so that would be my ask of those that are in the audience, is how can we open up pre-competitive conversations and identify pathways? Because if we do it right, efficiency occurs and everybody's successful. And that's the key to this whole thing for us.
Super. Thank you, Michael. Carlos?
Yeah, I fully agree with Michael. Amber, the invitation is accepted, but the meeting is going to have to be at your ranch, okay? With or without drone. Yeah. I think my final word is of gratitude. Gratitude to WWF, gratitude to you, Amber, your fellow ranchers, gratitude to Walmart for the partnership and support, not only to this initiative, to many others we have. And I say that knowing that we're talking about the beautiful things and the positive results, but I know it's not always rosy like that. I know there are a lot of challenges. I've been on both sides. I manage a beef ranch. I've been at WWF, you have to do fundraising, right? You have to look at for your budgets. Sometimes it's hard to retain people on the ranch. You face challenges, that sometimes are totally unexpected, like your fence breaks and the cattle goes out, and or your horse dies, by a snake bite or something like that. And it's not easy. Doing these things, I know it's super hard. There are a lot of issues, a lot of challenges. So really, thank you, all of you, for doing this great work. This is super important, and hopefully, we're going to be 5 years from now talking about the 5 million acres, that you're going to reach with this initiative. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, and thank you all, to the presenters and to the panelists, for a great discussion today, and for giving us a picture of the collaboration and the impact that you're having, which is really terrific. So thank you. If you want to learn more about the RSVP program, please visit worldwildlifefund.org and search for the keyword RSVP. Or you can ask us afterwards also. But really, thank you for being here, and thanks again to all of you for a great session.
Where exactly you're based at?
Yeah, no, it's good.
Okay.
They're researching
Yeah, the ranching world is small. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but now that
Yes,
please
I
send
will.
your contact information and then
I will.
report to me.
Hey, we miss you. That's fair. Michael's great though. It seems like that's in it, you know, maybe you do or you if they're not starting
We're
Dude, that was really good. This is Thursday Night Men's League in Kodiak, Alaska. Some of my best friends in the world. When you live in a town this small, you gotta find things that make it fun. It was real bad. Nothing Carol can't fix. Come on, Carol.
Kodiak is my favorite place in the world. I've been a lot of different places, but this place feels like home, and there's really no place quite like it. I have been commercially fishing for 25 years in Kodiak, Alaska. As I've seen the options for fishing in Kodiak disappear, and you look at the history of Kodiak and how we were once the king crab capital of the world, and now it's really hard to catch a king crab here. I mean, just the instability of the fisheries is scary because of the climate. Cod eggs are not surviving in the warmer waters. Cod, for me, was my bread and butter. I depended on the ocean for 30 years, and so I felt obligated to try to give something back. And I think that's where this comes from. Just something that I could do to give back to something that sustained my family. I think that's what excites me about kelp a lot, is that it's generally a shoulder season for a lot of these fisheries. I think that it creates a big opportunity for fishermen in the area to have something else to do.
Man, that's like the best clarity we've had in a long time. Just throw it past that buoy a little ways. Whatever it hooks on, we'll just pull it up with that.
Kodiak, to me, came as an accident. Got one? Bring it over the bow. I had a lot of friends from here, and I came here with an ex-girlfriend.
Walk this way just a little bit more.
We didn't work out, and I was broke, so I kind of got stuck here and started fishing and fell in love.
Sorry, Chris.
It just became something that I really couldn't stop thinking about. I want to see this industry have a place in Kodiak and a mainstay in Alaska. And it'll allow me and others like me to stay near or on the water.
'Cause I'm a cowboy. Let's go grab another one, check it out. We'll just go that way, like 3 or 4 lines.
I was born in Redwood City, California. We left before my first birthday, and my parents settled in Bend, Oregon. At the age of 14, we moved to Sitka, Alaska, where my dad took a job as a general manager of a distributorship, and my mom continued her career as a nurse. From the moment I held a fishing pole, it was all that I wanted to do. So Sitka really did fit me perfectly.
You're done with all this stuff, it can be washed, right?
Yes, please. And really capture this, because Nick doing the dishes is a very rare occasion.
Those are a rare occasion. That's not true. What's up? Hi.
Hi, honey.
Do you guys want to cook dinner as a family like we always do?
My wife, Stephanie, helped her aunt with a daily radio bit called Fish Radio. The show aired throughout Alaska and dealt with issues, news, and events surrounding fishing.
This is Fish Radio. I'm Stephanie Mangini. A type of seaweed that naturally tastes like bacon is quickly becoming the new superfood.
Steph decided to do a piece on kelp bacon, and that kind of led me to a rabbit hole about kelp farming and what they were doing in Maine.
Researchers are finding that it tops another leafy green superfood, kale.
It's much more nutritious than kale, for sure.
I just thought it was really interesting and thought, why shouldn't we be doing this in Alaska? Which led me to being one of the first here in our state.
Okay. Holy crap. That's a better looking line, right?
My brother-in-law, Eric, had already done a lot of the homework on a site close to town, so it really helped me to expedite the process.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
I got the application in through 3 1,200-foot grow lines of sugar and ribbon kelp, and that netted about 10,000 pounds, which was Alaska's first commercial harvest. When I pulled up my first line of seaweed, I was surprised to say the least. It's just really hard to wrap your head around how fast this stuff grows, especially that last 3 weeks in April.
Ooh, right here is a good one. This has got to be a good one. It's all the things that the market wants, nice and dark brown. When the sugar kelp gets nutrient starved, it turns really light and like almost golden in color. So when you get nice dark blades that are big and wide like this, it's a good sign. I like the challenge personally, so to me that was a big part of the allure of kelp farming. To have the opportunity to grow an industry from the ground up is something special that you don't get very often. It's crazy. It's like you never thought it would have been interesting, but it's pretty interesting. Like the last thing in the world I thought I was gonna do is try to get kelp onto a boat. I mean, never in my life did I think that was gonna be part of my everyday job. And here I am. Like, who am I? It's pretty good, too. After my first year, I expanded to a 17-acre site in the same location, and we grew around 30,000 pounds. Oh, man, look how good the bull kelp's growing. So this is a species that everybody wants to know how to farm right here because it's starting to disappear. Look how long that is. I mean, the biomass here is insane. This is like a 40-pound freaking thing. Pretty cool, huh? I'm always looking to grow as a company, although the landscape of processors and processing in Alaska is not growing at the same rate as farmers. So we are kind of outpacing the market. I went to Blue Evolution as my market in the beginning, and they've since put roots in Kodiak, created a ton of jobs, and I have deals in place to work with them through the foreseeable future. Since I've lived in Kodiak, I've watched fisheries collapse, the canneries consolidate to a point where new opportunities for families that live here just don't exist. And I really just hope that this could be, where mariculture finds its niche within our community. What's up, big dog? How are you? How's things? I fell in love with Kodiak and the people here, feeling a closeness and the sense of community that exists here. Ray's shirt is so paisley.
It's so great.
Imagine if he sat on our old couch, he'd be like camouflage. I got out of fishing just because I didn't want to spend 6 months away from my family anymore. I love you, though. I all of a sudden was in Dutch Harbor for most of my year, or ended up on the coast of California for 11 months. And it's just not why I started doing this, and I wasn't a part of my own family. Yeah, I just want to leave my kids a better life, and what can we do to make this a better future for them? Now that they're moving out and getting ready to go on their own, it's really scary. I guess to just leave any legacy on Alaska that really creates a new economic driver would be something that I could be really proud of. I always said if I wasn't a fisherman, I would try to get more involved in the community. So I think this is just maybe a little entrance point to that. Kelp has its place in trying to remediate climate change in one way or another. What can we do to use this just as a tool to help curb climate change, really?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome and thank you for joining our session, Strengthening Climate Resilience, Integrated Water Management in the Indus Basin. My name is Nicole Tanner. I'm the Director of Corporate Water Stewardship for the World Wildlife Fund. And I'm joined by my colleagues here, Sohail Ali Naqvi, who's Director of the Freshwater Program and leads Stewardship and Sustainability at WWF Pakistan. We'll give a little wave. Sohail, yeah. And David Kuhn, who is the lead for Corporate Resilience Partnerships at WWF US. Thank you. Here we go. Can we advance? Yep. Okay. I'm just going to continue, so our agenda for this session, we have a brief introduction I'm going to give you, and then we're going to follow that with a short video that our Pakistani colleagues have put together that showcase what we've been doing in the Indus Basin. And then we are going to turn it over to Sohail for some remarks from what his team has been doing, and David for what we're doing across many different aspects. And then we'll bring it back together for discussion, and we'll have some time for audience Q&A. There we go. Thank you for this. It's so pretty. Okay, and that's who we are. All right. So just for a little background, this is Climate Week, but this is primarily a water and climate session together. And I'm not sure if everyone is as familiar with the deep connection that these two topics have. So I just wanted to give a little background. But globally, between 2001 and 2018, around 74% of all natural disasters were water-related. Climate is a crucial component of the water cycle, and the effects of climate change are frequently experienced most intensely through its impact on water resources. In recent years, the climate crisis and insufficient water resource management have had adverse effects on business, communities, and the environment. Climate patterns and the climate conditions of a specific region, including temperature, precipitation, wind, they all significantly influence the quantity and quality of water and the overall health of freshwater ecosystems in that area. Those factors also impact decisions related to crop selection, soil moisture levels, groundwater availability, and energy supply, while also aiding in the prediction of droughts and floods. The variations in water availability in terms of both location and season pose challenges for communities and businesses dependent on a reliable water supply. Frequently, the practices, policies, and infrastructure established in the past are deemed inadequate for future climate conditions. This renders business and communities poorly prepared to address the evolving and heightened water and climate risks they encounter. To strengthen resilience against climate change effects, it is essential to enhance the accessibility, management, and equity of water resources. So now I'm just going to turn over to this video that kind of encapsulates everything that we've been doing in a beautiful way. And double click.
दरियाई सिंध पाकिस्तान की खुराक, तवानाई की पैदावार और ज़राअत के लिए रीढ़ की हड्डी की हैसियत रखता है। गुज़श्ता चंद सालों से मौसमियाती तब्दीली और खुश्क साली ने खित्ते में पानी की रसाई और दस्तयाबी को बुरी तरह मुतासर किया है। WWF पाकिस्तान के मीठे पानी के प्रोग्राम ने WWF US के तावन और नाइकी की माली मामलत के साथ सिंध ताज के 3 आम स्ट्रेटेजिक इलाकों में आदम तहफ़्फ़ुज़ का शिकार तबके के दरमियान मरबूत आबी वसाइल के इंतजाम के नुक्ता नज़र पे काम शुरू किया है, जिनमें नथिया गली, अयूबिया नेशनल पार्क, उछाली कम्प्लेक्स, रामसर साइट और ज़रई और काश्तकारी बरादरियों के साथ साथ तमाम बड़े ब्रांड्स की सप्लाई चेन के लिए अहम जनूबी पंजाब के इलाके शामिल हैं। इस मंसूबे में पानी की निगरानी, ज़मीनी ज़ख़ायर की बहाली और मौसमियाती तब्दीली की बेहतरी के तरीक़ाकार शामिल हैं। इस मंसूबे के तहत बारिश के पानी को दोबारा काबिल इस्तेमाल बनाने के लिए 66 बसाती पानी ज़ख़ीरा करने के और 4 वज़ू के पानी को दोबारा काबिल इस्तेमाल बनाने के निज़ाम नस्ब किए गए हैं, जिससे तकरीबन सालाना 18,000 क्यूबिक मीटर पानी की बचत होगी। ज़ख़ीरा शुदा पानी पौधों को पानी देने, सब्जियों की काश्तकारी, गाड़ी धोने और बैतुल-खुला की सफाई के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। पानी की दस्तयाबी को बेहतर बनाने के लिए 5 बारिश के पानी को जमा करने वाले तालाब और 14 ज़ख़ीरा करने वाले टैंक बनाए गए हैं, जिनकी सालाना गुंजाइश 57,000 क्यूबिक मीटर है। ज़ेर ज़मीन पानी की सतह को बेहतर बनाने के लिए 6 ज़ेर ज़मीन पानी के रिचार्ज कुएँ और 8 रिचार्जिंग पिट्स की तामीर की गई है, जिनकी सालाना सलाहियत 50,000 क्यूबिक मीटर है। मुकामी कम्युनिटी ज़रिए अराज़ी को सराब करने और मछलियों की अफजाइश के लिए फ्लोटिंग ट्रीटमेंट वेटलैंड टेक्नोलॉजी के ज़रिए 67,000 क्यूबिक मीटर साफ शुदा पानी का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। आपाशी के वक्त और पानी की ज़िया को कम करने के लिए 170 एकड़ रकबे पर लेजर लैंड लेवलिंग की गई और पानी की तरसील को बेहतर बनाने के लिए कपास पैदा करने वाले इलाके में 800 मीटर तवील वाटर कोर्स लाइनिंग की तामीर मुकम्मल की गई है। अब तक मजमूई तौर पर 32 कम्युनिटी मसरूफियात, तालीमी बेदारी और वाज सेशंस का इनकाद किया गया, जिसमें 2000 शुरका ने शिरकत की। मजीद ये कि 15,000 किसानों को पायदार ज़राअत के लिए पानी की तहफ़्फ़ुज़ की तकनीक सिखाने के लिए मुतअद्दिद तरबीती सेशंस का इनकाद किया गया। इस तरह के मंसूबे नज़रअंदाज और महरूम अफराद के लिए फ़ायदेमंद और पानी के मुनासिब इंतज़ाम के लिए मददगार साबित होंगे।
Thank you. Now I invite my colleague Sohail up to give his remarks.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, everybody. I'm lucky I'm having a morning session. Yesterday I was having right after the lunch, so half of the people were sleeping, so they woke up at the round of the applause. So I'm happy and lucky. Okay, as Nicole mentioned the context, like the climate change is considered as a water change in the developing countries or in the global south, just like Pakistan. So we are facing either in terms of the drought or in the terms of the floods and variability in the weather, intensity of the rainfall is changing time to time. So just to give you a background, I'll be just skipping a couple of slides just to keep in mind that time. But if we see overall, our mission, WWF, I believe many Panda people are here in the room and they know how, we are deteriorating our system, our ecosystem, and what is the urgency we really need to cater and to take up the actions. Like we are more than 83% down in terms of our biodiversity decline since 1970s. So here are the global goals, and I represent the freshwater program. WWF Pakistan is considered one of the biggest offices, I would say, like more than 300 professionals, but in total around 1,000 people who are engaged with WWF, having offices in I believe, throughout all the major cities of the country. And if we talk about the freshwater program, which I'm representing and leading, so keeping in mind the strategy, these are our priority areas, like working on the IWRM, integrated water resource management, water replenishment, the water stewardship, one of the very, very good tool. Recharge Pakistan is another, I would say, a game changer for a country like Pakistan. I'll be just speaking on Recharge Pakistan later as well. But keeping in mind the habitat species, dolphins, floodplains, and the delta. So these are the priority areas which we are working. And if we see the freshwater practice of the WWF, four initiatives are directly having their the footprints in Pakistan. So you can see the importance of the country from that. Okay, so the climate change is a reality for a country like Pakistan, and we are one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. Like we have been among the top 10 vulnerable countries which we are facing these realities, and I'll be showing in the next slides like how we are directly hit with that. If we see, floods are a quite common custom in the developing countries, and in the past it was said a couple of decades back, like these are the blessings because they carry sediments, they carry the nutrients for the soil, for replenish the lands. But with the passage of time, it has destructed the lands, and I think the recent flood was in 2022, and we faced more than $40 billion loss in that flood. And the intensity of the rainfall is increasing. Like, I came from a city of Lahore, which is the second most populous city of Pakistan, having more than 17 million people. And the annual rainfall is 720 millimeter. But in the month of August, we only faced 360 millimeter of the rainfall in 1 month, like only in few days actually. So you can see the variability in the trends, rainfall trends. It is really hitting us. And there were two major super floods. One was in 2010 and the other was in 2022. If you see the trends, like the water is there. In 2022 it was the hill torrents, but in 2010 it was actually that was the riverine flood. But the difference of the hill torrents and the riverine flood is that the riverine floods give you some time for evacuate, but the hill torrents, which comes from the mountains, it really hits that, and the people who are living in the floodplains, it doesn't give you the time, even the governments, just to evacuate the people. And you see on the screen, because this is something we just captured from the data, like in early August 2022, everything was in routine, and there was a trend of the high intensity rainfall, and only in 2 to 3 weeks time, 1/4 of the country was underwater. And this is the country which is having the major supply chain of all the big brands. If we talk in terms of the agriculture, for example, especially in cotton, several brands, they are having 40% of their raw material or product which is coming from Pakistan. So the climate resilience is the need of the time, a country like Pakistan, and we linked it just with the different approaches. In WWF, we started working on the two tiers. One is at the macro level, and the other one was at the micro level. At the macro level, having conversation with the governments, policymakers, big aid agencies, and started work on that, like how to handle that. But it requires a lot of time for the approval and the procedures. On the other side, we started work with the corporates, with the help of a tool which I mentioned earlier, was the water stewardship, working among the vulnerable communities, and who are directly hit, and they are, at the bank of the rivers or at the bank of these water streams which are directly hit. So we choose a project, and I'm just sharing an example here. One of the project you saw in the video, all the 3 major areas of that. And, the water stewardship ladder, we tried to adopt that practice and started working with the stakeholders, like the communities, on the collective action approach. That was a new concept, but we actually customize the techniques at the local level, like how we can cater that, move towards the collective action piece, and influence the policy level work. And nature-based solution is one of the important component which we actually embedded into our approach. Like if we are working among the communities, we are working with the corporates and convince them to think beyond the fence line, because in their production processes or in their factories, they are super efficient. But if we see beyond the fence line where the farming communities or the other communities are there, so this is quite important to convince them. So we identified some of the areas on the nature-based solutions relevant to that and how they are working in collaboration with the communities. Because this is quite important. Communities are considered the custodian of those interventions, and the sustainability is a quite important component in which communities can play a role. So at the macro level, we started work in parallel on the Recharge Pakistan. It's the GCF funded, and thanks to our US colleagues, like they have a vital role just for the approval of that, because we started work on that a decade back, I would say. When the idea was conceived and the nature-based solution, instead of constructing these gray or the concrete structures, started working on that, the nature-based solutions to promote that. So we started thinking with that with our colleagues from the network and worked on that. And luckily, we secured funds for that. And it was, I think, 2 or 3 weeks back, there was a launch in Pakistan formally. On the micro level, working with the corporates at the collective action and the water stewardship, we started that work back in 2013 as well, worked on the EU-funded project where, as I mentioned, the big brands are having their supply chain and the EU legislation was changing time to time. So we came up with the idea of the collective action approach, how to promote the citywide water stewardship partnership on the specific to the water, and started work step by step in the different regions and took on board the different corporates, started work with them. And several sites are right now AWS certified, and they're moving forward at different steps. In terms of the linking it with the IWRM approach or the water conservation, the water replenishment was another thing in which we work with the communities. Communities they don't need the rocket science or the techs. They just need, how they can conserve the water. Because in the developing countries, the water wastage is a common thing, and there isn't any concept on the recycling of the water. So there are different pockets which we identified. For example, if we are working in the northern areas or in the mountainous region, the springs water can be conserved, the rainwater can be captured and used for the domestic purposes and even for the drinking purposes. Similarly, if you are working in the plain areas, so the ablution water in the worship places, that water can be recycled and separated from the other sewage water, and that water can be used for the horticulture purposes. Similarly, there were a series of the interventions we identified in the agri practices. You can see in the screen on the top left, this is actually the floating island. This is the plants, common reed plant, which treats the sewage wastewater in the community. It's in the center of the communities. There are some common places where that water is treated and used for the agriculture purposes during the drought season and during the dry season. Indus River dolphin is one of our flagship habitat, but all the wastewater from the sewage and industrial effluents are discharged there. So we were trying to treat the water and then let it flow into the river at the smaller patches in different areas. So the community engagements are there, and here's an impact sheet, whatever we have achieved so far. The rainwater collection ponds, we have achieved the numbers. It's as per our strategy, and we are trying to link it with our the global impact. And this is there's a lot of potential to upscale these kinds of the interventions, and the government and the judiciary, who are quite active in the water conservation in the Punjab province in Pakistan, they really are actually working with us and taking advices from the WWF, and we are trying to promote that and linking it with our policy level work. So this is something in which we are trying to work from our side, how we can make a connection of the communities, the local customized nature-based solutions, and how we can replicate or upscale in collaboration with our partners, in collaboration with our network colleagues and from the corporates. So I'll just pause here because I have the other sessions. I think I'm in time. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sohail. And it's always interesting to see how you connect the conservation work to the policy level work and your work with supply chains, textiles in particular, the raw materials and manufacturing, but also other agricultural components. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from David from the WWF US, and I invite you up here.
Where's the clip here? Oh, is this it? Okay, thanks. So again, I'm David Kuhn. I work on our private sector engagement on resilience and adaptation at WWF US. So it's my job to bring companies to this sort of solution table, right? Get them to understand the importance of a lot of the work that Sohail is doing in his country and tying it back to their supply chains and making it relevant to their business. So you saw on his last slide there about the potential to upscale and spread this kind of theory of change throughout the companies and their supply chains and their landscapes across the world. That's my job. So one of the reasons that we're hearing I've been at a couple of climate weeks and we're hearing more about adaptation and resilience. Finally, it was like on always the stepchild when it came to the climate talk in space, is because of a lot of the things that Sohail just showed, right? These disasters are increasing in numbers, increasing in cost, increasing in severity. There are a million different graphs that I could put up like this. I picked this one for no apparent reason. But what I want to make clear here is that the cost to the companies, the cost to sort of society is the symptom of the problem, right? There are these sort of fundamental fragilities in our communities, in our supply chains, in our society that are being brought to light by climate change. We always say climate change is sort of a risk amplifier. So that's sort of why a lot of folks are starting to sit up and take notice. It's the cost, right? But the cost isn't really the problem here, right? All our sort of systems were designed based on historical patterns, right? For a long time, that's why humans became who we are. For a long time, we could predict things, we could plan for things, we could take advantage of our large brains based on everything that we observed in the past, and we could plan and we could, reap the benefits of the way that we took advantage of natural resources and things like that, and again, our planning. But we can't do that anymore, right? Climate change is sort of throwing a wrench in all of that. So that's kind of creating this uncertainty and these system dynamics that we've never seen before. How others are being impacted, coping, reacting, panicking, failing, grabbing, fighting, come back and manifest kind of in these costs. And it's this uncertainty, right, this change, this cost that is making companies sort of sit up and take notice and come to the table and try to think about these more holistic solutions than they ever did. There are, again, a lot of numbers out there. 66% of major global companies have at least one asset at high risk of physical climate risk under a high-impact climate change scenario. The greatest risk for these companies is in water, stress, and wildfire. You can break those sort of numbers down, and the average business could experience losses of 45 cents on every dollar of cumulative operating costs generated from their ongoing business activities between now and 2050. So it's a real sort of, there's an impediment now for companies to take action. Again, Pakistan's sort of this great example. I went to Pakistan 2 times over the past year to work with Coca-Cola on their sugar supply chain. We also saw a number of Nike projects working on cotton, but there's these shared resources that these companies are using that they need to figure out how, again, collectively we manage better in the face of shocks and stresses. And it's not just in far-flung countries like Pakistan. The corporate assets in the United States are also particularly vulnerable to climate change. So again, when it hits sort of closer to these corporate homes, it's always it's another reason for companies to sit up and act. But again, the kicker here is that what's concerning or most difficult for companies to understand or to manage is this interconnectedness, the complexity, and the uncertainty that come with climate change and how everything is being impacted by climate change, right? And that's not something that companies had to deal with before. They could often harden sort of their infrastructure, their 4 walls, put up their fortresses, and they were fine. They could manage their risk in that way. And that's again sort of no longer the case. And things are even worse than we were predicting. The Australia wildfires are another good example of that. So what we often tell companies not to try to predict the future, but to manage uncertainty. So regulators, also I just want to quickly mention regulators are following suit, right? We've seen a number of different regulations kind of come to the forefront in recent years. Another reason that companies are sitting up and starting to take notice. Jurisdictions are introducing some mandatory reporting right now that accounts for nearly half of GDP that are under some sort of regulatory mandatory guidance for reporting on your climate risk. But again, reporting on risk is only reporting on risk. It's not necessarily doing anything about it. So the action that we're seeing isn't sort of commensurate with this risk or this need, right? The world needs roughly $8.6 trillion in adaptation finance per year to address this issue, right? That sits at $1.3 trillion right now. So we're well behind what's needed when it comes to investing in solutions for these problems that we're starting to get handle on the accounting of. The private sector's contribution to that is just 1.5 billion. So there's 1.3 trillion. We need 8.6 trillion. Private sector's contributing 1.5 billion. And only $200 billion of what's being invested in adaptation and resilience is going to nature-based solutions. Most of the money going to nature-based solutions is coming from the public sector. Most of the money going to destroying nature is coming from the private sector, and that's not necessarily because of any sort of ill intent necessarily, but more because of this uncertainty, this misunderstanding of kind of system dynamics. And what I mean by system dynamics is this is what companies have to get a handle on. You know, I'm sure, Sohail, we did an exercise like this in Pakistan where we mapped the system and the complexity within the system. And one of those bubbles is, say, a sugar farm, or one of those bubbles is, say, a cotton gin. Everything else around it has an impact, obviously, on that one business or that one node. And this is what we mean by complexity. This is why this topic is hard, and this is why this topic, obviously, is a lot of times not sexy either, because this is the complexity that you have to deal with and that you have to understand to make the right decisions about business risk or landscape risk. And this is sort of why, this is one of the reasons why I think there's kind of this gap in adaptation and resilience and climate finance. So, you know, it's becoming increasingly difficult again for companies to sort of outsource how they deal with all of these, what used to be considered externalities in the space. But that's no longer going to be the case. You know, the World Economic Forum has noted that businesses should expect to face greater repercussions for the environmental damage that they cause and the way that they are or are not addressing climate change in the future, again, because of how all of this works together. So businesses are being forced to think differently. We have sort of, it's a very complex problem, so I can boil it down to three things, but there's a lot that goes behind each of these, right? We need companies and sort of everyone to kind of expand what the company considers risk, right? What do you consider valuable, and take into account the system dynamics, the communities, the natural capital, the ecosystem services, and do the hard work to understand that complexity and the uncertainty using tools that are available, like scenario planning, natural capital accounting, building relationships with your partners, building relationships with your communities and your suppliers so you really understand what your risk is. Your bottom line will be better off for it. Integrate climate change scenarios into your planning. Integrate your resilience planning into your thinking across your company and your teams. I've seen it often, for example, that say like the procurement team's definition of adaptation and resilience might be actively undermining the definition and the goals of the sustainability team's resilience. This speaks back to kind of the trade-offs conversation where, you know, even within a company, there are systems that you can map and you can figure out how they could better work together. And then in partner, that's kind of the key piece here at the end of the day, right? No one can do this alone, and there are many reasons why there's that finance gap, and a particularly large one, again, from the private sector when it comes to adaptation investment and investment in nature-based solutions. I don't know if we have time to get into that today. But there are avenues available for partnering, blended finance, pre-competitive partnerships with other companies that can open up sort of opportunities. And again, we're not asking any one entity, any one actor, any one company to solve this thing by themselves. So partnerships are going to sort of be key here. So I think with that, I don't know if Sohail, you're getting back up here and talking about nature-based solutions and recharge, but we're talking about sort of one of the solutions and how partnering sort of comes into play there, because there's a great example from Pakistan about how that's playing out in real time. So thank you.
Thanks, David. So just to continue what David said about the nature-based solution. So there's an example of the Recharge Pakistan, as I mentioned earlier, like it took us a decade for that. Actually, the history was that there was a Ramsar mission which visited Pakistan, and they invited, just see some of the sites, and the delegation, like the high delegation from the government of Pakistan, WWF actually took the lead and took them to the China, some of the areas where there was a Dongteng lake and 2 or 3, the different lakes were there, just to see how, because at the time there was a discussion like how the nature-based solutions look like instead of constructing the dam, how you can divert the water, you can tackle these kinds of the shocks. So in 2013, the RAM mission actually they submitted the report, and we got the idea in collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Change in Pakistan, like there should be some nature-based solution instead of constructing the dams, because dams are, there are a series of the dams which are under construction, but it requires a decade, a lot of investment, and after shocks, you can see, right now the world in different parts of the globe, they are actually, the different countries, they are, demolishing the dams, because there are for sure because you are playing with nature, so the nature plays with you. I used to say, this is a very common terminology which I used to say at different forums, like don't play with the nature, because if you stop the flow of the water. So there are a series of the different stories, like the cloud burst is an example. It's not relevant to that, but in Islamabad, which is the capital of Pakistan, 2 years back, there was a cloud burst. Actually, there was a stream, water stream, which was flowing, but due to the housing and the development, and there wasn't any flood, it was just shrunk into a tiny stream or a trench. And after 20 years, there was a devastation. The cars were flowing in the water, but the rest of the Islamabad was safe in that area. So the scientists said, okay, it's a cloud burst. It was not the cloud burst. It was actually the natural stream which was flowing, but for temporarily it was dry, but again it came into its roots. So this is how the nature plays. So said that, here's the chronology, like how it worked and the different steps. But the thing was, it's not an easy step. I think it's a pride moment for the network. Like with the support of all the colleagues, we secured. It's a big money, $77.8 million. It's a grant money, because before 22 floods, government of Pakistan actually they committed $45 million. They will be giving and to the GCF that program. It was $150 million. But when 2022 super flood came in, so all the money was diverted to the flood victims and others. So it was quite a critical situation. But with the support of all as a teamwork, we tried to convince the government of Pakistan and then the GCF board, and we secured that. So you can see the 2022 flood is when it was there, and those black marks, like these are the boundaries of some of the areas. Initially, those were the 11 sites, but now these have shrunk to the 4 to 6 sites where the hill torrents will be working, and that water will be connected with the wetlands, like the natural wetlands, and utilizing that water to replenish the groundwater as well as for the community's livelihood. So these are the areas which are part of the project, and it's the success of any project relies on the communities, because they are the custodian of that. So the community component is quite stronger in this project, in which those vulnerable communities, they will be engaged, and how the connectivity of the rivers with those wetlands or water bodies will be a part of the project, in which there are some infrastructures to divert the water, but these are not the hard infrastructure. I would say it's a combo, and the majority is on the green infrastructure, in which the water will be diverted. And it took us a lot of time. My other colleagues who are leading that, and 2 weeks back there was a launch of that program. So he was discussing, and our CEO Hamad was discussing at that level. Like, it took us more than 2.5 years to take 19 to 21 NOCs from the different departments, like the state departments as well as from the federation level, like we are working in that program, and it will not be damaging, it will not be, affecting those areas. So this is something, that's a new concept on the nature-based solution. If you want to construct dam, yeah, you can find the bigger investors there who are, well equipped with that. The government can give you the direction. But if you have to move towards a different or a change, so you feel sometimes, how you are passing through these kinds of experiment. But said that, we have passed through that experiment and quite confident to replicate and to support the other colleagues in the network and replicate in the other part of the world. So that's it. And again, thank you very much for your time. And yeah, over to Nicole.
Thank you, Sohail. Now, I think you can understand why we're all up on this stage to talk about this, because Pakistan has felt the devastating impacts of climate change for a long time, and it's been 14 years in the making, this historic project launch, Recharge Pakistan. We are fortunate in Pakistan to have a lot of different types of water stewardship, integrated water resource management, and climate resilience projects come together in one place. And we've learned a lot over the past 14 years of how we can go about better integrating them, better aligning resources, better aligning partnerships to make sure that our programs are lasting and impactful. And so we wanted to take some time in discussion to go through some of those more frequently asked questions so that maybe you can learn how you can accelerate progress in your own priority areas. So I'm just going to grab a microphone, and if you have questions, write them down, because we will come to the audience for some, and Jesse Gallen here will come around and give you a mic. Okay. Actually, David, you have one. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So David, in your experience, what are the key social and environmental factors that contribute to a business or a community's resilience to climate change?
Good question. So it's a tough one, because we talk about measuring resilience, and we talk about how essentially impossible that is. But so the criteria for the social and environmental criteria, I want to sort of be clear here about our philosophy on business resilience, right? Social and environmental resilience underpins business resilience. So think about how community and environmental resilience can contribute to a healthy business. And there are generally sort of two types, if you want to talk about criteria. There are two types of resilience. There's general and there's specific resilience. General resilience just means basically healthy. Like, if you're generally resilient, if you're generally healthy, you are better able to withstand a shock or a stress to your body, like, say, the flu or the common cold. So if you exercise. So what makes a healthy community? What makes for a good business environment? You can talk about criteria like well-being, measures of social connectivity, things like social service and safety nets. So what makes for a healthy community, right? Generally healthy, able to, again, respond to or recover from a certain shock or a stress. For an ecosystem, same for an ecosystem, right? What makes a healthy ecosystem? You can talk about connectivity and functional redundancy and biodiversity and scale, right? So what makes a healthy ecosystem? So those are kind of the criteria when it comes to general resilience that I think underpin what makes for a good business environment. We work with companies then on specific resilience. Now, specific resilience is, okay, even though I exercise a lot, I am not going to be more resilient to Ebola. Right? You have to make sort of societal fundamental changes to your health system or whatever it may be in order for us to be able to combat Ebola, right? You cannot just tell your population to go exercise more. So it's the same with climate change. If you want to respond to a drought, how specifically, a specific instance of something, how do you respond, recover, adapt, transform, plan for a drought? So what is set up, what processes are set up in your society or for your environment to be able to do that, to be able to respond to a drought? And you get to processes, right? That's more of like who's talking to who, what networks are available, what funding is available, so that when I respond to a drought, I am also not compromising my ability to recover from a drought or to adapt in the long term. So that's where you get into kind of the sort of more complex criteria of how all these things are woven together. So.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here that you can help us understand that, because I also don't want Ebola. Yes, but I also we're happy that nature-based solutions are a part of everything that we do in Pakistan in particular, and we think that it's often been overlooked when it comes to adaptation planning and the funding that becomes available, what they'll include. So I want to turn to Sohail. Can you share a bit more about the benefits of nature-based solutions and other interventions and how you see them being connected to your climate resilience efforts and biodiversity as well?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Very good question. Thank you for that. Yeah, as David mentioned, we need for the climate resilience, we need a plan for that. And if we talk about the nature-based solutions, this is quite important in a way. A country like Pakistan and the other developing countries, the foremost important thing is the acceptance of that concept. The people are doing like in the government machinery and the other like the conventional or the orthodox system, okay, and when the new intervention jumps in, it's a panic situation or hue and cry because nobody wants to change. So this is something, the foremost thing for the nature-based solution is the acceptance among the communities, and then how it could relate with the benefits, either it's the biodiversity or others. So we try to work with that concept, okay. We don't want to change the world, but this is something, which is actually low-cost, feasible, and economical solutions. These are not the alien solutions. So this is something the convincing are for the communities, or if we are working among those vulnerable areas. And then we tagged it with the benefits. For example, like the nature-based solution. I just quoted some of the examples. For example, the floating treatment wetland, it treats the wastewater, the sewage water which is collected in the different communities. This is treated by the plants, by the hydrophytes. And then that water is used instead of using the high-tech machinery which is treating that, and the bacteria is working and that water is treated. Instead, with these plants, you are converting that into the ecosystem, and it is linked with the biodiversity and the connectivity. So this was the one of our selling point or working among the communities, like how we can work with them. One thing is you don't need to do more. The second is the benefits or the co-benefits, to translate into their language. Sometimes we are very much pro-biodiversity, but the community is demanding something different. They said, we need the clean drinking water. Okay, that's good. WWF is doing good work, but this is not our priority. Our priority is the drinking water. So we needed to portray those interventions which are relevant to the community priorities as well. So that was something on which we worked and linked it. Yeah.
Thanks, Sohail. And that leads me into my next question. That community aspect is so important to the longevity and the effectiveness of the programs that we're designing. Can both of you share some strategies that you use to engage the community members? Sohail, you already started touching on this. How did you even identify the communities that you need to work with, and what approaches did you take to ensure their continued involvement and support?
I think Sohail just hit on one of them, is finding the motivation or incentive for different groups, right? You need to start having conversation around what the problem is rather than coming in with solutions. You design your solutions around the problems, kind of like what I was just talking about when it came to specific resilience. But different stakeholder groups they're going to have different motivations, different incentives, different needs. So you have to understand those, and first, you need to give people sort of the space to contribute, find where they're comfortable, and there's no cookie cutter approach. So I don't know if I'm like hemming and hawing at all these answers, because it's all complicated, Nicole, and there's no there's no right answer. So I'm probably doing a terrible job answering your questions, but. The more information you have, essentially, the better you can plan, the more people are going to contribute, the more ownership they'll feel. So providing that forum, again, a diversity of sort of opinions. But then everyone likes to talk about locally led these days, and locally led is not just about listening and providing the forum, but it also needs to be given time. People need education, capacity, and the resources to really locally lead these things. We can't just go in and say, check the box, we talk to a community, it's locally led. We'll develop the solution from there, because that doesn't sort of breed ownership. So it also sort of needs to be an ongoing discussion. But yeah, again, it works different in different places. It worked different in Pakistan than in Guatemala, for example, where we did a similar process. But I don't know if you want to talk about the.
Yeah, you rightly mentioned, David, because it's not the same approach. It's not a cookie cutter for all that. And we worked in different communities. For example, I'll be happy to share some of the examples. It was also in the picture as well. We were working in the Nathia Gali, which is the northern area of Pakistan, and it is the common leopard habitat. There are several, and we used to, work in that human-wildlife conflict management. So this is something, which is quite important for the communities. But at the same time, there were springs which were drying in that area due to the change in the weather pattern. So we started work to, develop some of the recharge ponds where the rainwater is collected there, because it's actually a national park besides that. So several wildlife, they used to move in that, wander in that area and use the same pathway from where the people used to fetch the grocery. And we installed some of the camera traps there. And just coming from here, 2 weeks back, we captured the picture. The common leopard was passing through our pond. And, they use that water. This is something. One thing the community was, initially they were quite shy and they used to kill that big cat. But now, they realize, okay, these are just and it's also their territory, and, and it's a very shy animal. I believe most of the people know it's a very shy animal, the big cat. And I haven't seen directly, but this is something I have heard. So that kinds of the approaches where, as David mentioned, like the approaches for the communities and the demand is quite important. The second important thing is the sustainability of the interventions, because if it links with their demand, as I mentioned, like the spring water, which is captured there, and communities use that water for drinking purposes as well. So this is linked with that, and they started to take care of that intervention. Like if we install any irrelevant nature-based solution or any other intervention at that area, so community is not going to take the ownership. So this is quite also important point. Like we need to convince the communities to be part of that. It is for the sake of their benefit. Sometimes there are many examples, because I'm an engineer by background, so worked with different diverse kinds of the people. I can quote another example, though it's not the direct relevant, but the community's relevance or the awareness is quite important. We were working with the leather tanneries, and there's a chromium-6, which is the carcinogenic. And one of the leather tannery, my colleagues, they went there, they visited, they asked, it's the state culture, like one man army, one man who is running the family business in some areas. So the leather tanneries, he was running that business, and the people went there, like my colleagues, they said, okay, this is carcinogenic, this is not good, and you need to, treat that water. He said, kid, how old are you? He said 37 or 38. He said, I have more than that experience, like than your life, more than 40 years. I can drink that water in front of you if you want. So that's the perception. So he was scared. He said, no, okay, you are elder. You are okay. I was wrong. So we changed the approach to tap them, just to develop a business case. If you treat that, you don't need to buy that, the recycling and the others. I'm not sure either it's relevant, but this is something, the communities or the perspective of the public is quite important, and then along with the sustainability. Yeah.
And trusting all the different areas where expertise really is, and going out and finding it. Absolutely. I want to shift gears a little bit, and maybe just a few more questions so we can have time for the audience. Speaking about trusting expertise, we've been talking a lot about water-related programming here, and we feel that the climate adaptation resilience programming is sometimes very different or kept separate from the water management, water stewardship realms, but in fact they are quite interlinked. and it's about what questions are you asking yourselves in the processes that you're taking. So we're designing water interventions that are really meeting all of our end goals and making sure that we're not ignoring climate. So Hale, in your experience, what are some of the most effective water management practices that can build resilience against climate-related water issues like scarcity or flooding?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. So about the water adaptation, Stuart Orr, our colleague, so he was in Pakistan a couple of weeks back, and at one of the forum, he was saying, and I really liked that quote. He said, "Adaptation is to the water, mitigation is to the carbon." So this is something, the concept we need to, but adaptation and mitigation both are also fall in the water. In terms of the intervention, there are a series of the interventions we have been working and we identified in the water management. For example, in the southern part of the world, flood irrigation is quite common, but it actually wastes more than 40% of your water. Not waste, but not utilized properly. Why is in the agri sector? Because agriculture is one of the major, I would say, the stakeholder which takes the water, and Pakistan is having the agro economy. More than 90% water is diverted towards the agriculture side. And we identified some of the interventions like the water, how to increase the water conveyance by the water courses lining, the laser land leveling, like leveling the fields, and the drip irrigation system or the sprinkler irrigation system, like how much water is required just to only provide that. And moving forward towards the water recycling, this is there isn't any concept, unfortunately, a country like Pakistan of the water recycling. Most of the water, because we say, okay, water comes in and then it goes down. Being a water student, I used to say one of the major challenge for us is the water management. Like we use water only once, but in the developed nations use that water several times by recycling. So we promoted that concept in the different mosques, like the ablution water reuse system, and use that water for the gardening purposes. And we did that experiment, and there was a grass which was more greener as compared to the normal. I went to the religious scholars. I said, this is a sacred water, so that's why it's more greener. On the just lighter note, and then he was convinced, oh, that's good. So we try to, that kinds of the approach. And there are a series of the others. I quoted the wetlands and the springs rehabilitation techniques. So these are the techniques which we are adopting and giving trainings to the communities as well.
Thank you, Sohail. And I'm going to do one last question, and then so keeping it short, David. What are the steps that a company can take, the practical steps that a company can take to integrate climate resilience into their existing policies and strategies like water stewardship?
Yeah, so I already mentioned kind of the expand, integrate, and partner, and I'll just go with those, to keep it short. I feel like, again, expand your framing, understand kind of where your business fits within the fabric of your system. When you do your vulnerability assessments, not just when it comes to, again, your four walls or your operations, but expand that vulnerability assessment to assess the vulnerability of the communities where you sit and the nature that those communities and your business rely on. We're talking about water stewardship, right, and coming up with solutions. Again, a lot of companies are doing this risk analysis, and that's the first part of it. Fundamentally, if you don't understand what your business, if you're not mapping your dependencies and understanding what your business relies on and how that is at risk from climate change, you're not going to come up with the right solution set, right? You're going to continue to kind of spin your wheels, and you're going to continue to build higher walls, and you're going to continue to fortify your business, and some of that comes at the expense of everybody else around you, opening you up to additional kind of reputational risk, social license to operate, a number of other things, creating blind spots for you essentially, right? So I would say just kind of expand your thinking. Once you get there, identify your climate problem, come up with your solution, and then make sure you fortify that solution itself to climate change. So we always talk about helping nature itself adapt to climate change. Nature is only a solution until it's not, so let's help nature adapt to climate change as well if that's your priority.
Thank you. Okay, let's turn to you. We have a question over here.
Hi, thank you. This is great. So a big multinational corporate comes to your door and says, I'm digging this nature-based resiliency, these projects. How much does one of these projects cost? And the wrong answer is, it depends.
Yeah. Is that a question?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it depends on
That's
a lot
the
of
wrong
the local
answer.
context, right?
Like, how much did the Nike thing cost?
Nature-based solutions are best realized at scale.
Yeah.
We're not asking a single company to plant hundreds of thousands of hectares of trees, right? What you need to understand is what your contribution can be to that and the benefit of your business of that. That's where the mapping comes, right? So I'm going to tell a company, this is what you can contribute, and this is how you can crowd and blended finance, and say that you can scale your efforts. But if a company goes in and says, okay, well, I'm going to put a bunch of green roofs on my buildings, and that's my nature-based solution, and I'm done, then I haven't done my job, right? And that's something that you can cost, right? If you can say, okay, you know, and the motivation for companies is different depending on the company as well, right? So, but like the Recharge Pakistan example, right? So the Coca-Cola company invested $5 million in that project. Okay, that's Wetland Restoration Foundation.
Thank you.
Sorry, the Coca-Cola Foundation. That was $5 million, right? But there was an additional $5 million from USAID. There was $70-odd million from GCF and the Pakistani government. So you know, that scale, that was an $80 million project. But that's not fixing the whole thing either, right? So that's what I mean by it depends. But you have to coming up with the motivation first of all for the companies, and then coming up with where you can crowd and blended finance, and that being part of the motivation is one piece of it as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there another question? Scott?
Thanks very much. It's Scott from the Alliance for Water Stewardship. Advance warning, apologies for this question. It's quite rambling. So the subtext of this is about water being prioritised in the same way as climate. So how do we make water as important as climate? And the presentations are largely about what individual companies can get involved in. And individual companies is good, but it kind of keeps you at a project by project by project level forever and ever and ever. That doesn't put water on the same platform as climate. So does water need a more unified message on what good looks like in relation to a company? And just to pick up on and echo something that David said, reporting isn't doing. So how do we avoid CSRD just essentially replacing CDP, which is people telling you where they are rather than actually doing things? And a question back to us really is, do we need a kind of coherent ask to investors? Because we're asking investors to kind of care about this stuff, but we don't actually tell them what to ask for. So is there an A, B, C, D of what a good company looks like?
Okay, I think there are several questions in there. Thank you.
Sorry.
So maybe just splitting it into two. Maybe so, Hale, how do you have many different projects going on in different parts of Pakistan, 1,000 people working for the office. How do you make sure that they're cohesive and connected under one umbrella for Pakistan? And then I'll turn to David.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is very good question, and also related to the first question as well. There was an impact sheet in my presentation which we mentioned, like in the freshwater strategy, how much we have achieved. So that's a collective figure. Like it's not only just, I just quoted the example of one project, but we have been working in the same basin. It's a sort of the basin level planning in our strategy, like for the 5 years, what we are going to achieve, just like our global strategy, how many kilometers the river will be, like it will be the free-flowing river. So we have been working in the same basin with the Koch Foundation, with the the other bottlers, PepsiCo and others, and some of the other corporates in the same. And sometimes we set our targets. For example, X million cubic meter of the water we will be achieving. X number of the people will be our beneficiaries, and these are the benefits. But then those individual companies say, okay, foundation says, we're going to go to the VWBA of WRI, like volumetric water base analysis, which is not the priority of the others. Then we translate, just pick that patch and then give it, okay, this is something you can do. Other company says, okay, we are keen into the wash component, which is also part of the water stewardship ladder. So they are not working on that, but this is a part of our strategy. So we pitch them that idea, okay, this is something you are interested in the same basin. So that's how we are working. So I just quoted an example. Sorry, I couldn't explain in the slide, but this is how, we are working and now expanding other geographies as well.
Thanks, Sohail. And I know that they focus on the entire basin. So you work in the headwater areas to make sure that water is accessible to the vulnerable communities there. You work on species in the main stem of the river. Now you're working to ensure that that resilience is there for the communities in the face of drought and floods. And that extends to community-based agriculture as well, and the supply chains and the manufacturing hubs. So WWF Pakistan has the picture across all of the basin. What are the different activities? How can we bring them together? And then they're able to get the metrics to roll up so that reporting is accurate, but also leading to meaningful change. David, yeah. Did you get the second part? So what is the ask? What's the ask? Can we make it simpler? What does a good company look like when we're bringing these things together?
Yeah, geez, again, I don't know. Everyone's tried, right? There's a global goal on adaptation, and that's kind of like, I don't know if that really means anything. There's a race to resilience, and so is there like a global sort of what should we work towards in terms of adaptation, resilience, water? I don't know. It's not as clean as mitigation, right? And that's kind of always been the issue. That's like the complexity piece. It's like mitigation as a number. It's measurable. You can figure out what you're contributing to it, and that it's kind of much more cut and dry, pun intended, than what we're talking about here, right? So yeah, I don't know that it's that neat or that clean. The basin level outcomes, working together with a bunch of stakeholders on the ground to come up with basin level outcomes that you work on a plan for, is a basin by basin approach. But as we all know, one side of the mountain looks very different than the other in terms of water and climate impacts. So it's just you're going to have to be comfortable with kind of squishiness. This is what we tell our companies. You're going to have to be comfortable with squishiness and messiness. And that's not a place that a lot of companies, at least, like to play. That's not, So when it comes to what a good company looks like, right? It's like, yes, you can boil down. There are proxies for how you measure these things. You want them integrated throughout your business. You want to make sure that everybody's talking to each other and there's some coordination. So there are a lot of details into. There are a couple of companies that I think are getting there. I don't think anyone's actually completely there yet. But I think companies are starting to realize that the way that they were structured, the way they analyze risk, or that they have historically, just isn't cutting it anymore, and that's starting to have ramifications for their business. So we're starting to see some movement.
Thanks, David. And we are at time. So I want to thank you for your attention and your questions. We'll be around here if you want to continue the conversation. We welcome any follow-up. There's our contact information here if you feel more comfortable over email. But if I could just wrap it up with saying that Pakistan, all the work that's being done in Pakistan is an excellent example about how these complex issues can come together in terms of the processes that we follow and the plans that we can develop and how we can bring partners together. So we encourage you to kind of embrace that complexity and understand that there are lots of partners out there that have the bigger picture in mind and understand how you can use nature to help combat some of these impacts. So thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, if you know what I mean. Yes. I'm not walking first. And then I want to like it. I can actually get that light. This is good lighting, I think. I don't know. I'm not a photographer. I figured you made a signal on the picture, so okay.
Excited for the part two of the How Not to Break Things. Yeah, I need to introduce you to I like the green. Yeah. Thank you. That was innovation this year. Yeah. Very excited to go with the couches instead of the chairs. I know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to be coming over to see his panel tomorrow. Yeah. So, but we don't have couches. Yeah. It's like you have one big picture that they give you that like that you can look at. Now the funny part was apparently we only have Thursdays, and so IKEA has a room on Thursday. So of course IKEA is using IKEA's furniture, and so we're sitting here yesterday waiting for Thursday. The room gets set up, and all of a sudden they start bringing in orange chairs. That's funny. So our guests get to everyone. No, it came fully assembled. It was fully assembled. So, but yeah, they have a whole catalog, and you can order like coffee section. It's like it's through any kind of event. So they have everything. And so that was like. That was actually one of our hardest decisions to figure out which is yeah. Well, I mean, you got to watch that. Yep. At this point, you know, we've done this now. This is like the second time. Starting at 11, right? Yeah. I would start marshalling everybody.
Everyone, thank you so much for being here today. We're going to get this panel started right now. My name is Colin Meehan. I'm the Senior Director for Renewable Energy Transitions with WWF. I've got a wonderful panel here. To my left is Becky Campbell. I should have asked you this before. You Director, Senior Director for External Affairs at Leeward Renewable Energy, one of the big wind and solar developers here in the U.S. To her left, Yinka Bodhi-George, who's the CEO of Sustain Our Future. And then to her left, Sarah Friedman, who is the Senior Advisor for Community Benefits to the Undersecretary of Infrastructure. Did I get that right? Awesome. All right, so we're here today to follow up on a conversation that happened last year in this, well, maybe not this very room, but during Climate Week, talking about the need to build out the renewable energy infrastructure at a very rapid pace to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change, and to do so in a way that creates benefits for communities and for the local ecosystems and the natural environment, and to, as much as possible, avoid harms. We know that with rapid, large-scale development, there are a lot of difficult trade-offs, and with WWF and with all of the folks that are here on the stage, we're very focused on working to avoid the worst parts of those trade-offs and working to create benefits for communities and for the ecosystem. So just really quickly to set the stage, this chart has two data sets. I apologize, it's a little bit complex, but the bolder bars are from the Princeton Net Zero America study. They show how fast we need to be growing to get to net zero carbon emissions in the electric system by 2030. The lighter color are from the Energy Information Administration's short-term energy outlook, and that shows you how quickly we've been growing for the last 5 years. The point is, we know it's not quick enough. By 2026, we need to be double where we are today, and we are not accelerating at that kind of a pace. Even where we are today, developers are running into resistance. They are running into a wide variety of issues, but for the purposes of our panel today, what we're going to be talking about are the issues that occur with developers and with renewable energy infrastructure that impact local communities, and how local communities deal with that, how developers can build a more constructive and meaningful relationship with those communities to continue building out the infrastructure. So this is a study from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab that surveyed developers in the US, and it found that 2 of the top 3 reasons for delays and cancellations in renewable energy projects are from local ordinances and zoning, and from community opposition. And in my mind, those 2 are directly linked. So that's part of the reason that we're here today. And we really need to talk about how we can rebuild the social license for clean energy infrastructure. I've been working in clean energy development for 20 years. There was a period of time where both wind and solar were just kind of seen generally as a huge positive for a lot of communities. But as you start to see more and more build out, you see both a well-organized and sometimes well-funded resistance, and also just a concern from communities about what the impacts of these projects are going to be. So first and foremost, our role as an environmental nonprofit focused on conservation is to help developers and communities really build trust with each other. But a lot of that onus sits on the developer who wants to bring a project to a new community. And we also want to see stronger, more positive relationships with local agencies, the ones that do the local permitting, develop the local ordinances. And last, as a part of that, once those relationships have been strengthened and there is a good level of trust, then we're in a position to help address the misconceptions that exist around how renewable energy is likely to impact a community, because that is a big part of the problem too. Before we start talking with the panel, and we're going to have everybody talk a little bit about their experience and their roles, I did want to invite my colleague Carlos up here to talk specifically about the work that we're doing with communities and how we can help build that trust with communities. Carlos leads our work on energy and environmental justice. And please come up here and I'll just head over.
Thank you, Colin. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Are we good? For some of us, this might be the first day. For others, we're already started, and for maybe all of us, we've been preparing for this week for a while now. So I'm very happy to see a lot of colleagues, friends, and members of this broad and diverse community of practice here with us. As Colin said, thank you for the introductions. I'm Carlos Clausel. I'm the manager for climate and environmental justice with the climate team at WWF. And within WWF and within the work we do and how we center climate and environmental justice, we operate across like opposite ends of a broad spectrum. We partner and collaborate with amazing climate environmental justice champions, like Dr. Robert Bullard, the father of environmental justice and the Bullard Center, like Jerome Shabazz, the current EPA NEJAC co-chair. We collaborate with organizations that work within the intersections of climate, nature, and labor. And we also work with community-based organizations. And then on the other side of the equation, we work around corporate sustainability. We work with a diverse group of corporate partners that are very committed to meeting their sustainability objectives, to helping drive and advance this most important renewable energy transition that should be a just transition as well. And within that, there's a way that we advance this transition that brings those objectives and those benefits that we all know of, that we meet our climate commitments, but we also can cause a lot of harm as well. Therefore, this conversation that we're going to have with this amazing esteemed set of panelists, facilitated by Colin and myself, is about having that conversation around how do we center community and nature positive processes and outcomes as part of this transition, and how do we prioritize communities that are often underserved, underlooked, under-resourced, as the federal government utilizes the term disadvantaged communities. How do we make sure that this transition and all these set of very important clean energy projects that we need to implement also produce social, economic, and environmental co-benefits, and benefits for local communities, benefits for local workforce stakeholders as well. And how do we foster a process in which those actors, those stakeholders, those communities are part of the planning process, are co-creators, and help us achieve a lot of the solutions that are needed in order to have a successful short and long-term implementation process. So thank you all for being here. I'm very excited to listen to. I know all of you from a while now, so I'm definitely very excited to learn more about, hear your insights and learn about your perspectives. Thank you, Colin.
All right. Thanks, Carlos. I want to start with Sarah, and really jumping off from where Carlos kind of wrapped us up. How do you see the work of building out energy infrastructure while centering it on communities, and in particular communities that have historically been disadvantaged?
Well, I can share a little bit about the work that's happening at DOE right now, and I have some DOE colleagues in the audience who are working on it. So first off, we're doing all the things. We have now selected or awarded $80 billion in projects. I think 1,700 big competitively awarded projects. That's, I think, 7,000 miles of transmission, 800 manufacturing facilities, 33 projects that are in the hardest to decarbonize industries. So we're doing the moving fast. And with almost all of those projects and funding opportunity announcements, as we call it, we have a community benefit plan requirement, which is really kind of how we're trying to think about institutionalizing, centering community in this work. And we incorporate into all aspects of our process. So when you submit an application for an award with DOE, you submit a community benefit plan. There's 4 components in that: community and labor engagement, investing in quality jobs, DEAA, and Justice 40. That, when your application is scored, is part of your merit review process. That's generally 20% of your score, which is pretty significant. And if your project is selected, those community benefits are generally negotiated as part of the award process and included in the final cooperative agreement. So we're not separating those things out. those are part of what we might call your go, no-go determinations. So if you meet certain milestones, you continue to get money, and we're trying to integrate those community and worker values throughout that entirety of that process. And we're doing this for a few reasons. We're doing this because we believe in these policies. They are the Biden-Harris administration policies. It is how we are effectuating the Justice 40 commitments as a federal agency and our own equity action plan, and also because they de-risk our investments. So I think to the first point on there, how are we going to do these things? These are also risk mitigation measures. So community benefit agreements, which we'll talk about today, in addition to really giving local communities the opportunity to say what they want and what concerns they have, there's consideration for that, and that is supporting the project through a complicated and sometimes contentious local permitting process. And that's real. That's why developers like those things. Project labor agreement and collective bargaining agreements and community workforce agreements, they secure a workforce, which is going to be, we have a huge amount of projects that are coming online at the same time because we are doing our job really well, and we will need workers, and we will need workers in local communities. Requirements like local and targeted hiring and recruiting and putting workforce supports in place like childcare will increase our labor pool and help us get the workers we need and make sure those jobs are actually going to those communities. And partnerships and contracting with local and minority businesses will help us secure the contractors and suppliers we need. So we're doing all those things because they're the right thing to do and because they de-risk our investments. They're also what financing parties are looking at, and each of our projects, for the most part, will require 50% private financing. So that's a kind of snapshot of what we're thinking of it, but we view it as integral to our process. It's not an add-on. It's necessary to do this work right.
First of all, that's just an incredible pace that the department is working at, and to deploy at that pace while also, in my view, I guess I would say, I think it's fair to say, kind of revolutionizing the way that developers, whether it's utilities or others that are building these things, the way that they approach that is very impressive. I'm curious if, just really quickly, what the reception has been, I guess, from the industry. I can imagine that in some cases there might be some hesitation or questions, but do you feel like there's headway there?
Well, I think it's interesting. I actually don't think it's necessarily revolutionary to how successful developers have been developing projects for a long time. I think it's newer to probably some of our newer entrants, and it provides the framework for how to do things right. So, one of the things that we ask for is in our application, and we look at pretty carefully, do you have support letters from local community-based organizations and unions and all that? And so that kind of sets the groundwork for, okay, these are the types of partners we should be looking at. And I think most smart developers are doing that already. They might not do it quite as early in the process as we're doing, but we're setting up the framework for what I would say successful developers are generally already doing. Like even the Justice 40 piece, which is new terminology, I think going in, understanding the community you are entering, the historic harms, what the impacts might be, and what you can do to mitigate and provide benefits, that is a practice that good developers have always been doing. And it's, again, I think the terminology might be new and for some entrants, but the practices match development processes and also what financing parties are looking at.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you so much, Sarah. Yinka, speaking of working with good developers, obviously your organization is very focused on that. I'd love to hear a little bit about Sustain Our Future and some of the stories that you have, at least in the near term. I know it's a relatively new organization.
Yeah, so I'll start off by saying for our company, which we're a nonprofit organization, and we work with developers, we work with corporate buyers of clean energy to really help them embed equity and environmental justice principles into their planning, their siting, and their development approaches. And so we do a lot of work with developers, but my favorite thing that we do is encourage developers to actually redistribute a part of their project profits into local community benefit initiatives. So we steward funds that developers commit to local impact. So this year we've announced agreements with AES Corporation, which is an energy developer, and partnered with their team as Microsoft, an energy buyer, purchased energy from that developer. we partnered with their team to steward a $1.5 million local community benefits fund for Central California community members. And what that looks like is working in partnership with local community practitioners to really identify where those dollars should go. Wherever we do our grant making work, it is co-created with community practitioners because, ultimately the community members know best where these funding should go in support of their own environmental justice outcomes. And we center environmental justice because for us, the ultimate goal of sustainability, clean energy deployment, is environmental justice, right? So when we're connecting back to community benefits, the why is because as we're progressing a more sustainable future, it is so critical for us to heal the legacies of harm that have been created by development as usual practices, right? That often sacrifice those in our frontline communities. And so we center environmental justice as a framework because when we do that, that's when you get the community buy-in, right? When they recognize that this isn't just a transactional sort of engagement, a developer isn't just coming and saying, I'm going to give you a little bit of money so you can be quiet. When you share with them that, no, we're going to use funding, we're going to reimagine our development approaches so it's more in alignment with equity and environmental justice so that your long-term benefit is centered in this. That's when you have community members saying, yeah, I am on board with this agenda. So that's the work that we do. We work very closely with developers. And one additional deal I want to name, a recent announcement is with Pivot Clean Energy. And that deal is very different from the conventional approach of leveraging utility scale energy procurement, because this is really community scale projects. So smaller scale projects aggregated across the country. What this allows us to do is get hyper-local across many communities across the United States. And as Pivot is developing projects, we're going to be working in close collaboration with the local community members who live in proximity to those projects so that they can derive really great benefits. And I'm talking about workforce development strategies. I'm talking about community greening and resiliency strategies, in addition to things like supporting advocacy, outreach, and organizing entities as well.
That's great to hear. Both of those projects sound incredible. I'm curious, you mentioned the need to work with local community organizations, local practitioners. What does that look like practically for a developer that has maybe a national or even global footprint? How can they build those relationships?
A great question. So I think a general consideration in doing this work is recognizing first that environmental justice is so context specific. And so outcomes in terms of environmental justice outcomes aren't going to look the same across communities everywhere, right? There's local histories and experiences that are hyper specific to that context. So it's very difficult for a developer who may work nationally or even globally to sort of identify in every single community what are those very specific issues to then solution around. So one tip that I have for developers is leveraging partnerships. Sustain Our Future functions as an intermediary so that developers don't have to expend a lot of energy they don't really have to really understand the hyper-specific needs of each community that they're dealing with. But me and my team, we have the capacity to do that outreach, and we have the expertise to do that outreach. So what it could look like is a developer working through intermediaries like Sustain Our Future, who know the local needs and have the energy to really be in conversation with local practitioners. Often you'll see community members feeling a lot of antagonism to big companies coming in and changing their local landscapes. But when we show up as a network of organizers and folks with environmental justice goals in mind, you can see the sort of hesitation sort of break down, right? Because when my team has conversations with these local practitioners, it's a totally different goal in mind, and we're just received differently. So I think to really understand what's going on the ground, leveraging the expertise that folks that do that work really, really well is super important.
That's great. Thank you so much. And Becky, I have to wonder, obviously, as a very successful developer, I'm sure Leeward has had the whole range of experiences with communities. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what is working well as a developer and where you maybe have challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think as a developer, things tend to work well when we walk into a community and we listen to what their wants and needs are before we start to take action. And that really requires early engagement, and a lot of developers aren't necessarily comfortable with that. There's kind of like a chicken and egg scenario where you don't want to tip the community off to a project before it is material. And if it's speculative, then you don't necessarily want to develop a full engagement plan. But we have started to do very early engagement in communities earlier than we typically would have. And what we found is that when we do that, we can set a tone of wanting to be transparent with a community, wanting to listen to their needs and react to those. And it just kind of gets us off on better footing with the community. And for the projects that we've done that with, we've found that we can build a groundswell of support within the community for the project. You build trust early on, and you make your good intentions known. I should back up and say Leeward is a developer, but we're a long-term owner-operator. And so, that kind of makes us a little different from some of the other developers that are out there, because when we invest in communities, we are in it for the long term. We plan to hire, staff that are local, that will live locally and help operate these projects, and they'll be members of the community. And so that, that kind of frames how we approach community engagement. One of the other things that we have just recently started to roll out is an ESMS program. Is everyone familiar with what that stands for? So it, my head of ESG, this is kind of her baby. It stands for an environmental and sustainability management system. And it is, to Sarah's point, something that our financiers and our offtake partners are starting to demand from us. And it is kind of a multi-pronged approach that touches on a lot of different aspects of our business and kind of holds us accountable. And so there is a community engagement piece to that, where we are standardizing our community engagement process. We've got kind of a matrix where we identify all the different stakeholders in a community, and we think about ways that we can share benefits with the community, and we outline all of that in these plans that are very standardized. And we are doing that across every project now, whether it's in development, construction, or operation, and that's a living document that is continually updated. Another prong of that is our approach to how we're procuring equipment and contemplating, whether we're sourcing materials domestically, making sure that we're only sourcing materials that are produced in a responsible way. And then we've also got land stewardship initiatives that are part of that program as well. And so it is, as we're rolling out this new program, it's creating transparency and accountability. Our board of directors has eyes on it, our financiers, our partners, and it allows us to kind of, again, open up the transparency and demonstrate where and how we're engaging. And it's a company-wide initiative, so it's clear to everyone that, hey, this is not just on the public affairs team or the development team. We're all accountable to this, and we all have to kind of follow these plans moving forward.
That sounds like an important move forward. I guess when I try and think from another developer's perspective, maybe one that doesn't always engage early, it sounds like that's one of the key things there. You're de-risking the project successfully, but does it come at a cost? Are there other risks that you create? How does Leeward view this? Is it just fully beneficial, or are there barriers that it might create that we can work on?
If you were to ask my developers, they'd say absolutely. Like, it creates some new risks, and it's uncomfortable to engage early when that hasn't been your business practice in the past. So, one of the concerns is, if you engage early, if there is opposition, does it allow them more time to kind of mobilize and organize? I think another is if you are engaging too early before you have full site control, does it drive competition with other developers, because then they know where you're planning development and they can kind of go and compete to lease property against you. And so there's a number of considerations in doing it, but I think our team is realizing that the benefits in a lot of ways are outweighing the risks, and it's really helping us build strong relationships within communities.
That's great to hear. I do have a few more questions for the panel, but then also want to hand it over to the audience and make sure we have time for some questions. So please get your questions ready. I think for the group, I would love to hear thoughts, and maybe Sarah, we could start with you. You've already talked about this a little bit, but what do you think are the key successful elements of a community benefits plan or agreement?
Well, I think those are two very different questions. So, I'll say, in the DOE Community Benefit Plan is a term of art that is new to DOE, and it's our framework document, it's our application document, and it's our guiding piece. So the Community Benefit Agreement is one of the key vehicles or mechanisms within it, and I think the way the Community Benefit framework template works is we give a whole bunch of really good example commitments that we hope that applicants put in copy and paste and say how they'll do that in their applications. And so community benefit agreements are interspersed as a key way to realize community engagement in many of our other values, like Justice 40. It's a great vehicle for equity. But we are not a party to them. I can give some best practices from my former life, where I worked on these quite a bit, and I worked on renewable energy siting since 2007, including using many of these agreements in early forms. And that's, I think, as Yinka got to, the content of what the benefits are change, right? Those are dictated by community. In the DOE context, we also have federal allowable cost principles, so not everything will be something that's paid for. That's important, and we are paying 50% of these benefits, so that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind. But there's certain structural things in a community benefit agreement that you always want to see. You want to see a diverse coalition that can really speak for their constituencies and their communities. That takes also a ton of resources. It's very resource intensive to do this work. You should have good legal representation. It should be enforceable. It should be clear. And I am an advocate for a double layer of enforceability. I think when these are successful, they're also incorporated into a land use planning document, a zoning document, a development agreement to add that secondary level of enforcement. But those are some of the key pieces.
Yinka, any thoughts on key elements from your perspective?
Well, first, I just want to thank the DOE for creating some scaffolding. It's so helpful for people to really understand very plainly what they should be striving for. I'll speak from my vantage point as trying to cultivate environmental justice outcomes in community. I think it's very helpful to organize benefits planning and community engagement from the perspective of doing so during the planning stages of a project, the siting stages, and then the development, honestly, across the project life cycle, even toward the eventual deconstruction of the project. How are you including community input to shape the planning, the siting, the development, and then the deconstruction, and making sure that the community stakeholders involved in this project are really deeply involved, can spotlight opportunities, and can also spotlight potential barriers and hurdles. I think often when people center environmental justice in their approaches, they're afraid of the opposition, the potential opposition that can be created when you center EJ communities. But I want folks to know in this room that environmental justice can be just as fruitful as it can be oppositional. And when you work with environmental justice advisors, community stakeholders that may not even identify as an environmental justice advisor, they can spotlight opportunities for you. And the earlier you engage with them, the earlier you can recognize, well, maybe we shouldn't site here because that's a culturally sensitive location. Let's identify a different location. So anyway, I think first thinking about across the project lifecycle, how can you cultivate great community input, but in terms of very specific benefits, I think definitely labor standards is an immense one. I think having very creative mechanisms for community members to define what the end result of the benefits are. So that could be through a community fund, or it can be just engaging them and having them lay out for you what specifically they would like to see for their communities. But I also think that benefits agreements and plans should encompass things like environmental standards. You know, we work with indigenous practitioners who are very, very specific about like environmental ecosystem restoration outcomes that are also conducive to their cultural vitalization. So encompassing things like environmental standards and approaches is so critical. And then lastly, I think benefits plans, trying to think if there's any other. Well, one thing that we love to see are diverse suppliers. So in addition to really high quality jobs, how are you as a developer also including supplier diversity? You know, when you're working with an EPC, how is that EPC making sure that you know, the contractors they're working with are diverse contractors? So you can do that by standardizing certain EPC requirements, but also as a developer, encouraging the proliferation of a diverse supplier network. And that looks like very creative workforce development supports and things of that nature. There's so many different dimensions of impact and benefits that we can cultivate. And I think all of it really just starts with asking community stakeholders, what does success look like for you? The last thing I will say before I turn it over is, you know, we often say opposition, NIMBYism, but it's so important for us to be specific about where that opposition comes from our community stakeholders, right? It doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from a very specific legacy and history of exploitation, right? And if we're doing our due diligence in like eradicating that behavior, you'll see the community buy-in.
So, Becky, obviously each community is very different, as we've talked about, but from your perspective and with this new approach that Leeward has taken, would love to hear your thoughts on how you've had success with communities. What are the elements that have made that work?
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about kind of a portfolio of projects that are still in progress. We've got several projects that we are developing kind of in the same community in southern Arizona, some on federal land, some on private land. And there are several Native American tribes in the region. And for us, it was really important to engage very early on with those tribes to understand, okay, where are their sensitivities? How, you know, how can we be responsive to those? What are their needs? What are their interests? We do a lot of philanthropic giving within the communities that host us. And so, you know, if we're gonna be making contributions, where those contributions most needed and most valued. And, you know, I would say this particular effort is a work in progress, but what we've heard is, look, preserving our culture is very important to us, and we could, you know, funds could be very sorely used in kind of that cultural preservation. There's an educational element to it. And so we're working with the tribes actively to figure out, okay, how can we support those needs? Can we help you build a cultural, you know, preservation center, some sort of education center, and we're working to understand, okay, if we make a substantial investment, what does that look like? And we're doing it kind of hand in hand with the tribes, you know, and having them kind of lead us and steer us toward what is going to be most impactful to them. And I think oftentimes, and I see this even internally, don't tell my executives I said that, but you know, sometimes there is within the development community this attitude where we think we understand what a community needs better than they do themselves. And you'll see developers go in and want to be overly prescriptive about where and how they're giving. And I really encourage my team to take that different approach where we're listening and we're giving them what they need. We're not telling them what we think they need and giving them something that's not actually going to be useful.
Thanks for that, Becky. That's really helpful, and to me it brings up a question. We've been talking mostly about what developers can do. What are the proper approaches for a community benefits agreement? I want to talk a little bit about what communities need, not in terms of a specific community's needs, but to be able to engage. And Yinka, I'd like to start with you. I'm curious from your perspective. I know that some communities are very under-resourced, and certainly engaging on a kind of complex energy project is not necessarily a possibility. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or examples on how we as a community focused on this transition can support communities in that way.
I have lots of thoughts. Well, I think I encounter a lot of community members who don't even know they can ask for anything. So I think there's still a significant amount of education for specific communities that they can actually derive benefits from infrastructure projects. That's one major thing. Another thing is, as we're requiring developers to adhere to certain community engagement standards, one of my worries is that we may have, very hot pocket regions, prime for solar development. We may have these communities who are overly engaged by different developers, right? Can you imagine a community that has to navigate 10 different developers wanting to construct 10 different community benefit plans? That's really burdensome. And just to contextualize these locations, they're often deeply rural environments, not a lot of people residing there. So it's often the same community group that's engaged and engaged and engaged. So how can we better create, harmonization of developer strategies for community benefits and really root the ultimate goal of those benefits in, again, the self-determined needs that the community members construct. And in my vision, that looks like working with community members for them to create their own, like, climate action plans or environmental justice plans. And so when a developer does come, they can say, well, we already have something that you have to adhere to. So how can we better encourage developers to lean into what I like, asset-based community development, right? Understanding what's already going on and tapping into that as opposed to creating your own sort of goal and taking a siloed approach. So I think first educating community members so that they know that this is a thing. You can actually derive benefits. You can actually shape the ultimate outcomes of these projects. And making sure that developers are aware that they have a burdening potential in their outreach and engagement and helping to deter that.
Becky, I'm curious, and I'm not trying to create tension here, but does that resonate with you? Have you run into communities that are just simply not able to, even when you're trying to engage with them early, not able to kind of don't have the resources to work with you? Do you think what Yinka is proposing is that likely to work out?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So if you just watch me, I took notes on that because it's not something that I've thought of, and I don't think my team's been thinking that way. And asking a community, hey, do you already have a sustainability plan? If so, how can we align and support the goals that you have in there? That's a great, easy first question to ask. I think. Colin, ask your question again. I'm sorry, I just blanked.
Well, no, I was just
I was like so excited about what Yinka just said.
Right. I guess I'm just from the experiences that you've had so far. Have you run into barriers where communities simply don't have the resources to collaborate with you?
100%. I think we go into many different types of communities, and candidly, most of our projects are rural. A lot of the communities that we're working in are not well resourced. They aren't sure how to engage with us, and they don't have experts that can help them understand these things. And it, in a lot of cases, we'll kind of attempt that engagement and we'll get pushed away because they don't know what we're asking. They don't understand what we're asking or how to respond. And, in some cases, it's easier to say no than, finding the resources to help them really understand what the proposition is. One of the things that we do try to do, and Yinka, you mentioned this earlier, like we do always try to hire local consultants that can help us as we are creating those stakeholder engagement plans and identifying who all of the critical stakeholders are, we will lean on someone locally that already has that knowledge, that lives in the community or near the community and has that understanding, because we recognize that, if we could create a matrix of all the stakeholders and get it completely wrong, right, and miss really critical groups in that assessment, unless we've got someone locally that can help guide us in the right direction.
That's great to hear. So it all comes back to starting with the local community, starting early, and that can help to avoid it. Just to reframe it a little bit, and then Sarah, I'd be curious to hear from your perspective. Obviously, you've had a history of working with communities on these issues, and now with the Department of Energy, the pace of deployment is just remarkable. And as Yinka mentioned, there is this concern potentially of communities being overburdened. How's the department dealing with that? And then just to tee this up, we're going to shift to audience questions after this, okay?
I'm going to give a pre-department answer and how the department's dealing with it. Okay, so I'm based in California. I was there for I started my career in project finance on developer side as the first public land solar projects were getting going, and I switched to the Sierra Club, so I spent about 8 years challenging, supporting, coming to agreement on solar and wind projects throughout the US. So there's one answer, and that's called advanced planning. So, to Yinka's point about capacity for everyone, we need landscape scale planning. And that was what was effective in California. We did something called the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan, a lot of other county level planning with funding that came from the state and federal government, so that there was actually a zoning process which said, okay, here's where is important for community, here's where we want renewable energy development, and here's where conservation. And I don't think this isn't from department side, but I think that's the only way you do it as you get into some of these communities with a lot of projects happening at the same time. So that would just be the answer. I would say from the department side, we're doing some really exciting stuff. We announced an initiative called READY, which is the Regional Energy Democracy Initiative in the Gulf South, where we have quite a number of DOE investments coming in to really historical, overburdened environmental justice communities that are, we have a great number of projects. We're doing decarbonization, we're doing hydrogen, we're doing all this great stuff that's happening all at the same time. And so what that process is it's standing up a consortium that will be anchored by a minority serving institution, community-based organization, a legal support services, and a labor group to kind of design what that region would need. And then optimally, then some of our projects would feed into it. So these bigger ticket things like emergency services and clean energy, and that you can't really get with, I would say, like piecemeal benefits or mitigation. It's looking at that regional scale, and I hope that's an initiative that we see replicated in different areas of the country. And DOE, I think, paid for the first tranche of it, which is super exciting. And I think moving forward, we're probably looking for other partners.
That's great to hear. Thank you all. It's an honor to be able to ping you all with these questions that have been in the back of my head for a while now. And Carlos has a microphone, and we'll bring it around.
Yeah, before we get into the questions from the audience, I would just want to share with you all that WWF's work within helping integrate a community benefits framework or strategy as part of corporate sustainability, as part of engaging this set of actors. We are doing a lot of work around that as part of external-facing initiatives and coalitions like America's All In, where Sarah Freeman has been extremely helpful in helping us develop the right type of webinars and educating community-based organizations, and also our climate environmental justice champions like the Bullard Center in helping communities understand the federal community benefits framework and how the Department of Energy is utilizing this set of federal policies like Justice 40, investing in America's workforce, to educate community members and educate community benefits organizations as well, so that they can be active participants and be better prepared to engage with developers and clients. At the same time, other initiatives that WWF is a part of, like Renewable Thermal Collaborative, is then working on with large energy buyers. And we're working with Yinka and Sustain Our Future Foundation to develop the first community benefits handbook, so that not only the developers, but also the buyers are in a better position to understand how to navigate this process, how to, as a client of developers, how they can ask the right questions, how they can present the right proposals, and try to foster the best deals that integrate communities input, that truly delivers on these social, economic, and environmental benefits for communities while meeting their sustainability goals. We have some corporate champions here that have been pioneering this work. I'm not going to put people on, the spot, but I want to encourage you all to follow the work that all these great speakers are doing, and the work that WWF is doing around integrating community benefits, so that we can foster and secure a just transition that benefits everyone. So with that, I want to make sure there are questions. I have a couple of questions. All right. Hello.
While he's getting there, I'll just add to the list of the new program that I'm managing, which is called the Community Positive Energy Transition, which is community centered and sees that as the primary path to accelerating renewable energy. But thanks for that, Carlos.
Hi, thank you for sharing all of your mana'o. I'm Topher Dean. I'm from Recycle Hawaii and my organization Clean the Pacific. I would like to say that Hawaii is like a metaphor for planet Earth. You can see the finite land mass right there. So I would just say that it's whenever developers come to Hawaii, they typically do not do any community outreach because they know what the answer is. No. Because you can see there's a limited amount of land, and we're just clinging to it. So I have a question about how, like habitat loss, that's the #1 cause of extinction in this planet. The whole planet is engaged in capitalism. Every investor wants their money to grow. That means more exploitation of resources. And there's a finite amount of land and resources like that. I don't know how we're going to mitigate the consumption and exploitation of land when everyone wants to increase their quality of life.
That's that's the center of the challenge, right? And that's why we have this new program at WWF. We're very focused on working with communities, working with the industry to improve their practices. I'm curious to hear if anyone here has thoughts on this, but I'll just say it is going to be very, very challenging. It's going to require a lot of work, and we can't just kind of pursue this in a business as usual context. I don't know. Yinka, do you have any?
I have a quick response to that. First, yes, I hard agree. Also, I think technology has to be better, and we'll see. I've been saying that we're experiencing a sustainability renaissance, and when it comes to the amount of innovation with sustainable technology, it's just beyond. And so I think the future of this work looks like better integration with nature, and I'm excited to see what the future of like agrovoltaics, for example, looks like for solar deployment specifically. But maybe over drinks we could talk about degrowth. I don't know if that's appropriate for the panel, but yeah, I think there's harsh realities when it comes to what is it? There's a quote that's like, the ideology of a cancer cell is growing without bounds, right? And I don't identify as a cancer cell, so.
All right, I think I saw some other questions.
Thank you again for the great discussion. I have a question for all three of you, and I think you'll see it from different perspectives. But what are some of the metrics or assessment frameworks that you actually use to quantify the success or failures of some of these involvement programs? And then does the DOE or NGOs or developers publish guidance that technicians and consultants can rely on, so when they go to start these programs, they have like a step-by-step book of how to approach, how to assess the approach, how to assess the outcomes, and how to plan for conflict management, negative outcomes, and then come all the way back to the front and restart?
I can answer from the DOE. So we have actually a bunch of reporting metrics. We have Justice 40 reporting metrics. We have community benefit reporting metrics that some might say we over-report. So we do have a lot of different reporting metrics, and they are a key part of measuring that, because we really do want to measure the impacts and the benefits. So that would be a yes. I am not the person who knows the intricacies of those, but they do exist. And then I think to the second question, so I think the best thing we have now at DOE is our actual template, our community benefits plan template, which is pretty detailed. There's 3 pieces to it: big projects, R&D, and then feed projects. We're in the process of publishing really some kind of like one-page fact sheets on some key pieces of the plan, and we just pushed out a new allowable cost community benefit plan one-pager. But I think I would, as a large agency, it's hard for us to prepare and publish probably what you're looking for. But there are some really good kind of NGO partners out there, and perhaps Yinka's project, when she gets going, we'll get to that. But I would look to our template. We're pretty specific about examples.
Well, we do conduct environmental justice and equity due diligencing for projects. So we work with developers as they're building out their projects to sort of assess along various equity and environmental justice considerations how their project is shaping up. And that looks like conversations with the developer and even at times working with local community members to really understand that very specific landscape and history. And so that's like the project development side. When we're issuing out funds, our grant making work, we actually do evaluate the impact of our grants along 4 key impact and benefit areas, from economic to environment to community health, and then lastly, systems change. And so when we work in partnership with our grantee partners, we have what we call project planning meetings, where we set along those 4 benefit areas key performance indicators and co-create them with the grantee partners in our effort to not be too prescriptive in what we define as success. We ask them, so okay, if you're getting a grant to do a home retrofit, right, like fuel switch or weatherization, what do you consider to be the economic, the health, the environment, systems change benefit associated with that? And they may say, well, X amount of homes could be considered environment, and reducing X amount of indoor air quality can be considered health. So we do evaluate our metrics our work along those metric points.
And Becky, I just want to change it up slightly for you and ask, is this something that you think the industry as a whole should be taking on?
100%. So I was going to say, so Leeward personally has an annual sustainability report that we release every spring. I think we are setting goals to kind of broaden and expand that report as the years go on. But sustainability is maybe a little misleading, and maybe it should be called our ESG report, because it does speak to our community impacts and the contributions that we're making to communities. It talks about recycling. So we have been in the business long enough that we have wind facilities that have reached the point of repowering, and very proud that we recycle all of our wind turbines when we repower them, including the blades. And and so it attempts to quantify all of that and create some transparency. I mentioned our ESMS program, and I think that will kind of further ramp up our reporting. So we are as part of that system, we are now for the first time capturing all of the philanthropic contributions that we are making across our entire portfolio. And it feels like that's something we should have been doing for years, but we were not. And so it's all being kind of, aggregated in one location so that we really do have visibility into, what are the true impacts that we're creating in these communities. And then the last thing I'll say is, to Colin's point, I think, LRE specifically is not, working on creating guidebooks or guidance, but we are very active members of some of the industry trade associations. And so the trades like American Clean Power Association are very much working on those types of tools and resources, and our team is contributing to those, but we feel like, maybe they're a little more impactful and powerful if they're not coming from one developer, but, the broader industry voice.
Thanks, Becky. I think we have time for one more question in the back.
Hi, Colin. This is Bruce McKinney with the Nature Conservancy, and thanks for the panel, and thanks for all the good work you're all doing. My question relates to the title of the group here, of the session here, Moving Faster. And one of the things that helps move faster are kind of having some benchmarks and standards, and I'm wondering, for community benefits, how you all are looking at that, given Yinka's comment about the hyper-specific needs and goals the community might have, but the more we can have clear benchmarks and standards, the faster industry can go. How do you look at that? And I guess a second thing is just whether the DOE grant program will have a lot of data that maybe will inform that.
So yes, I think as mentioned, we do have a lot of reporting metrics. A lot of those are going up to OMB, particularly in the Justice 40. So I hope that there will be kind of a wealth of data to pull from. In terms of your question around standards, I totally agree. I think even over the course of our program, as we first started this community benefits, which was before my time, I think there was a lot of, thought of like every community is really unique, every project is really unique. Let's not really give a lot of guidelines here. And frankly, what we got back showed we needed more guidelines. So our current CBP template, which I think is like version 3 or 4, really is much more specific into the commitments we want to see. And I think we reflect that in our scoring. So there's other ways we're getting to that. I think I think to the point that's the approach we have taken. I think there are other approaches you can take. I think it's some of these county zoning processes, or which I think I don't think those are all bad. I think that there are good benchmarks and pieces to put in there that can get to a certain quality of outcome. Like we're seeing really good community benefit ordinances in certain cities and counties that say, you come into our community, you have to do this amount of supplier diversity, this amount of local hire, that standardizes things and probably leads to some high quality outcomes.
I love the question, and the way I think about it is we should set a floor for equity-based and environmental justice-based standards, and I'm so glad that the DOE has done that, and allow the community members to define the ceiling, right? So there are certain things that apply universally across developer, across project, things like labor standards and so forth. That I think that should certainly be standardized. But some of the more ambitious outcomes that community members define for themselves, let them define it.
Thanks, Yinka. I think we're just at about time, but I have one last lightning round question. So this is for the panel. And Carlos, I'm actually going to ask you for your thoughts on this question too. Imagine you're baking a climate justice cake. What are the ingredients that the Department of Energy, Sustain Our Future, that Leeward Renewables bring to that?
So I have loved this question, and I've given it like way too much thought over the last few days. But I think we're the sourdough starter. So we're not a cake, but we're really like kind of lifting off a lot of new technologies. You know, we've brought $80 billion. We have, I mean, the amount of private capital that's come from that and will continue to come is huge. So we're lifting off, we're starting things with our technologies, and we're doing the same with the community benefits, which we're trying to incorporate across technologies.
I would say my ingredient is very expensive, just FYI. I would say radical imagination. I think so much of this work exists beyond conventional practices, and it requires us to just think differently. So a little bit of radical imagination, and then a spirit of collaboration, right? Working with folks you may not traditionally work with to get the job done.
And I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to say, I'm going to ask you all what your favorite kind of cake is first, because I want to make sure the ingredient that I'm bringing is going to support that cake.
Oh, I see. This
And-
is very,
you know, and I'm going to make sure that you don't already have that ingredient, so that I'm bringing something new.
Good answer. All right. Now, Carlos, you're leading our work in this space.
I would say, and to quote some of my mentors and friends in the space, co-creating a recipe. I think there are many different cakes that are all delicious. There are some cakes that are terrible. I think we're in the business of making amazing, tasty cakes that everyone can enjoy, and that takes collaboration, co-creation, and partnership. So we want to foster that.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to the session today. Today, we're going to talk about some success stories in decarbonizing renewable thermal energy. Today, I'm joined by Room Gupta from Skyvin Technologies, Umesh Goswami from Roche, and Ian Knight from Mars. Our goal for the next hour is to talk about success stories, case studies, and leadership in industrial decarbonization. But mostly, we're kind of here a little bit to nerd out, talk about heat pumps, talk about pinch analyses, talk about Terra, BTUs, and the like. You might hear about waste recovery and spark spreads. You might hear about COP, coefficient of productivity. So if I haven't lost you yet, you're in the right room. If you're starting to wonder what those things mean, you're probably still in the right room, because what you're going to hear a lot about this week at Climate Week is a lot of really important, really critical conversations about future pathways and historical responsibilities, both critically important discussions. But for the next hour here, we're going to talk about things that are going on in the real world right now to decarbonize hard to decarbonize sectors. And we want to celebrate that work that's going on. And we also want to learn from it, and we want to promote lesson learning and the sharing of those lessons, capturing those lessons. And so we're going to do a little bit of that here today. First, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to introduce, just spend a minute introducing the RTC, that's the Renewable Thermal Collaborative. And all of the companies here participate in that coalition. I'm also just going to spend a brief minute kind of providing some context on thermal energy and industrial decarbonization in the U.S. So let me find my clicker here. Oh, no, we'll go back. So renewable thermal electricity is really what we talk about when we think about Scope 1 emissions. It's the on-site energy at the facilities of big companies. And as you can see, it's a huge part of the global energy picture. 50% of global final energy. It's a massive part of the picture, but it's often thought of as the forgotten part of the energy picture. We think of a lot of work that's being done with renewable electricity and the power sector. We think of a lot of work that's being done on transport with EVs and modal shift. But the last part of this picture is with thermal energy and with industrial decarbonization. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So what is the Renewable Thermal Collaborative? The RTC is a global coalition co-convened by WWF and the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, both 501c3s, and David Gardner Associates, which is a policy and energy consulting firm in Washington, D.C. It's a global coalition that works with companies to help them identify and move through technology, market, and policy barriers. So the RTC was founded in 2017. It was really kind of a bit ahead of the curve at that time. There wasn't a lot going on. It started small, about 17 companies. It's started to accelerate since 2021. We had a real boost by winning the 2030 Climate Challenge, which was a prize of $10 million. And from that point, it has really started to accelerate. We're up over 110 participating companies. We think of the companies in two groups. The first is members. Those are the companies or the brands that have Scope 1 emissions. You can see the current membership there, although that slide might already be out of date. And then we think of the technologies or the solution providers. And this is an incredibly diverse group of companies that help those members to reduce their emissions, either by providing technology solutions like RNG or green hydrogen or solar thermal or thermal storage, or by being market intermediaries or even other coalitions like the Clean Energy Buyers Association. So what does the RTC do? The RTC is part learning and knowledge organization, part networking organization, part organizing and convening organization. And you can see there's a variety of work streams within the RTC. We do policy work both on the education, advocacy, and on policy implementation side. and we do lots of convening, bringing buyers and solution providers together to find solutions and to start moving towards action. And that's going to be the key catchphrase today. So finally, one of the big convenings that we work on is the RTC Summit, and that's going to take place next week in Washington, D.C. The summit is a great opportunity to bring this whole community, this growing community together to learn and to connect and to move towards solutions. I believe the good news in some ways is that the summit for this year is sold out, although there is a waiting list. I believe some companies are coming, some people are coming off the waiting list, so you can use the QR code to go to the website and learn more about the summit. Next, I just want to briefly set the stage. So when we're talking about the action today and the progress of these companies are taking, we're talking about thermal emissions in the U.S. This is the breakdown from the RTC's Renewable Thermal Vision Report in the U.S. So this is basically the problem statement. This is where the thermal emissions in the U.S. are, in which sectors and in which relative amounts. And you can see that that's not the whole story. What we also see is that when we look a little bit closer, each of those bars represents emissions from specific manufacturing and industrial processes. And those processes use heat at particular temperatures. So we also, in the Renewable Thermal Vision Report, looked a little deeper. Well, what were those actual temperatures that were applied to those processes and those heat? And when we looked at that, we saw a little more specifically, that some of that heat was low heat, some was medium, and some was high heat. So that gave us a little more of a bit of the picture, a little bit more of the context. And so what we understood is that 76% of those total emissions were actually at medium or low heat. So that starts to allow us to understand a little bit more about what are the solutions that are available for decarbonizing that heat. And for low heat applications, we can think more about electrification than at high heat applications where we may need other solutions such as green hydrogen. And the last slide, before we turn to the case studies, is that the Renewable Vision Report also found something that has been reinforced in many other reports, even if the language is slightly different or the presentation, which is there's no single solution to this, that you're going to need a variety of solutions. And we think of this in our report as the 5 parallel pathways. So we see that we're going to need electrification and to green the grid. We know that we're also going to need clean fuels and renewable thermal solutions. We're going to need to do all of these things. We're going to need to scale them up rapidly. And what we also know is that there's opportunities now to get started on some of these things right away. And so with that, we want to turn to what these leaders, what these companies are leading by doing and starting to work on those right away. So first, we're going to start with Arun Gupta. Arun is the founder and CEO of Skyvent Technologies, which is an energy-as-a-service company pioneering steam-generating heat pump technology based in Texas. And as I said, Skyvent is an RTC solution provider. So Arun, I wanted to start with the question and jump right into the case study. So you had a recent success with the California dairies where you helped them to start to decarbonize. Can you start to tell us a little bit about that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. I can introduce California Dairies Incorporated briefly. CDI is the largest milk producer in the state of California and maybe a top 3 milk producer in the nation. They produce approximately 8% of the nation's milk, and they own and operate all of their own processing facilities. So we're talking about spray dryers that are 4 stories tall. And so we at Skyvent have been working with California Dairies Incorporated for probably 5 years now. And in that time, we have implemented 6 at-scale decarbonization projects over 2 facilities, representing 5 different technologies or implementations of technologies. So we have done 2 different types of solar thermal collectors, one at one plant and a different type at another plant. We've done waste heat recovery. At one plant, the waste heat recovery was integrated to preheat boiler feed water. And at the other plant, the waste heat recovery was integrated to preheat dryer intake air on one of those 4-story tall dryers. That's just mega large. And then the other 2 projects, we did smart steam trap projects at both plants to kind of ensure that the plant doesn't lose too much energy from broken steam traps. So net, among all those projects, we have saved the company about 7,000 metric tons of Scope 1 CO2 emissions. And these aren't sort of back-calculated types things. We actually put meters and sensors on every project we do. So this is directly measured and verified through direct measurement. That's about 110,000 MMBTU of natural gas avoided. And we did this with no capital expense to California Dairies Incorporated. So as Daniel mentioned, we are a energy as a service company, so we do all of this work without any capital expenses to the manufacturing facilities we work with. And we generate savings from day one. These projects in total have saved CDI about $420,000. So we're very proud of this work. And RTC, we collaborated with RTC to write up a nice case study on this. So if you get a chance, it's available on our website and on RTC's website.
So thanks for that. So you've talked before, you started as a solar thermal company, and you said you spent a lot of time going out to manufacturing facilities, talking to the facilities managers. That experience, coupled with now this work with California Dairies, kind of gave you a lot of insights. As you distilled those, and as you think about the business going forward, what's the lessons learned there, and what have you really brought to the table?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think, there's a lot of talk about how, in order to decarbonize, you have to save a manufacturing facility a boatload of money. And what we found is that isn't necessarily true. The new line in the sand is break even, is cost neutral on a holistic basis, but it has to be a holistic basis. So what that means is if it costs the plant money, capital, CapEx, then it has to kind of pay back on the plant's standard CapEx requirements, which is typically like a 2 or 3 year simple payback, which is pretty hard to do. Or alternatively, you can do like what we do, and so we bring the capital and essentially just charge per BTU of heat recovered or generated, and charge at a rate that is slightly lower than the traditional fossil fuel generation of steam or heat. But it's not just that. So if you just come with a cost neutral concept, that we found that it takes more than that. So the other thing that manufacturers, we found just across the board, absolutely need is negligible risk to production and negligible risk of downtime. And that's negligible as they look at it, not as a solution provider like we look at it. And that's really, really critical because any risk, so for example, with these dairy facilities, one of the things we had proposed to the facility was heating their hot water storage tanks by, let's call it 20 or 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which doesn't seem like a lot. It seems like, and they're already insulated storage tanks, so it seems like a real easy way to save energy. But in dairy, you bump the temperature 20 or 30 degrees, all of a sudden your what they call your microorganism growth factor increases by multiple orders of magnitude. And so what seems like a easy way to do things is not so easy when you think of it from the plant's perspective. So we found that low risk is really critical as well, and then of course no facility downtime.
And so can you then tell us, with all this in mind, you've developed the Arcturus heat pump, and it's your main product now. Can you share a little bit about the heat pump and tell us about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So with all these lessons learned from doing these 6 projects with CDI and talking to hundreds of manufacturers, what we found was there is a technology out there that actually can make sense across many different industries and different types of facilities, and that is mechanical vapor recompression steam generating heat pump, which we have brand named Arcturus. And the reason why we settled on this technology was, for one, it reaches very high coefficients of performance, which means essentially it has the lowest energy consumption in the form of electricity per unit of steam generated of any technology out there, period. That's a hard, cold statement. And that allows us to be able to compete with fossil fuel-fired boilers for steam generation. And so that's one thing, right? You got to be cost competitive with fossil fuels. You don't have to save a boatload of money, but it's got to at least be cost competitive. And then the other thing is, from a risk perspective, we implement this technology in a hybrid manner with the existing boilers, so that this technology is fail-over, fail-safe with the existing boilers. The plant's existing boilers are always up, and therefore it just dramatically reduces the risk level, and that's important. And then another thing, like this technology's refrigerant is water, and that's important because other refrigerants out there, ammonia. So ammonia increases risk, right? If ammonia leak can kill people, and even things like CFCs or HFOs have regulatory risk, and we found that a lot of manufacturers don't like that regulatory risk. So when I talk about risk, I'm really talking about risk, across the board, right, in every aspect of it. And we settled on this technology because we really do believe that this achieves that negligible increase in risk at cost competitive factors with natural gas.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll have some questions at the end. We save plenty of time. For now, I'm going to turn Ian to you. So for Mars, Mars has a whole series of brands, a whole series of products, and therefore a whole slew of thermal process requirements. I'm wondering if you could just talk us through a little bit of how you're approaching that from a strategy standpoint. I mean, how do you start to get a handle on that footprint and those varied requirements?
Well, hi everybody. It's great to be here. So Ian Knight, I lead on renewables in the corporate sustainability team at Mars. We're a pet care and snacking company. We set our first climate targets back in 2010, which was to transition to 100% renewable energy in our operations at our 140-odd factories around the world. We're making good progress, particularly on electricity, but thermal is a challenge, and it's predominantly an economic challenge. Technically, but there are solutions. It's making them work from an economic point of view. We're founder members of RE100 and the RTC, and while perhaps not quite as valuable to us as M&M's or Snickers, these collaborative organisations have got a definitive part to play, in the decarbonisation picture. So our strategy is pretty much summarised on the next slide. So I want you to remember this one in particular. So maybe we'll advance this. There we go. Yeah. So this is a recurring theme. Dan was kind of mentioning this. It's really all about temperature. We've mapped the heat that we need by temperature, and you can see 35% of the heat requirements are low temperature. So this is the heat we use for space heating, for amenities, for cleaning, for keeping chocolate pipes hot, stopping the chocolate from going solid. But then we have the bulk of our heating is medium temperature. So this is sterilising pet food, dryers, steam retorts, cooking caramel for Twix, making sure it's nice and brown. So that's where that sort of high temperature loading lands. And we see three primary solution pathways, which is shown on the screen, to deal with the thermal challenge. And they're specific to particular temperature ranges.
That's great. So with that in mind, you've started to make investments. A lot of it in electrification. Can you tell us what are the projects that you've started to invest in, and how do you go about choosing them?
Yeah, so electrification is what I'm going to kind of focus on now. So there are sort of four principal technologies here, and we're talking a lot about heat pumps, and we're talking a lot about heat pumps for a good reason that I'll go into. So I'm going to share examples of heat pump implementation, electrical boilers, and ETES. And we don't yet have a high temperature heat pump application. So that's what I'm going to explore in a little bit of depth now. So this is the Veckel chocolate factory in the south of the Netherlands. And this is a factory with literally miles of chocolate pipes and chocolate tanks. We need 50-degree water to keep all of that equipment warm. And so it's absolutely in the sweet spot for a heat pump application. And there they are, the heat pumps in the factory. And of course, the fantastic thing about heat pumps is that for 1 unit of electricity we put in, we can get 6 units of useful heat out, that coefficient of performance. And that's transformational in terms of carbon reduction, because we can do carbon reduction and cost saving at the same time. A sort of glorious twofer, which is particularly kind of important for us. And then moving just to explain a little bit the concept, I'm a chemical engineer. We like our process flow diagrams. So at the bottom of the chart is the factory cooling system. So we were extracting huge amounts of heat out of the factory as we cool the chocolate in the cooling tunnels. The wrapping machines work very quickly. They have to be kept cool, otherwise the bars melt as they go through them. So we have a large factory cooling system. And the great thing about the heat pump, it sits in the middle, in between the cooling system and the heating system, which is shown to the top. And the heat pump removes a low-grade heat from the factory cooling system and raises its temperature and makes it useful heat for heating the factory. So the other thing that it does is by reducing the amount of heat that needs to be rejected from the cooling system, which is rejected through cooling towers and evaporative condensers, you remove the need to evaporate so much water. So actually, it's a terrific threefer. You know, we're saving money, we're saving carbon, and we're also saving water when we apply these heat pumps. So another example, this time in France. This is our first 100% renewable energy status site. And this factory, ice cream is a slightly different technology. It's got a lot of cooling. It was perfect for a heat pump application. And that heat pump actually went in and it solved for nearly all the heat load at the factory. There was just a small amount of medium-grade heat that was left. And we solved for that with an electric boiler, which is shown here, a pretty modest installation, but enabled the site to move to that 100% renewable status, which is obviously the direction of travel that we want to be heading in. And moving on, so coming back to Veckel. So this is an electrode steam boiler. It's fairly tall, as you can see. Literally, we had to raise the roof of the boiler house to fit this piece of equipment in. So we took out a large gas boiler, and now the electric boiler works in tandem with the gas boiler. And what that allows us to do is to leverage off-peak pricing of electricity, so that we can run this piece of equipment in the most efficient way at a very substantive sized site. And then taking the concept one step further, we have this terribly unphotogenic technology, this the electrical thermal energy storage unit. Literally, a shipping container that's insulated, full of bricks with toaster elements going through them. And this enables us to amp up the use of off-peak electrical energy. So we can fill our boots when the price is low of electricity, when you know, in the middle of the day, when the solar's, or that sort of sunny, windy day, when there's a high amount of renewables in the grid, the price of electricity drops, and we fill our boots. We charge the battery up, and then we'll charge for a third of the day, and then we'll discharge through the whole day. So this enables us to transition and using electricity much more economically. There's a nice report on this that the RTC have published with Brattle Group, kind of did a lot of the legwork on it that explains that technology. I commend it. And this is just a couple of graphs from that report. And the chart on the bottom shows that when you buy electricity on an hourly basis, in quite a large part of the country, you can deliver heat more cheaply using renewable electricity than you can with gas, which is obviously, you know, a significant game changer.
Thanks so much. So, my last question: you've had projects where you've invested in storage. You've had projects where you've invested in an electric boiler. You've had projects with heat pumps in different scenarios across your business, across different geographies. Do you now have a more formalized, not formalized, but standardized understanding of how to make decisions more quickly now across your business? Is there some learning that now you can distill to move faster? Or how do you now think about making decisions going forward now that you've had these on-the-ground deployments?
Yeah, we're still working on this, and we're developing a sort of a decision tree to enable sites to come to the best solutions. But when it comes to electrification, we do see electrification as a great solution, in particular if you hit the sweet spot. And you know, here are some of the things that we see as being particularly important from a sweet spot point of view. So firstly, grid and infrastructure capacity. You know, can the grid cope? Typically at a pet food site, we use 2/3 heat to 1/3 electricity. So if you move to an electric boiler, you have to treble the size of your electrical supply to the site. You know, is the grid connection big enough? Are your transformers big enough? They may well not be if you're having to treble the size of the connection to make an electric boiler work. And that's exacerbated with an ETES, of course, because if you want to just charge at night, you know, the capacity needs to be 3 times higher. So it's 7-fold increase in the electricity supply to make an ETS work to cover all the thermal load at the site. You know, and then you're getting into difficulties then. You're getting into expensive cost to reconfigure the grid, new transformers, and the rest. For low temperature, it's defined, particularly at the sites with big cooling systems like the chocolate factories I mentioned. We use ammonia as a refrigerant. Slightly disrespected ammonia earlier on, but we're very happy with ammonia. It's a natural refrigerant. There are risks, but they can be managed. When coupled with cooling systems, ammonia heat pumps can deliver COPs of 6. You know, that enables them to be you know, a very viable and practical way of decarbonising and saving money. And then finally, you know, the costs have got to work. You've got to be able to leverage the off-peak electricity. You've got to be able to buy it, you know, in a way that you can dip into the way that the electricity market sort of changes, and you can use that to your advantage. You can't necessarily do that in all locations, and in some places there isn't the renewable availability, or the way the market is set up, it doesn't work to enable that to happen.
Great, thank you so much, Ian. Appreciate that. So next I want to turn to Umesh Goswami. Umesh is a sustainable operations enabler with the Roche Group, the Swiss multinational healthcare company. Umesh, as a pharmaceutical company, Roche obviously has some very specific thermal energy needs. I'm wondering if, and all around the world, I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about those specific requirements and a little bit about the global footprint.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, first of all, thank you for the introduction. Umesh Goswami. Is it not working? Oh. Is that better? That's better, good. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Arun. My name is Umesh Goswami. I'm with Roche. We're one of the world's largest biopharma and advanced diagnostics companies. I am a sustainable operations enabler. I'm part of Roche Group's safety, health, environment team. So I'm an energy and climate subject matter expert with the company. And yeah, just to give an overview about what that means in terms of our thermal energy footprint. So we are global. We're one of the largest companies in the healthcare sector, and we have a very diversified thermal footprint. Just looking at the heat requirements to support manufacturing, R&D, warehouse logistics, offices, all of our fairly diversified facilities use, we use on the order of about 3 million decatherms of gas per year. So to put that in context, that's roughly equivalent to about 40,000 U.S. homes. Putting that into further context, about the size of, let's say, a very large town or a small city. So where do we use that heat? So we've heard about from the RTC Vision report, looking at where thermal energy is used in an industrial setting, that a lot of it's actually used in a low or medium temperature application, and that is definitely the case for us. So for pharmaceuticals and diagnostics, actually from a process standpoint, we only use on the order of about, I'd say, 20% of our thermal footprint towards the process. So that's primarily sterilization, so making sure that equipment is clean to deliver those high quality products for medicinal needs. Really ancillary uses aside from that, the bulk of our thermal use is actually just to maintain room temperature. Why is that the case? Because when we're manufacturing, a lot of times it's in a clean room environment. In our R&D facilities, to maintain safe conditions in laboratories, of course, we have to maintain relatively high exhaust rates compared to offices. So to maintain room temperature, do we really need to be using as much steam as our current infrastructure, which in a lot of cases was built a long time ago? Do we really need steam at, let's say, 130 degrees Celsius just to maintain 72 Fahrenheit, 22 centigrade? So I'd say that's kind of in context where we use thermal energy, connecting that to our goals. So we're a healthcare company. We obviously care a lot about human health. We care a lot about planetary health as well. Environmental sustainability has been really a core pillar of how we operate as a company for a very long time. We've had energy and carbon goals in place for the better part of 25 years, including promoting the use of natural refrigerants. We're trying to be natural refrigerant exclusive by 2030. That includes water and ammonia, as well as CO2, hydrocarbons. So really looking at, as we electrify, doing it efficiently and using refrigerants in the process that will not cause further harm to from a global warming perspective. So I mentioned that because really efficient electrification is our strategy. We're currently in the middle of a 10-year goal to reduce our Scope 1 and 2, our operational footprint, by 75% in 10 years by 2029. We're on our way, and efficient electrification, wherever possible, is our strategy.
So in terms of that Scope 1 goal, you've recently started to take some action towards that goal in the U.S. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about some of the projects.
Definitely, yeah. I think one of the best case studies we have right now, which is on its way, I can talk about it because it's being built, is right here in New Jersey. We have one of our largest manufacturing facilities in our diagnostics division. They make PCR technology. So we just came out of the pandemic. Of course, PCR was one of those really critical technologies to help save human health. So they're undergoing a plant expansion right now. So new production train, new building to support that, a new warehouse. That the site has committed, along with their long-term zero CO2 roadmap for how they're going to get to zero emissions as a site. They've committed in this expansion to do this without any incremental operational CO2 emissions. So that's going to be done entirely through efficient electrification. How they're doing that, the existing plant is very heavily reliant on existing steam boiler infrastructure, and they definitely have clean room operations. So a lot of that definitely is maintaining room temperature. How they plan to do this is a combination of heat pumps, and that is coupled with a new geo-exchange system. Essentially 60 geothermal bores, or I should say geo-exchange bores, that go down about 500 feet into the ground. That's being integrated with the footprint of the warehouse building. So connecting to a point that Arun raised, that a lot of his customers, what's very important for them, of course, is making sure it doesn't impact additional downtime. That is absolutely critical for this project. It's a plant expansion to meet customer demand. So this all has to be done concurrently. So I'm pleased to say that it's on track for delivery next year.
That's great. You've also had success with projects in Europe, and I'm wondering if you could share some of the lessons from those successes and how they can be maybe applied to some of the other markets.
Definitely, yeah. I'd say by the way, we're headquartered in Switzerland. That's an important point I should mention. So in terms of our footprint, I'd say roughly about 40% of our energy footprint is in Europe, roughly 40% here in North America, and the remaining 20%, a lot of that is concentrated in Asia when we look at our operations. So we really, I'd say, got our journey started, especially on heat pumps, efficient electrification, decarbonizing early at our Basel, Switzerland headquarters campus. They got started on this journey roughly 15 years ago. I'd say maybe even earlier when we look at their energy efficiency and energy conservation projects, which play a vital role in being able to do this. So how the Basel campus got started, it's roughly about 40 buildings in the city of Basel, which is on the Rhine River. So they switched also from, the company's 125 years old, so the campus is, of course, that old, and old infrastructure. They've completely kind of revolutionized how they heat and cool their buildings by taking their central chiller plant for air conditioning of the buildings and turning it into a central heat pump plant. They did that, I'd say, 12, 13 years ago. And over time, they've been, as building refurbishment projects and replacement projects take place, over an incremental basis, they're connecting all these new buildings and revitalized buildings to this central network. An important, a necessary component, just like we're doing here in New Jersey, we're connecting to a heat source and sink under the ground. In Switzerland and at the Basel campus, they're able to utilize the thermal capacity of the Rhine River to both heat the site in the winter and cool the site in the summer, by and large. It's not going to satisfy every last BTU or every last kilowatt needed to cool the site in the summer, but it definitely encompasses a large majority. So when we look at our network across the company, we are global. I'd say one of our biggest success factors in kind of looking at that case study, for example, taking what we did in Basel and sharing those learnings here in the US and across the world, we have a very strong network of passionate energy managers, engineers, safety, health, environment professionals that really care about sustainability. And I'd say our success over time has not really been a top-down mandate, let's say, even though, of course, we have very strong goals driving that. But we've really left it to each of the site experts to determine what works best for their site situation, what technologies might fit best with their applications, and sharing those learnings. That's kind of a key part of my role, is making sure that the experts in the company are talking to each other and sharing the good stuff that they're doing, successes and challenges.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate what you said at the end, and it was really a follow-up question I was going to ask Arun and Ian, which is, when you think about the project with California Dairies, what do you think really was critical, the critical success factor? How do you think you were able to get that done and move that project?
Critical success factors. So, one critical factor is buy-in from the plant. Got to have the engineering team on board. I think that was critical. The plant's engineering team on board. And then I think, like for us, the other critical factor was our ability to deliver that with no capital expense. I think if there was capital expense, that project would have gotten stopped in its tracks. Because the project, there were 6 projects. They were not without their challenges. And so, one point or another, it would have gotten shut down if there was CapEx involved.
And how do you replicate that from your side?
We at Skyven have built a business model around replicating energy as a service projects, of being able to do these types of deals without requiring CapEx. And so that involves, for example, we work with third-party project financiers. So these are investors that are looking to make a return, but also looking to to make essentially a climate return on their investment as well. And so we build relationships with these types of investors. We raise large amounts of debt. So we recently we've recently raised $70 million worth of debt to enable us to do a bunch more of these projects. And so that's what it takes.
That's great. Thank you. And Ian, from your perspective, as you think about those 3 projects you shared with us, what were the critical success factors? Were they each different in their own way, or was there something you can point to common among the 3?
I think one of the things that's particularly common is the expertise and the passion of the technical specialists on the ground at the sites, that have been working on the topic often for an extended period of time, starting with efficiency, because efficiency is just the obvious place to start. The more and more efficient you can become, then it becomes much easier to make that final step, particularly if that final step involves any form of cost premium. So, and then long-term sort of planning. So, to know where you're going and where you're heading, and to ensure that each step is complementary to another. Particularly utilities designed for factories, there's a huge integrated element. You recover heat from your air compressor. That heat is, you recover heat from dehumidifiers, flue gas condensers on boilers as a first step, heat pumps, and then you're left with your remaining fossil fuel, which you then try. It's easier to solve for because you've minimized it. So yeah, technical expertise and interest on the ground, long-term planning.
Great, thank you very much. Now I wanted to turn to the audience and see if there was questions from the audience. I want to see if there's an extra microphone, but it's on the little table. Oh, perfect. And do we have questions? Thank you, Ian.
Thank you all so much. My name is Isabel Harrison with Schneider Electric's sustainability business. Throughout the conversation today, I think it came up quite a bit that thermal can be there are different solutions that are hyper-localized in nature. So the Basel plant is an example where you have the river right there. And so, when you spoke about ensuring that sites share learnings with each other globally, how are you enabling, the site and leaders to go after solutions and share knowledge with each other and pursue decarbonization, utilizing their sort of local on-the-ground knowledge while also recognizing that solutions are so divergent? Are there specific incentives that you have in place at Roche or at Mars for site leaders to identify those hyper-localized solutions in some cases.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll start first. Thank you for the question. So I'd say in terms of sharing learnings, because that really is kind of, I'd say, a cornerstone to how we can kind of, deploy solutions where they make the most sense. One key aspect of my role is convening our energy managers and energy experts from our sites, our largest sites, at least once a year when possible. We meet in person every other year, virtually the other alternating years, to primarily exchange success stories, learnings from current projects, even when things are not going as planned, that those learnings can be replicated. So, for example, I talked about our geo-exchange system that's being constructed here. Our very first one's actually at another site of ours in Switzerland in our diagnostics division. And we've been able to kind of take direct learnings from their experience implementing over the past several years into incorporating that into the design here. So I guess how to make sure that the decision makers, the leaders at our sites are incentivized. I'd say more and more we're kind of taking a portfolio approach, and we've really begun a nice partnership with our corporate finance team to make sure that investment decisions are made for kind of making optimal use of financial resources, certainly, but coupled with where are the decarbonization opportunities taking place, where we are leveraging, okay, what are sort of the local heat sources, sinks that could be captured, or in cases where those are not available, or they can't readily be connected to our buildings or our heating and cooling networks. What sustainable fuel sources, for example, might be readily available there. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, just from a Mars point of view, I mean, the thermal challenge is absolutely recognised in our business. We have communities of practice working in each of our main divisions, and then between the divisions there's a community of practice that brings it all together. And even at board level, the technical committee of the board, their last in-depth focus was on the thermal challenge. And that brings the visibility. Senior leaders in the business, the board are leading from the front. Senior leaders, absolutely understand, the need to cooperate, share best practice, make sure that if a technology works in one location, we can absolutely scale it, knowing where it's going to work from a local factor, where local factors apply elsewhere.
Thank you. Other questions? I think I saw some additional hands.
Hi, my name is Amelia. I know that tech systems and innovation securities are parameters of proven solves and solutions for a cleaner and sustainable environment. Which companies and organizations are leading the natural gas and infrastructure system, specifically on environmental defense systems and reproduction of sustainable climate councils that are leading towards energy reform?
Does anybody have a quick response on that? Not sure specifically on that one. Anyone? No. Additional questions? Any thoughts? Others? Question in the back here, a couple over there.
Hi, my name is Katie. I'm with Toyota Research Institute. This is predominantly a question for Skyven. Something that we've found when we've brought up the energy as a service model to our manufacturing engineers is a concern that, since the startup space can be very uncertain in the long term, is what happens if these startups don't proceed and if something happens financially, what happens to that equipment infrastructure, and are they going to be left with a piece of equipment that they are maybe not trained to operate, and what happens in the long term? Is there any safeguard in the contracts that you sign with manufacturing companies, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for the question. So I think the contract and the nuances and the specifics of the contract in an energy as a service deal are really, really critical. And it's actually one of the biggest barriers around energy as a service is getting through a 30-page contract negotiation. Like we're currently in negotiation with several large multinational companies, and it's a thing. But your point about hey, like sometimes startups are not necessarily the blue chips that you're looking for to operate parts of your facilities. That's a fair concern, and our approach to that is that it's important that the equipment and the technology that's being put in is something that the plant can operate, that it's not something magical that like only the startup can operate, and that there is a contingency plan in place. For example, we at Skyven, we work with a local contract O&M, or operations and maintenance firm, at every plant. And so we don't go in and turn wrenches ourselves. Rather, we call up, and it's typically one of the same groups. Like all the plants that we work with are really large, and they have multiple contractors that come in and do O&M. So we'll typically pick one of those and work with them, and it actually works out great because they're already on site. They already know everybody on site. It's just a little extra business for them, which they like. And so it does address this issue of if Skyven were to go away, the actual maintenance is being done by a firm that the plant's already working with.
I think I saw another hand over here. Yep.
Sorry, Arun, it's another question for you, because I find this space of energy as a service so tantalizing, because I guess lack of capital is the biggest barrier for a lot of decarbonisation projects. And I guess I have a non-profit client that had energy as a service for solar previously, and they've been left with a piece of technology that isn't as efficient. It's been there for 15 years now. Nobody knows how to get the meter on it. Nobody knows where it's going and whether it's any connected to the grid at all. So it's been a real kind of rabbit warren of going back to people who've retired to try and find out the origins of it. So I just wondered, what's the typical length of service that you have in an energy service or energy as a service, and how do you kind of I guess keep the relationship going? And I guess it builds on the previous person's question as well, but yeah, just length of contract.
Yeah, it's a good question. So our contracts are typically 10 or 15 years long, and so in addition to working with an O&M firm that the plant's already working with, we bring in, for example, the money that's used to pay for these projects isn't like my money, or like that doesn't come from my rich uncle. Like it comes from financial institutions, and they're very interested in keeping the project up and running, even if Skyven were to go away. And so, in the contract, they also have like an extra motivation to essentially make sure, hey, if Skyven were to go bankrupt or just go away for some reason, not only does the plant want to keep it running, but the bank wants to keep it running too. And so you've got two significant organizations. So that helps.
One in the back here.
Hi everyone, this is Hemang from Guidehouse. My question to the corporates is, what steps are you taking and what challenges are you seeing in bringing these thermal decarbonization solutions to the manufacturing supply chain?
Are you thinking of our own suppliers? I can answer that. We're very interested in this, but it's more about electric than it is thermal, because electricity is obviously the place to start, because it's almost the easiest way to decarbonize your value chain, because you can achieve near cost parity in lots of places from lots of projects. So thermal, I think, is quite a long way down the road. I mean, it's obvious that we'll get more interested in that, but when our suppliers of ingredients and packaging are using 100% renewable electricity, then we'll worry about thermal.
Yeah, great question. I'd say from Roche's perspective, very similar. We're just like we're doing with our own operations. We have a target to be 100% sustainable electricity for next year for our Scope 2, and that's, I think, an artifact of it is easier to green electricity supply in terms of a decarbonization lever. That's absolutely, I think, the case in our supply chain as well. With that said, we are very actively ramping up our supplier engagement activities, figuring out where our real hotspots are. I'd say collaboration, partnering with other companies in our industry, and looking at common regions where there might be common opportunities, for example. But so we're in the early stages on that, but definitely I'd say very much in the same boat in terms of electricity is the easier one to move the needle on first.
And any last question? One last question here.
Hello, thank you. I'm Lucas with Sightline Climate, and I appreciated the comment about sometimes going for full decarbonization and sometimes there's a little fringe that's left that would be challenging. And so I imagine that early on in the process, when you decide to decarbonize a plant, you think about, do we go 100% of the way, or is this most of the way? And I'm curious to hear kind of what's missing, what would make it easier for you to go all of the way, and kind of where do you see that coming in the next couple of years?
I think that's a really good question, because often there's, particularly when you're looking at the economics, there's a particular step that makes good economics, but it doesn't give you 100%, particularly with some of the renewable options. Concentrated solar thermal, is an area that we're looking at, and that can solve for a large proportion of a thermal load at a site, but it often doesn't allow you to get to 100. And of course, we're hugely motivated by 100. We want to get sites, completely done, but actually, from the point of view, it's better to do what you can do, and then leave the last part, to the future, and maybe a more easily dial-upable technology that's maybe got a slight cost premium associated with it is much more palatable for the final 5% than it is for the 70%.
Yeah, so Ian, I like how you frame that, and I would say, in addition, maybe the converse of that is also true, that to get to that last mile, the economics are not favorable, right? But we, as a company, we've set in our strategy that we will get to net zero, so we will have to, at some point, get to that last mile. So I think, in terms of barriers to that, especially thinking about, I talked about kind of our context that wherever possible, we're trying to draw upon heat sources, heat sinks that don't involve, using fossil fuels or other energy sources, for example, directly through combustion. But there are going to be applications where that's unavoidable. I'd say for those, for sort of that last mile, if you will, I think, what needs to kind of come into play more and more is a lot of different forces working together to make those, let's say, sustainable fuels, as a good example, more cost competitive, more widely deployed, and making that cost competitive, and also a critical component of that, allowing for companies to take a market-based approach on those fuels, just like we're able to on the electricity side of things.
Thanks so much. Just one last question from me. As you look forward from the successes in the case studies right now, do you feel like things are accelerating for Mars and for Roche and for Skyven?
Yeah, I can take that first. I think for sure. I think the interest from large corporates today is miles ahead of where it was a decade ago. And I started Skyven in 2013, and back then there was not a lot of interest in thermal decarbonization. So I think we've come a long way, and I think the momentum is picking up. And so I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to add to that because I definitely see the same thing. I've been with Roche for 14 years, and definitely a lot of that focus has been on, so let's say the demand side of things, conservation, efficiency. So, to kind of really move the needle next on the Scope 1 side of things, it's going to take another level of infrastructure investment, revamping that, we as large corporate have those needs, but in kind of the broader sphere, definitely seeing a lot more suppliers coming in with truly sustainable solutions. And I'm definitely excited for, the next few years, how it's going to take shape.
Yeah, it's definitely accelerating. Definitely. I mean, we're halfway into our sort of 30-year program of factory decarbonisation, moving to 100% renewable energy. And we know that, with 140 odd factories, we have to make progress if we're going to hit our goal. So there's definitely a huge momentum. Where all the different technologies, we're looking to use them, and basically trying to leave no stone unturned.
Well, great. Well, thank you to our panelists for sharing their success stories today. Thank you all for joining us. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. And they all showed up.
Yes.
Have you had any no-shows yet?
Nope.
About 1,000.
I know.
Sorry, we're all catching up.
Hi, Julie. I'm Josefina. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here.
For yourself. No, for Meg. You want me to click for you? Okay, just don't push the green button yet.
Oh. Do you want
I don't want
She
to
doesn't
click.
need it.
She doesn't have it.
You're the first one.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, here at the Nest, and those of you joining us via the live stream. I am Josefina Braña Varela. I'm the deputy lead for the forest team in World Wildlife Fund here in the US. And honestly, it's hard to believe that it was a year ago that we launched the Nature-Based Solutions Origination Platform in this very room. It was a year ago, and I can't believe how fast that went. But today, well, and just to say, the NBSOP, as we call it, the Nature-Based Solutions Origination Platform, it's WWF's new model for scaling up, aligning, and mobilizing private and public funding for high-quality nature-based solutions using an integrated landscape approach. Of course, this platform dovetails with Forest Forward, which is our signature WWF program for corporate engagement, in which we derive support for corporates to help nature people and nature thrive in harmony. But different from 1 year ago, this year we wanted to take this opportunity to zoom in and to give you an in-depth look at WWF's multi-layered approach to forest conservation in action. So we want to go from the concept to actually show you what we are doing in action through the lens of our work, and specifically we chose the Amazon this year. So there in the Amazon, we are bringing to bear innovative financial mechanisms as the NBSOP, but also as project finance for permanence that some of you have already heard of, PFP maybe. And these approaches, we are advancing in key landscapes to really benefit people, nature, and climate in priority landscapes like the Tapajos Basin. Our work in Tapajos that you will hear more today of really aims to exemplify the work that WWF is doing to harness an array of funding opportunities and different funding sources to confront the myriad threats that the region is facing. And we want to do that with lasting solutions and at the scale required to address the complexities of the landscapes. We are talking about big landscapes that have different threats, and we want to have the different sources of funding that can allow us to integrate and to fill in the gaps and deliver more impact together. So here, we are going to be hearing about that type of work we do at the landscape level, and also with our local partners, which includes indigenous peoples and local communities. Our goals in Tapajos have been focusing on reducing emissions from deforestation, but also to reduce land conversion and improving natural resources management. In the Amazon, it's impossible to do that without thinking in sustainable livelihoods that are going to be focused and based in bioeconomy opportunities for indigenous peoples and local communities. So you'll hear more about that. And well, we'll begin this afternoon with an all-woman panel. Yes, that's good, for a change. And we'll begin with Dr. Meg Symington. She is a WWF veteran with more than 30 years under her belt, and she is a vice president of the forest team leading our conservation strategy in the Amazon biome. After Meg, we will hear then from 3 panelists representing 3 different sectors, all of whom are integral to our multi-layer efforts in the Tapajos Basin. They include Dr. Mariana Napolitano Ferreira, Director of Strategy of WWF Brazil. Hi, Mariana. Margaret Spears, our the Deputy Assistant Administrator of USAID Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean. Hi, Margaret. And Julie Gerke, the President of the Walmart Foundation. So thank you all for joining us today. After a brief remarks for panelists, we are going to take some questions from the audience, and I want to make sure that we have enough time to hear from you. So please write down your questions. We will get to you after we hear from our panelists. For those joining us via live stream, I apologize, we won't be able to take questions due to logistics. But now I'll pass the floor to Meg to give us an overview of WWF US strategy for the Amazon, and also to talk about our contributions to Brazil's Amazon Region Protected Areas Program, or ARPA, which touches on the Tapajós Basin. So over to you, Meg.
Now it's on. Thank you, Josefina, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. So as we all gather together here this week in New York City to discuss how to confront the climate crisis, I want to start by talking about trees. Because we can't and won't avoid a climate crisis without healthy forests, and in particular, without a healthy Amazon, which is one of the reasons that I've dedicated my career to conserving this amazing biome. I love this image. And as you can see from this image, the Amazon is critical to the global hydrological cycle. So water vapor released from the trees in the Amazon creates vast flying rivers that actually provide rainfall that feed the agricultural production of Central and Southern South America. And the billions of tons of carbon that are stored in the Amazon, it's about 150 to 200 billion tons of carbon, are critical to slowing global climate change. But the Amazon is threatened. It's threatened by rising deforestation and increasing droughts, increasing dry seasons, which are leading to devastating fires, which are happening right now as we speak in the Amazon. According to many notable scientists, including one of my mentors, Tom Lovejoy, the Amazon is approaching a tipping point beyond which it may not be able to sustain itself anymore, and large areas of tropical rainforest could be converted to degraded savannas. So to ensure the Amazon's future for its people and biodiversity, deforestation should not exceed 20%, and we're currently at 17%. So we're right on the edge of that tipping point. So, while WWF has been working in the Amazon for more than 50 years, these current worrisome trends led us to revisit our strategy and refresh our strategy to focus on 3 pillars, which you can see here on the slide. So, conversion for agriculture and ranching is the #1 cause of deforestation in the Amazon. So WWF is working to achieve sustainable supply chains for commodities like beef, soy, and leather. Infrastructure, like dams and roads, is another major driver of degradation in the Amazon. And so we're working to prevent high-impact infrastructure and promote low-impact sustainable infrastructure, what I like to call forest-friendly roads and free-flowing rivers. And finally, we're going to confront the threat of unsustainable landscape management by scaling up our work on protected areas and inclusive area-based conservation. And this is where the Amazon Region Protected Areas Program comes in, or ARPA, as Josefina mentioned. In 1999, WWF challenged every country in the world to protect 10% of its forests. And Brazil responded with a resounding yes. And so ARPA was created to embody that commitment. And it is now the largest tropical forest conservation initiative on Earth. ARPA is a powerful partnership of public and private stakeholders, including being led by the Ministry of Environment in Brazil, and with support from the German government, the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, the Global Environment Facility, Funbio, the Brazilian Biodiversity Fund, and WWF. So the challenge was enormous, but from 2000 to 2010, the Brazilian government more than tripled the protected areas in the Brazilian Amazon. ARPA now supports 120 separate protected areas in the Brazilian Amazon that total 60.2 million hectares, or 150 million acres for those who use the imperial system, and that is almost twice the size of Germany. But to fund this vast system of protected areas, we needed an innovative financial mechanism. So we looked to the world of large project finance and adapted an approach from their world, and we call it Project Finance for Permanence, or PFP. The PFP approach involves all the stakeholders coming together and agreeing on ambitious conservation outcomes and then pledging funds based on a detailed financial plan. No funding is handed over until everyone agrees that all the conditions for success have been met. So in May 2014, we created and capitalized a $215 million fund that would cover the costs of this vast protected area system while the Brazilian government developed mechanisms and funding that they could take over the full funding for the system. And disbursement from the funds are conditioned on a series of agreed upon conditions that include things like providing appropriate staff and monitoring for the protected areas. So ARPA's been incredibly successful. I think I'm supposed to advance again. Between 2008 and 2020, deforestation levels in ARPA PAs were less than half of what would have been expected without ARPA's support. And it avoided 104 million tons of CO2 emissions. And ARPA also paved the way for other PFPs in Colombia and Peru, which you can see on this slide, which together with ARPA collectively provide permanent protection for 12% of the Amazon, which is quite impressive. And before I pass the floor to Mariana, or should I pass back to you? Pass back to Josefina. We're going to watch a short video that was created for ARPA's 20th anniversary, which features the voices of some of the residents that call the Tapajós Basin home.
Há exatos 20 anos, teve início o maior programa de proteção de florestas tropicais do mundo, o Áreas Protegidas da Amazônia, conhecido como ARPA. O programa nasce com uma meta: proteger um total de 50 milhões de hectares do bioma. Esse objetivo já foi superado e hoje chega a 62,5 milhões de hectares, o equivalente a quase 2 vezes o tamanho da Alemanha. A floresta amazônica armazena quase 20% das águas fluviais da Terra. De seus rios e árvores nascem os rios voadores, responsáveis pelas chuvas do nosso continente. É uma região extremamente rica, mas não só em biodiversidade. A Amazônia Legal representa 67% das florestas tropicais do mundo e abrange 59% do território brasileiro, sendo distribuída por 775 municípios. Os habitantes da região hoje correspondem a aproximadamente 30 milhões de pessoas, entre indígenas, ribeirinhos e população urbana. O solo da floresta é um grande responsável pelo armazenamento do carbono emitido na atmosfera e, portanto, é um forte aliado contra o aquecimento global. Hoje, aos 20 anos de idade, o ARPA protege 15% da Amazônia brasileira, por meio de apoio a 120 unidades de conservação, sendo metade delas de proteção integral e a outra de uso sustentável.
Nossos antepassados nasceram e se criaram aqui nesta região. E o que eles fizeram, o que eles deixaram para nós, a gente tem para cultivar, né, proteger, lutar para não deixar ninguém invadir, porque isso aqui é o nosso território.
Tendo a floresta, eu tô rica, eu tenho tudo. Para mim, a floresta é uma grande importância na minha vida. E eu tenho certeza que para todas as pessoas.
Sem a floresta, sem essa biodiversidade, nós não somos nada.
Thanks, Meg, for that introduction to ARPA and to the work we are trying to advance in the Amazon, and good that we are celebrating 20 years of ARPA. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Mariana Napolitano Ferreira, Director of Strategy at WWF Brazil. Mariana oversees WWF Brazil's protected area work across all Brazilian biomes, supporting governments, organizations, and local communities to implement conservation measures and policies. With over 20 years of experience working at the science and policy interface to advance Amazon conservation, Mariana is WWF Brazil lead for all things ARPA. Mariana, it's been 20 years, and I think we have so much to celebrate, but what is next for ARPA? How we can sustain and continue to build from that success?
Yeah, let's talk about it, Josefina. So as Meg mentioned, as you saw in the video, ARPA was extremely successful in increasing protected area management effectiveness, but also in reducing deforestation. But as the program celebrated its 20th anniversary, the partners that have been discussing and learning through this initiative over the time, we knew that there was a missing piece. And the missing piece was exactly how can we support the livelihoods of these communities that we just heard about in the video, because they are the real stewards of these lands. And if you're talking about a project for permanence, once the program ends, who is going to stay in these areas and protect these lands are these communities. So with this in mind, we started to develop a new PFP called ARPA Communities that will actually expand and complement ARPA efforts. This PFP will be focused on the 60 sustainable use protected areas that are currently part of ARPA. We are talking about an area of 23.7 million hectares and with over 33,000 families living in these lands. Our estimates, initial estimates indicate that this program will enable to move at least 100,000 people out of poverty. How we are going to do this, so the program has currently 4 components, actually 5 because we have a cross-cutting one now. And the first one will be on strengthening local community organizations so they can have better access to public policies and better capacities to actually defend their lands and fight for their rights. Also, we will promote a model of social bioeconomy in the Amazon, and I'll talk a little bit more about it. And we will expand local infrastructure, especially thinking about how can these communities access renewable energy and internet, because we understand that these are 2 enabling conditions if we want to strengthen these communities and make sure that the bioeconomy model thrives in the Amazon. And finally, we're also designating, supporting the government, designate new public lands as protected areas in the region. And there will be a 5th component that, of course, is overseeing all the monitoring, learning, exchange among the different stakeholders of the program. And when I say social bioeconomy, what I mean by this is the processing, production, and commercialization of forest-based projects like seeds, oils, pulp, fruits, fish, and also community-based tourism. So the whole theory of the change of this program is that by supporting these communities, we will improve their income, create new jobs, especially for women and youth, and also ensure the value of the forest standing. So this is the model of ARPA community. We are in the planning phase of this initiative right now, and we hope to launch it by spring next year. and we're engaging a lot of different stakeholders in the co-developing this initiative. Now, one of the areas that is part of this program is the extractive reserve Tapajós Arapiuns. You just saw some images, and the people of this reserve is actually a 670,000 hectares area in the Tapajós Basin. But when we talk about the Tapajós Basin, which is a huge area, I'm talking about a basin in the Amazon that covers 49 million hectares. Can you imagine this? We need, and it's a very priority basin if we want to sustain all the Amazon flows and avoid the tipping point in the Amazon. So if we want actually to make sure that this landscape is sustainable, we need also to look beyond ARPA-supported protected areas. This basin is actually well-positioned as a green barrier against deforestation that is coming from the southern portion for the Brazilian savannas, mainly to soy and cattle, into the depths of the forest. So there's 40% of coverage of protected areas and indigenous lands that are playing an important service, avoiding deforestation to move into the forest. And also in this basin, we have Tapajós River, which is the major tributary of the right river sides of the Amazon River, who is still not yet dammed. Even though there are several projects to dam this river, it's still a free-flowing river. However, in the last years, this basin has been suffering severe threats, so it lost 20% of its forest cover in 20 years. And due to land grabbing, illegal logging, and illegal gold mining, and other threats. And illegal gold mining is a big issue in the region, and with invasions of protected areas, conflicts with local communities, and mercury contamination, not only of species like fishes or dolphins, but also riverine and indigenous communities. And however, the region has great opportunities. It has some beautiful, very attractive scenic areas, and a diverse of forest projects that it's unimaginable. So we can, of course, work together with local partners and local communities to make sure that we support these local businesses to thrive and also strengthen protected areas so that they can be well governed and managed. There are some scenarios showing that if we want to really avoid deforestation and bend this curve for the Tapajós Basin, we need to improve overall governance, improve management, and invest in alternative and sustainable alternatives of sustainable use of the forest to make sure that we tell a different story for the Tapajós Basin than we have for other regions in the Amazon. So that's what we are currently working out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much for that. I had the opportunity to be in Tapajós a month ago, or less than a few weeks ago, and at some point, the immensity of the river makes you forget that it's a river and it's not the sea. It was really striking to me to see the vastness of the Tapajós River. And let's go deeper into Tapajós, and for that, I want to introduce Margaret Spears, our partner from USAID. To discuss why the U.S. government is supporting conservation in this landscape. As I mentioned, Margaret is Deputy Assistant Administration in USAID's Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean, leading efforts to tackle the root causes of migration, integrating migrants into host communities, and facilitate the expanded access to lawful migration pathways. As a career member to the Senior Foreign Service, she has held various leadership positions through USAID, including as Deputy Mission Director in Mexico City, my home city, and USAID's Bureau for Food Security in Colombia and Bolivia. Thank you for joining us, Margaret. Over to you.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to join you all, and thank you especially to WWF, US, and Basin for bringing us together about this, for this very important discussion. In the Amazon region, USAID envisions healthy and resilient forests that are valued by society ensures human well-being, and also safeguards our global climate, for all the reasons mentioned. In fact, our work in the Amazon is a key component of USAID's 2022 to 2030 climate strategy, which guides USAID's cross-cutting approach to mitigate and address the impacts of global climate crisis. Last year alone, USAID's missions in Latin America and the Caribbean region helped protect, restore, and manage over 50 million hectares in the Amazon. In March of 2024, our mission in Brazil awarded WWF over $5 million to reduce threats to biodiversity by improving conservation and sustainable use in about 7 million hectares of protected areas and indigenous peoples and local community lands in the Tapajós Basin, reaching over 20,000 people. The project has many of the same goals as the ARPA Communities Initiative that Mariana just described, working across 7 target geographies to expand sustainable value chains for forest products, support community-based tourism, and to improve territorial management. Additionally, it will work in a wider variety of land use designations, including agro-extractive settlements and indigenous lands. Specifically, sustainable value chains in these areas will be strengthened through capacity building with local community businesses, increased access to blended and/or impact investment mechanisms, and access to markets through more efficient processing and distribution systems, because this will have important impacts for livelihoods and conservation. Enhanced community-based tourism will increase incomes for people and small enterprises in the lower Tapajós Basin, ensuring that the protective areas benefit the local people. Territorial management efforts will include monitoring jaguars using camera traps to generate important information about the population dynamics of the species and its prey, many of whom are consumed by indigenous populations. As a result, the project will promote positive climate and environmental impacts, and it will contribute to the maintenance of carbon stocks and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, while conserving about 7 million hectares of tropical forest in the Amazon. By supporting and strengthening sustainable value chains for forest products and community-based tourism, the project will not only help to add value to the standing forest, but also to contribute to reducing the involvement of indigenous peoples and local populations in predatory activities such as illegal or unregulated mining. Finally, the project will help to strengthen the role of protected areas and indigenous lands as barriers to further deforestation through improved management that promotes sustainable use of forest resources and reduces illegal activity and human conflict with key species. Moving forward, conserving globally significant landscapes such as the Tapajós Basin will continue to be one of our top priorities within the Latin America and Caribbean region. We still have more work to do, working together, work to conserve, restore, and improve the management of the Amazon's resources and to combat deforestation while improving livelihoods and climate resilience. And we are committed to do it, and very committed to this top priority. So thank you so much for your partnership and for the opportunity to be here today and for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Margaret, for sharing the work that you are supporting in Tapajós and for your partnership. And now I'm going to turn it over to Julie. Thank you so much for being here to represent our partnership with Walmart. Our multi-year partnership has spanned from emission reductions to responsible sourcing to support best management practices on the Northern Great Plains. Perhaps some of you were earlier here today when we were talking about that piece of work. But I want to focus in our latest piece of collaboration when in April you announced $1.6 million support for WWF working to advance this concept of nature-based solutions at scale under this integrated landscape approach. And you are going to be supporting the strengthening and build-out of the NBS origination platform and how to expand that integrated landscape approach into Tapajós. But you are also supporting the launching and implementation of ARPA Communities, PFP. So this is very powerful because it brings together these two innovative financial mechanisms in one single landscape Why is Walmart interested in supporting this work?
Sure. First, thank you for having me, and thank you for all the work we get to do together. We're really grateful for the partnership. At Walmart, we start with thinking we sell a number of goods that depend on nature. And recognizing that dependency means that not only are deforestation and destruction environmental issues, they are also supply security issues for businesses. And so that puts the long-term interest of the company also in the interest of building and preserving and sustainably managing nature. So several years ago, Walmart and the Walmart Foundation made a commitment to preserve, sustainably manage, or restore 50 million acres of land and 1 million square miles of ocean. And it really does, when we look at how we're going to do this, we lead through the business. How can the business be a really thoughtful partner in sourcing goods and moving transition of food supply chains, particularly to regenerative agriculture and more sustainable practices? And there is a tremendous amount of work underway there. But we know that we need to complement that through philanthropy. There are things that the market can't solve. There are things that are not ready for the market. And philanthropy plays a vital role in filling that gap. And so that's why this is a joint commitment. It's actually unusual, I think, for companies and their foundations to make a joint commitment of this nature. But we recognize the interrelated roles we could play. So when we start to apply that, we think about where should we go? And we go in landscapes that are really incredibly critical for nature, but also we know that commodities are sourced from there, and the sourcing and production of commodities may be today part of the problem. And so how do we transform that? And those are the places, and that clearly brings us to places like the Amazon, to this basin, because of the production there, the role of the river in transportation of goods. It clearly is an essential landscape for this level of work. So we were excited to invest in the ARPA communities work because it has brought government funding together and government engagement together with indigenous and smallholder farmers in a productive way, with the PFP approach that brings long-term financial capital to play, with accountability. So all of those things coming together make this an exciting investment for us. The idea that you can move from a project to a landscape, to really knit together the things that are working. So in this, as you heard earlier, there's 60 sustainable production communities, there are 58 million acres across the Amazon doing this with an engagement model of the local people. That is a really investable opportunity for us, where we feel like, yes, there can be a real transition here. Bringing that together with the nature-based solutions origination platform and investing in the development of that, we feel like bringing PFP, this approach together, you start to, places like Walmart can spend a lot of time developing and watching projects. We have more capacity than many other private sector funders or, frankly, small foundations. So places like the nature-based solutions origination platform that really are able to source high-quality projects that meet these standards, put them up for other funders to join, we feel like is something that will attract additional capital, will help bring, we hear from smaller suppliers and others, they want to be part of the solution. This is a place where we feel like they can go and find ways to be part of it, and trust that the work is high quality and is tied to relevant places for their supply chains. So we're excited to be a part of it. We feel like we can play an important role, but we can only do that in coalition with others, with other investors, with government investing, private investing. It's going to take all the pieces, and platforms and approaches that bring that together are really essential to make the kind of impact we want to see.
Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you. That was, that you have it. 3 different sectors working together in one single landscape to really face, the daunting threats that the landscape is facing, but that is so important for us to work together in integration. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions to the panelists, but please start thinking on your questions because I'm going to hand it over to you in a second. And maybe let me start with you, Meg. As part of the WWF strategy in the Amazon biome, you mentioned infrastructure, which for many is like an odd thing to think of WWF and infrastructure. Are we working infrastructure?
So Mariana mentioned this, but in the Tapajós Basin, it is one of the targets for infrastructure development, and it's the last undammed river on the southern side of the Amazon, feeding into the main stem of the Amazon. And WWF Brazil is working on water basin management there and how to get all the stakeholders together and agree on what should be sort of the ground rules for any sort of hydropower, if there should be hydropower in that basin. We're working on infrastructure throughout the Amazon. In many parts of the Amazon outside of the Tapajós, roads are the most destructive aspect of infrastructure development. You may have heard the statistic that 85% of all deforestation occurs within 5 kilometers of a road in the Amazon, because roads open access and therefore you get unplanned and unregulated and sometimes illegal settlement along those roads. So one of our big wins recently was working with the government of Colombia, was the development and put into practice of green road guidelines for the Colombian Amazon, that now any road that's built in the Colombian Amazon will have to follow those guidelines. So that's the kind of things we're doing on infrastructure.
Thank you, Meg. And maybe turning to you, Mariana, we were talking about the efforts to promote forest-friendly enterprises. And in the Amazon and in Tapajós, this is fundamental. We cannot meet our objectives there if we don't think about working on the ground with the people and providing alternative livelihoods. But we know that there are so many challenges that these enterprises have faced. So I want to know, in the context of ARPA communities and thinking on this new vision or this new phase for ARPA to build up from the success, what are you considering to do? What are the ingredients of success for these forest-friendly enterprises?
Yes, and we've been learning from other projects and enterprises and talking a lot with the communities, with the associations, to really understand what are the gaps and what are the enabling conditions needed, because what we hear a lot, sometimes you have a project, a 2-year, 3-year project, it supports some of these local enterprises, but once the project ends or the philanthropy funds ends, the project is just, gone, and that's what we don't want. So we feel that one of the major things that I think was something that we brought to ARPA communities is to work side by side while we develop this business. We also strengthen local community organizations, because you need to have better governance and better structured associations and organizations so that you can sustain these local enterprises over time. There are, of course, a lot of challenges: technical assistance, capacity building. And so we are building this roadmap or this curve where you can have different levels of maturity of these local enterprises and what they need in each of these levels. If you're talking of a very new brand organization or local association, they will need a lot of capacity building, administrative systems, monitoring systems to organize themselves. Of course, there are already some well-developed local enterprises in the Amazon, so maybe they just need support to access bigger markets, to discuss with bigger companies how can they meet their commitments, and in terms of forest production. We have another big challenge for these local enterprises right now, which is the extreme events in the Amazon. I don't know how much of you are aware, but the Amazon is burning terribly these months, and the communities are suffering due to the most severe drought seen in the Amazon. So some of these communities right now are not being able to meet their commitments in terms of sourcing the production, and transporting these projects, and because the rivers are dry. So we need to build these commitments, but also to make sure that we build the awareness on who is buying these projects as well about these dynamics. So I think these are some of the things we are discussing so that we can make sure that these businesses models will be sustainable in the long run.
Thank you, Mariana. I think this is particularly important because we are not talking about a project, we're talking about people's livelihoods, right? Like these are families that depend on those initiatives. So thanks for that. And now I want to ask you, Margaret, how do you hope USAID's investment in Tapajós will encourage other public funders to follow suit, and including other US agencies to come together into an integrated approach to support nature-based solutions in key landscapes like Tapajós, but other tropical critical landscapes?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Well, as we've been discussing, the size, the scope, and the importance of this problem and the challenge of conserving the Amazon requires, it's more than any one government or organization can do alone, and it requires partnership. And so with this, working together, this is something that we see as important to, it's a key part of our partnership with the government of Brazil, for example, and I'm proud of our deep, long-standing partnership with them on the environment in particular, and the importance of that, and working at both national and local levels. And then also, as discussed, working with the local communities, working with different stakeholders, also the private sector, as was mentioned, so that bringing that to bear. And I think that having alliances like this, these type of initiatives can help also encourage other public funders from other countries to contribute, because when you see something that is working, that's bringing together different incentives and is trying to do it in a sustainable way, such as preserving the livelihoods, directing the market forces in a way that will be positive for the environment and could be win-win, is something that I think is something we can attract others to partner and co-invest in. And so that's what we hope to do in not only the Tapajós work, but in our work in this area across the sector. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret, and thanks for highlighting the power of partnerships. I absolutely agree. Okay, so enough with my questions. Last one for Julie, and then over to you all. Julie, how we can grow the leadership circle? How can we inspire more companies to invest in nature-based solutions and to really focus on benefits for people, climate, and nature in a given landscape, moving away from one just like interest, but to really support what the landscape needs?
Yeah, so I think there are three parts that I see to those that are really successful. The first is you're engaging companies in supply chains in places that are relevant to them. As companies think about where are they going to be engaged, it is much easier for a company to articulate a reason to be a part of this when it is a landscape they know they have a role in, where the production of commodities or products that they rely on are adjacent or nearby. That is a very real place that they get a connection to the supply security, the relevance to their business. And when you work in places where a business has relevance, it's not just money that they bring to the table. It's insights, it is connections, it is, the investments that they bring are not just financial, which are very important, but they can be a part of really thinking about the full production zone and all of the ways that it might transform over time. And that's really critical, because then you're really bringing it more into the core of their business and making it part of who they are. The second piece, and I think it was embedded in your question, is you're engaging them in meaningful ways. These are not kind of single projects, but they understand that by engaging in this one piece, they're connecting to others, and that the multiplier of impact they have alongside others really will make a meaningful difference. That the effort, the investments, because nobody can do this alone, that they are part of a larger coalition, a larger piece of work that adds up to make a meaningful difference on the issues we're trying to solve. So I think that's the second piece, is that there is a discrete action they're taking or a discrete investment that they're making where they're able to point to the impact they've made, but they know that it is being knitted together with others to have landscape level impact. And the third is something that I think you all are trying to track with the nature-based origination platform, with other places, which is you're making it relatively easy for them. You know, I have the privilege of sitting with a foot in philanthropy and a foot in the private sector, and I see the different styles of working and the different paces of working. And so the really deep and meaningful work done by NGOs and governments that is over time often requires a lot of trust building, a lot of engagement of many stakeholders, is often a pace the private sector needs to engage differently in. And so knowing the moment that you engage the private sector, where their voice can play a meaningful role, where they understand the investment, but are not necessarily participating in the what can be years-long process for very good reason, is essential, because they want to be a part of it, but often don't have the bandwidth, the staff, the capacity to embed in that, nor the expertise. And so knowing the moments that you can say, no, you will make a difference here, and at this moment you'll be really meaningful to the conversation and have relevant expertise, relevant capital, all of those things is essential to really engaging them in meaningful ways that will transform to places that are sustained partnerships.
Thank you so much, Julie. Thanks for that perspective. And now I'm going to open to the public to hear your questions. Who wants to get us started? Yes, here, please.
Hi. From our side, like a general, all of us, like a consumers, if we want to engage, helping, in buying or supporting all these efforts, how we can find, for example, a table that is coming from a certified product, how we engage with that. That's the first. And the other one is like, we like human creatures, sometimes we don't know when is enough. How you that are working directly with the communities are helping them to see like you need to have a plan, like never take more than this, because it's
Thank you.
I can start with your second question. First, I think most of the communities know when there is enough, because they've been learning and managing these lands for a long time. But of course, the program, as part of ARPA communities, we are including monitoring specifically the species that are going to be used, so we know that we are not overusing it. Also, the program has important safeguards in terms of, for instance, not changing the natural composition of the forest, because they will just, I don't know, plant a specific tree nut or acai just because to make profit out of it. So there are some safeguards and some monitoring systems so we can ensure that the program is actually supporting the natural composition of the forest and its sustainable use and not causing any harm. But in that general, the communities are very much aware about the limits. And do you want to talk about sourcing and
Anyone wants to talk about sourcing on that side? Yeah.
I can speak to the basics, which I think it's really hard as a consumer, and I want to acknowledge that. So I think there are two different pieces, and I'm not sure what you were asking about. One is how you buy potentially directly from these small production places, and my colleagues may have a better answer at some of the specifics of how you would get to local production, because there are some amazing ways that these communities are producing. I think there are also certifications across a number of, they're all different based on what you're buying and whether you're looking for, afforestation and deforestation-free products, or, depending on the issue you're solving, the certification is different, but they can play a really big role as we build more transparency into supply chains. Different commodities have different issues that we're solving, but things like deforestation-free can be an important part of your selection.
And maybe I just add from the point of view of forest, there's the Forest Stewardship Council that not only helps improve the way forest is being managed and how it's been managed in general, but there's safeguards involved in the process that FSC has been setting as standards. And you can then go as a consumer to the market and make sure that what you are buying, it's produced adequately and abiding the safeguards, social and environmental safeguards. So from the paper you buy, from the toilet paper you use, you can look for the FSC logo, and then you will know that there's some safeguards associated with those products. But there's many other certifications, as Julie mentioned. Other questions? Yeah, over there.
My steps in today. Sorry to make you run over here. This one's to Julia, actually. I wrote it down here. I'd be curious to know if there was a specific data point or insight or piece of information that convinced your team to invest in this project. And then also any advice you'd give to someone trying to convince one of your peers to make a similar investment.
Sure. So I don't know that it is a specific data point, but I'd call out like a two-part frame that we use most frequently, which is first that location piece I talked about. So where are the locations that we know from scientists are most critical to nature and really are at threat? And overlapping that with places where we feel like Walmart can have a difference because we know we source there and our supply chain exists near or in that region. So that's our starting piece of where we focus, because we know if we have a presence there, we can have a disproportionately positive impact. The second piece is, okay, you're now in the right geography. How do you know this is the right project? And I think there are 4 or 5 components that we see as the strongest projects. So first, there is financial leverage and other investors, because we know never are we going to be enough. Even as a large funder, we're never going to be enough alone. Second, there is engagement of indigenous people, smallholder farmers, the communities that have used and rely on this land for livelihoods are part of the solution and engaged with real voice in the solution. Third, there is an accountability mechanism. There's a baseline, there's a measurement model. We know that there is a real written plan that everybody has agreed upon where success is going to be measured. And then there is government involvement. We think that that's really important for the permanence. And so that looks very different around the world. Different governments engage in different ways. Sometimes it is the national government, sometimes it's more at the jurisdictional level. We aren't always focused on that, but there is a support from policymakers and enforcers in the region for this approach. And we think that's really essential to have the level of transformative, sustained impact we're hoping to invest in.
Thanks, Julie. Here.
Oh, here you go. Yeah. Thank you. And great panel. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. One of the questions I have in coming from the private sector is that we often fund projects because we don't necessarily have the same capacity and the ability to stick around for as long and watch the development of a particular project over the years and be able to see how it grows and how it really does impact the community and the environment. My question is, for companies like that or other private sector actors, what is kind of the expectation when you get funding from someone like that? I had an earlier session where somebody had said no more pilots, and it was like music to my ears, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to do another pilot project. But one of the things that I know a lot of people are pivoting towards is the longevity of investments. How can we make a sustained difference in a community or in an ecosystem, and really be able to move the needle on that scale rather than continually investing for 1 year here, 1 year there, which is great for our comms teams, but not always necessarily for really developing where we need to do.
Thank you for that question. Any takers? I have some thoughts, but
I'll start out just saying this is one thing we feel that the project finance for permanence model really addresses, is there are always issues of capacity and startup, and sustaining investment over a long term is super important for conservation. It's just, you know, the lifespans of species exceed the 3 to 5 year lifespan of many projects. So we feel that having a financial mechanism that allows the local counterpart funding to rise gradually over time as the philanthropic or other funding decreases over time is a really good model, and coupled with then the accountability mechanisms that make sure that everybody's delivering what they said they would deliver at the beginning of the project, we feel it's a really strong model that way. But I'm sure there are other.
I can add from my perspective, because I love your question. This is one of the challenges we're trying to tackle with the Nature-Based Solutions Origination Platform. I'm building on what Margaret and Julie said, that not one single entity or donor can do it all. What we are trying to do is help coordinate a little bit make it transparent what the landscape needs to reach sustainability. So we are helping develop the theory of change or the strategy for that given landscape, understanding what are the threats and then what needs to happen to address those threats. Knowing that some interventions will not be suitable for private sector investment and some other will be more suitable for philanthropy or for public sector funding. And we are trying to coordinate all these donors in the landscape to hit that level of scale that is more than a project. Projects are important and will continue to be important, including pilots, because it allows us the opportunity of innovation and learning by failing as well, right? But what we want to do is we need to stop failing and we need to unlock that impact at scale. So what we want to do with the NBSOP is precisely coordinate these efforts, allow each different sector donor to see themselves and the relevance in the landscape, and to be able for us to be a little more sophisticated in combining, blending, and sequencing the funding that will get us to that longevity that we need to shift the pathway of these landscapes towards sustainability. So yeah, thanks for that question.
I'd add one thing, which is I think the discipline at the beginning to work in relevant landscapes to your business will address some of that. Because the more meaningful the place you're working is to your business's supply security, long-term value creation, the less likely you are to think of it as a project, and the more likely the question you're going to get from everybody at the business is not what's next in something else, but like how are we continuing to be a part of this place, this work, because it will feel authentic and meaningful and frankly necessary to the long-term value creation proposition.
That's it. One more question before we have to close. Any takers? Yeah, okay. There.
Oh, okay. Up here? Oh. Hi. Thank you for the panel. My question is, what's next? You all are very accomplished. You've described some incredible innovations and the stick-it-to-itiveness to make the change on the ground. What should we be looking forward to next? What are you most enthusiastic or excited about?
Okay, let's do this as a round, like a rapid fire, because we have 3 minutes. Julie, you want to get started?
Sure. I think 2 rapid answers. One, I am excited about all this move to the landscape level and knitting projects together and really trying to see the effectiveness we can get at that piece. And the second, I would say, which is pretty wonky, but like the work we're doing, the world is doing today to measure the effectiveness of this is expensive. There's a lot to be done, and I think there's a lot of innovation on figuring out how to measure effectively, affordably, and move faster.
Well, as mentioned, this is an important part of our strategy in terms of USAID's work in Brazil, but also in the climate change strategy that USAID has, which currently goes to 2030, but as we know, we will continue working on this topic. So, as mentioned, all of these have big targets, and the measuring of the progress and how do all of USAID's work and partnerships across the world add up to try to reach these ambitious goals is what's important for us. Thanks.
Well, what I can say is that ARPA was always a beginner, open doors, and learning this model. And everybody's super excited about launching ARPA Community. I'm actually super excited about implementing it and learning how much challenges and we're going to face and how much we're going to learn with it, and also how I can expand this concept of long-term conservation through community development and promoting bioeconomy to other regions and landscapes.
I'm really excited about the COP16 coming up in Cali and how financial mechanisms are going to be front and center, and how can we link those financial mechanisms to implementation on the ground like we talked about here today.
And I am very excited to keep solving the puzzle at the landscape level and bringing everybody together and highlighting the power of partnerships. Thanks, Amy, for making my job in wrapping up very easy. And thank you to all our panelists for joining us today, and to all of you and in the live stream for joining. And any funders, donors, and other partners that want to join us in building this momentum, please just come and talk to us. Thank you.
This is Thursday Night Men's League in Kodiak, Alaska. Some of my best friends in the world. When you live in a town this small, you gotta find things that make it fun. It was real bad. Nothing Carol can't fix. Come on, Carol.
Kodiak is my favorite place in the world. I've been a lot of different places, but this place feels like home, and there's really no place quite like it.
Beautiful form.
I have been commercially fishing for 25 years in Kodiak, Alaska. As I've seen the options for fishing in Kodiak disappear, and you look at the history of Kodiak and how we were once the king crab capital of the world, and now it's really hard to catch a king crab here. I mean, just the instability of the fisheries is scary because of the climate. Cod eggs are not surviving in the warmer waters. Cod, for me, was my bread and butter. I depended on the ocean for 30 years, and so I felt obligated to try to give something back. And I think that's where this comes from. Just something that I could do to give back to something that sustained my family. I think that's what excites me about kelp a lot, is that it's generally a shoulder season for a lot of these fisheries. I think that it creates a big opportunity for fishermen in the area to have something else to do.
Man, that's like the best clarity we've had in a long time. Just throw it past that buoy a little ways. Whatever it hooks on, we'll just pull it up with that.
Codex Planetarius, a new approach to reducing the climate impacts of food production, brought to you by the Markets Institute at WWF. My name is Ed Wyatt, and I'm Communications Director for the Markets Institute. We have several panelists with us today. Jason Clay, Senior Vice President for Markets, will give a presentation about Codex Planetarius and the 1% solution. And he will then be joined by Sabine Miltner, who's Program Director for Conservation and Markets at the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, Carlos Klink, who is former Secretary of Climate Change at the Brazilian Ministry of the Environment and is coordinator of the Cerrado Initiative at the University of Brasilia, Mohamed Bakar, who is manager of the Jeff Secretariat for the Global Environmental Facility, and Valerie Hickey, who's Global Director for Environment, Natural Resources, and the Blue Economy at the World Bank. Before we dive into Codex Planetarius, we're going to start with a short video to set the table for what you're about to learn.
To meet the needs of a rapidly growing population, we have prioritized food production over planetary health. The results have altered the environment. Producing food has the largest impact on the planet of any human activity, driving habitat conversion, biodiversity loss, overfishing, and climate change. To protect the health of future generations, we need to reduce food's environmental impacts. That's why we're collaborating with global scientists, producers, food companies, and governments to explore Codex Planetarius, a new pathway for the global food system. Codex Planetarius is a set of minimum environmental standards for producing globally traded food, a system to measurably reduce its biggest environmental impacts to ensure global food production into the future. No single country can do this alone, but together we can, with the right institutions and framework. With Codex Planetarius, global demand for food can be met while improving the health of both food production and our planet. There's no time to waste. Together, we can create a healthier, more resilient future.
And now I'd like to introduce Jason Clay, Executive Director of the Markets Institute at WWF.
So good afternoon. Welcome to this discussion about Codex Planetarius and the 1% solution. When I was born, there were 2.5 billion people on the planet, and today there's 8.2 billion people. People are taller and bigger. They're living longer, nearly 30 years on average globally, longer than before. There are more people above the poverty line. They have more income than before, and people are consuming more and differently. People and domesticated livestock, animals, pets, etc., represent 97% of the mammalian weight or volume on the planet. Wildlife represent 3%. And so we need to freeze the footprint of food and then shrink those key footprints that are the most important. And the biggest impacts are in food production. And so that's where we need to start. Today we're discussing 2 strategies. Both rely on governments and market mechanisms to work, but they need to be owned by governments. One is Codex Planetarius and the other is the 1% solution. Both of these bodies of work are in a kind of proof of concept phase where all the information being collected and gathered will be put in the public domain to make sure that it's available for others. Now, first of all, I want to provide a little bit of the ground information of how we got here. So food production is responsible for about 70% of biodiversity loss, 70% of habitat destruction, 25 to 35% of greenhouse gas emissions all in, about 90% of marine fisheries stocks are fully exploited. Food production uses more chemicals than any other human activity, and about 70% of all fresh water that is used by people is used for producing food. About 78% of the pollution of fresh water comes from food production, and in the last 150 years, we've lost about 50% of topsoil in the world. So for the last 20 or 30 years, many NGOs and others have tried to impact the production of food by developing voluntary standards, working with companies to move markets. What we've done is, I think, create awareness about the impacts of food, consensus about the 6 to 8 key impacts, environmental impacts that are important across the different food commodities. We've agreed about what to measure and how to measure it. And in some cases, at least, we've identified proxies that offer windows of insights across the different impacts. So I think what we didn't do, though, was actually move the bottom. We identified the best producers and tried to support them, tried to find ways that they could benefit from better markets. We focused on practices more than results. And what we found was that if you ask 1,000 farmers to have the same practice, you'll get 1,000 different results. And if you want a result, you need to ask for it. Results and performance metrics actually lead to innovation. Practices lead to compliance. And you're seeing this right now with a lot of the regenerative ag stuff. I think the voluntary standards were also focused on marketing and communications and on premiums rather than producer net profits, because the people setting them up didn't understand farming. Now, one other thing that was happening in the same period was the role of North American and European companies in the private sector to move global markets was diminishing. In the late 90s, about 25% of global palm oil was being consumed in the US, North America, and Europe. Today, it's about 10 or even less %. So if we're going to influence global markets, we've got to find a way to engage Asia and to move those markets as well. So the question, for me at least, became, are we going to reward the best or move the rest? And if we're moving the rest, then we need to have a focus that's specifically targeting governments and getting governments engaged, because they're the ones that have to be involved in order to move the bottom. I think we also have to recognize that there is a real problem with using averages in our thinking and making policies based on averages. Averages don't cause the problems. It's the extremes that cause the problem. And so while averages may tell a company what their footprint is upstream into production, it doesn't tell them who produced it, why they produced it, how they produced it, or what incentive it would take to change that. What we've found in our research, looking at 10 different commodities of feed crops, row crops, tree crops, livestock, fish, aquaculture, and wild caught, is that most food commodities have about 3 to 5 production systems globally. Sorry, I'm trying to read a monitor up here and read that at the same time. From least to the most intensive. In any one of these production systems, the difference between the bottom 10% of producers in terms of efficiency and the top 10% is 10x. But when you look across different production systems for the same commodity, the difference can be 50x to 100x. Averages are not going to help us figure out how to reduce the biggest impacts. What this boils down to is the least efficient producers, the bottom 10 to 20% of all producers of a commodity, produce the bulk of the impacts. The data shows about 60 to 80% of the impacts come from those 10 to 20% of producers, and only about 5% of the product. Now, if we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% in absolute terms We cannot get that by focusing on the best producers. We can only get that by focusing on the worst ones. So we've got to start thinking very differently about strategies. Another little thing that I think is increasingly important is how much food is being traded globally. In the last 40 years, from 1980 on the top bar to 2020, we saw that in 20 years, food production increased by 50%. In 40 years, food production doubled. But in terms of traded food over 40 years, it quadrupled. So the amount of food that's being traded is growing exponentially. And this is really before the impact of climate change is felt in many parts of the world in food production. So we need to figure out how to anticipate. Global trade is important. It's absolutely essential from a sustainability and a resilience point of view. But we've got to figure out how to make sure that global trade doesn't undermine the production in the exporting countries. So here's the basic question is, on a finite planet, should consumers have a choice about more sustainable products, or should all choices be more sustainable? We need to raise all the boats. We can't have a few here and a few here and then others going down. We've got to make sure that we can figure out how to move the entire system. So Codex Planetarius is a standard to ensure that global trade in food and soft commodities meets demand without undermining the natural resource base in exporting countries for present and future generations. We can't afford to mine the resources that we're going to need to produce more food going forward. The objective is to develop science-based minimum performance standards for the 6 to 8 most significant environmental impacts of producing globally traded food, with an overarching goal of ensuring that global trade maintains or improves the natural resource base in exporting countries for future generations. Now think about what this means. It means that we're having a lot of discussions about bad subsidies and about how much money is being spent on food production domestically in countries. There is a time in the not-so-distant future when countries are going to have to start investing in the food production in other countries to ensure their food supplies. And we need to think about how that pivot could happen. The precedent for Codex Planetarius is Codex Alimentarius. It was started in the Austro-Hungarian Empire as a way to develop health and safety standards for food for human consumption in the 1880s. In the war in 1943, FDR and Churchill decided that it needed to be rolled out globally, and they brought scientists and doctors together who created the Codex Alimentarius. It was placed in the FAO in 1963 as the global health and safety standards, and those scientists became the WHO. 18 countries originally signed on to this, and when the WTO endorsed, little lag time here, sorry. When the WTO endorsed it, about 160 countries then signed on. And that shows the importance of food health and safety. But I think it's time that we also realize that there is an importance for planetary health and safety. So when fully developed and launched, Codex Planetarius will aim to do the following: provide common metrics and methodologies for measurement for minimum performance and for continuous improvement. Everybody using the same standards. Apples to apples comparisons, not fruit salads. Inform regulatory guidelines for governments to use for trade agreements, but also to become eventually part of the WTO. And provide global standards and data that inform trade and provide product transparency and traceability throughout the system. So, okay. There's a coordination committee that has been put together to work on this with me, and it includes people from the FOLUR program, which was funded by the GEF, funded through the World Bank and funded to the FAO to work on a similar Codex project. And the results of that have been these proof of concept research studies that we're putting out through the WWF research-led work that we're doing on this project. So there is these are the WTO guardrails for this work, and we're complying with these because we eventually want this to become part of the WTO. The WTO was one of the first organizations that we spoke with about how to do this right and how to ensure that it would be acceptable. And so these are the standards that they require, and we've been following them. WTO cannot be part of this work, but they've been informed and are informing it. So the 1% solution is coming from a different part, and that is to really look at how we pay for this. If Codex is a stick, the 1% solution is a bit of a carrot. So why do we want to focus on the 1% solution? Well, I've just talked about global trade and why it's increasing and why we need absolute reductions of environmental impacts. This is going to cost money. Somebody has to figure out how to pay for it. Right now, the payments for environmental externalities are coming either from producers, from governments who are cleaning up some of the mess, or from the planet itself, which is absorbing those impacts. The key issues are going to be eventually who pays for these environmental externalities and how does that happen. But we do need to have awareness and begin to have communications about the role that impacts of producing food could have on future food supplies if we don't address them. So the goal of the 1% solution is to create a market mechanism to generate the funding to reduce the key impacts in the global food system while making it more sustainable and resilient. The strategy is to collect a 1% environmental fee on top of the export price of food commodities. This doesn't come from the producers, it comes from the consumers. And 100% of this will be used to help the least efficient producers reduce key environmental impacts, become legal, or move into some other use of that land. The 1% would help producers obtain land titles, licenses, and permits. We're finding that about 50% of farmers who are not legal, it's because of land titling issues, issues that have gone way back to before most of the current states were created. We would be investing in inputs, efficiency, and better management practices, in developing traceability systems, reforesting areas for legal compliance, rehabilitating degraded land, identifying and retiring marginal land, helping farmers identify what crops they should grow next or they could grow with fewer impacts, and establishing platforms where producers can share information with each other about what it costs to make the transition, what works, what doesn't, and how to pay for it. We've got to figure out how to build the fund structure. The money collected wouldn't go to a government to spend through its regular budgets. It would need to be approved by those who are also involved in governing the fund, which are the ones that are paying the money into it. So the importing countries would have a say in how this runs. This is a new kind of structure. It's not going to be particularly easy, but we've got to identify and create a structure that's going to work for both the producing countries and the importing countries, and look at what the options are for payments into the fund. Is it on FOB? Is it on CIF? How is it collected, et cetera? We need to have governance for the fund that is going to be transparent and actually achieve results. We need to guarantee, first and foremost, that 100% of these funds actually go to farmers to reduce impacts. And then we need to see if there are other ways that this kind of funding could be used to leverage additional funds in the same areas. So moving the strategy forward, we need to create awareness about the 1% solution, which is part of what today is. Developed FAQs about to answer common questions, socialize the concept, and identify supporters and potential ambassadors for this work. Develop a pilot, including, and we're thinking initially that this is likely to be Brazil. There seems to be support for this in various iterations and thinking of different people in Brazil. And I think we also need to compare the impact, the cost, and the results of this type of program to what's being proposed by the EUDR, which is a giant involuntary certification system that requires parallel market structures or twice the cost. So I'm going to leave it there and invite the panelists to come up now. They've been introduced. They're going to each speak for 5 minutes, and then we'll have a discussion amongst the panelists and then ask for questions from the audience. And Mohammed's going to lead us off with his thoughts coming from the chat.
Thank you very much, Jason. My name is Mohammed Bakar. Really delighted to join this very important discussion. So I'm in the Global Environment Facility Secretariat. Some of you may be familiar with it. But very briefly, we are a financial mechanism for the multilateral environmental agreements, including the Rio Conventions and the Chemicals Conventions. So as Jason mentioned in his remarks, we have been very interested in Codex Planetarius since the very beginning, and we have been delighted to serve on the steering committee to help guide the pilot phase that we are currently in. I think for me, it was common sense that we have a Codex Alimentarius that really sets the standard for human health-related aspects of the food trade. So it seems natural that we should have a similar type of standard for the planet. It should be a no-brainer, and I'm even surprised that we hadn't thought about this a long time ago, given how old Codex Alimentarius is. But it's clear that we do need to set standards for the environment dimension of the food, following the same kind of narrative and the same kind of approach that was taken. What we don't have is a proof of concept because, of course, the planet is much more complex and the issues are more complicated and there are so many stakeholders involved. So it's not an easy thing to just get up and do, and I think that's why we have been very delighted that WWF has taken the lead on this, thanks to support from the Moore Foundation, as well as the links to the FAO and the World Bank that are also partners involved. The GEF over the last few years have really prioritized food systems as a major space for us to address food transformation in a way that will start to deliver shifts towards sustainability and resilience. And I think if you reflect on our mandate to invest in global environment benefits, this is the kind of approach that can maximize the shift that we're looking for all of the dimensions related to the multilateral environmental agreements that we serve as financial mechanism. If we were to succeed in shifting food systems towards sustainability, clearly we will be achieving a situation where our food production and supply chains will be nature positive. They will have a low carbon pathway, and then hopefully they will be pollution free. And if we did that, that will solve quite a bit of the problems that we are trying to tackle through our investments to recipient countries. Of course, the challenge always is, how do we build ownership at the country level? The GEF, as financial mechanism, our primary clientele are governments. And so we have to create ownership at national level, because whatever the standards are that we are trying to advocate, they have to be internalized in the policy framework of the governments. And one of the areas that we are currently interested in is also the coherence of that policy, because clearly governments will commit to one aspect of the development agenda, but then at the same time, they are undermining that commitment with a different policy because of the disconnect between the two. So policy coherence is very critical in this respect. And I think the biggest challenge for us is to ensure that as we develop the scientific underpinning of the standards under Codex Planetarius, we can ensure that there are pathways to build that ownership at the country level. And this will no doubt help to streamline how we can monitor and hold all of the supply chain and the production and accountable for the externalities associated with food systems. And for us in the GEF, we are very delighted to be part of this. And I think as the science starts to advance through the work that Jason and the team are doing, we can start to identify what those pathways are and how we can help to embed them within the governments, especially starting with the pilot countries that we will be engaging. So let me stop with those remarks and hand you back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And I want to thank my colleagues, Chris Brett and Lindsay Lohan and others who've been working on this, but I want to be provocative, partly because it's been a long week and I raced here and I'm tired. And I do want to congratulate, I think, and I really want to speak to the Codex Planetarius, not the 1%. The Codex Planetarius, I think, is needed. We need to move to sticks. We need to move to regulation. We need to start dealing with this. But we have a messaging problem. I was running late and I ran in the back just as the video started. And we live in a world where 49 million people are on the brink of famine. Hundreds of millions of people don't know what's for dinner tonight, and they don't even know if they're going to have dinner tonight. And it looks like we care about the planet and the animals. That's not a message we can give if we really want governments to move, if we want consumers to move. And by the way, we have a real messaging problem on the 1% solution. If we're saying this is a tax on consumers, when we all know when it comes to consuming food, it's regressive. Poorer people pay more on food. Every penny increase in their food hurts the poor much more than it hurts any of us sitting in this room. And when you have pass-through coefficients that many governments have such that they absorb some of the increases in prices of imported food, any increase in price, even if they don't pass it to that consumer, how on earth are they going to pay the bills at a time when 60% of governments are in debt distress? So we've got a messaging problem. We have to figure this out. We also have a timing problem. So, you know, it has been a long time since somebody has mentioned the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And I'm looking around and I'm not sure any of us in this room were alive when the Austro-Hungarian Empire was alive. And you went through that to Churchill in the 40s, to FAO in the 60s, to the WTO taking this up. We can't wait 100 years. We would have all seen the Potsdam Institute yesterday coming out with the tipping points, and that we've now surpassed the 7th of 9 planetary tipping points because ocean acidification just passed the safe limit. We've only got 2 left. We don't have 100 years. Nor, by the way, do the people who don't know what's for dinner tonight have 100 years for us to stop and freeze the footprint while we haven't dealt with food loss and waste, because it means even less surety about where they're getting food. We also don't have time right now, and we have to accelerate the Codex, because we're living in a moment of time where the first time in my lifetime, and Jason, probably you too, and you've been working on food for a long time, we finally have institutions like mine, the World Bank, the IMF speaking about agricultural subsidies. There is a window of opportunity to begin to talk about why agriculture is part of the problem and needs to be part of the solution. Why the fact that the agricultural and food system does not work for anybody right now. Forget working for the planet, it doesn't work for anybody. So we need to have the Codex ready to take advantage. You talked about the EUDR, the EU Deforestation-Free Regulation for Agricultural Commodities and Market Access. If we had the Codex 5 years ago, we could have attached it to the EUDR. So now how do we ensure that this fragmentation, we aren't part of that fragmentation? So again, a little bit of a timing problem. And that means I think we need to take advantage of the fact that in 2024, we can build digital twins of systems. We don't have to go out and do the kind of on-the-ground piloting that we had to do in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or even just 10 years ago. How do we accelerate learning in a way we couldn't have done even just 3 years ago? Because we do not have the time for the usual careful thinking and careful on-the-ground doing this. We do have to be careful, and particularly I want us to be careful about 3 buckets of things when it comes to the Codex, and I'll finish after this. The first, of course, is we have to be able to measure the impact. As we think about where these standards should be calibrated, we have to figure out the impact on 3 sets of things. The first is, of course, environment and food production, the key twins. Food production, we have measures. Environment, we don't have measures for everything. You could ask everybody around this room, many of us working on forestry, for example, and we'll all have a different answer if you ask how many hectares of forest were illegally deforested last year. We all have a different answer. We don't have a measure that we all agree on. So how can we make sure we can agree on those measures and get the kind of AAA data that's accurate, that's accessible so everybody can see it and see where they are, and is affordable, so it's data that isn't just collected by the big farms that we saw in some of the pictures in your presentation, but the smallholder who has 2 or 3 acres, and they can raise and curate and produce the data too. That's the first set of impacts we need data for. But we need to understand the impact of the Codex when we decide where to calibrate those standards in 2 other areas. First is revenues. When we talk about revenues, we have to understand as we calibrate where we put the standard, because again, we're talking about regulation, which is exactly the right thing to do. Government revenues. We're in the middle of a debt crisis. Is this going to add to their revenues or take away from it? What will this mean for taxes? What will it mean for their subsidies? What will it mean for the extension services they're going to have to provide? Second, the impact on revenues on firms. And remember, every farmer is a small business. And they go from micro businesses, 1 farmer, all the way up to Mars and other big agro-conglomerates. What is the impact on revenues going to be for each of that movement in the calibration, and then on households? Because we have to worry what it means both for the poorest producers and the poorest consumers. And then finally, we have to be able to assess the impact on labor and jobs and where our food is going to be grown. We forever live in fear that as we introduce more difficult market access rules and more difficult regulatory standards, that we will knock out of global supply chains the poorest countries or the poorest communities in every country who are outgrowers into global value chains. How do we make sure that as we calibrate the Codex, we keep front of mind the poorest countries, the poorest communities, and the poorest producers and consumers, so we don't make it harder for them to put food on the table, food that is healthy, and food that they know, and whether or not they know, is going to be able to continue to be grown because it'll be a planet that's healthy and much more sustainable. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. So great to be here with all of you and friends. And I'm not going back, Valerie, probably to the Austro-Hungarian times. But I think Brazil, I'll have to go back a little bit. Brazil is if you look at the news today, always problems. Flooding in the southern part of Brazil, the worst dry moment in the Amazon, So this is what's in the news. But Brazil also brings a lot of good news, and I think this opportunity, both the Codex and the 1%, are these, wow, there's an opportunity here. And I think Brazil fits in that part of the thing. And why I'm saying that, 50 years ago, so don't need to go 150 years ago back, but 50 years, and that resonates today. What you see, what you hear coming from Brazil today, or even the speech of the President Lula today in the morning here in the United Nations, comes from this. 50, 60 years ago, Brazil did not produce enough food to feed itself. We had to import food. That was a major issue, of course, for our governments and countries. And around the late 60s, the early 70s, a combination of policies, science, bringing new land into production, training farmers, credit, all sorts of things, made a huge difference. Brazil, from there to today, became one of the largest powerhouses in the world. It's probably one of the most important exporters of ag commodities in the world today. I was checking, Jason was asking me, I was checking numbers today. Last year, soy production only represented roughly 110 million tons of soy and soy products export from Brazil. And that was around $53 billion in revenues for the country. So this is huge. So this is, from this perspective, wow, it was a major, some people call that in the past a miracle. Look at the miracle that happened in Brazil. And there was a major externality, increased basically deforestation, particularly in the Cerrado savannas of Brazil. But then, if you look at more recently, let's say 20 years ago, there is also another part of this story from the conservation perspective. Again, deploying policies, science, training, engagement, bringing the international organizations together. Brazil also produced major results. 70% or more reduction of deforestation in the Amazon and in the Cerrado savannas of Brazil. That's scientifically measured, okay? And that represented more than 40% of reduction of greenhouse gases from one country, from Brazil, because of that result recently. Okay, there was some noise around recently again, but that's the major trend. At the same time, the country established over 1.5 million square kilometers in protected areas. That was part of the policy. The World Bank was part of that, for instance. And over 1 million square kilometers of new indigenous land, mostly in the Amazon. So, supported, again, by public policies, new finance mechanisms, new finance institutions. I'm not going to go over everything. The Amazon Fund, the Climate Change Fund, the Low Carbon Agriculture Plan, the Biodiversity Fund. These all came from the past 20 years. So the moment now that we are seeing the opportunity, especially for the 1% solution in Brazil, is that there is a strong kind of business and policy environment ready for that. But we need to give the next step. And that's exactly what our ambition is right now. And this is an avenue that possibly, if you work well, can be used as the 1% idea. We've been discussing to a big number of people in Brazil about this for the past, 6 months probably. And everybody said, wow, that's challenging, but that's a great opportunity. So what are the incentives? We don't know yet, but that's exactly the work we have to do right now. But instead of just going command and control, poverty reduction is a must, of course, and challenging. Farmers, you have now to stop deforestation. Okay, they have to comply with the law, but also, and they asked us, what are the opportunities? What are the incentive side that we are just starting to work on this moment right now? I think the 1% idea also could support this new policy that needs to be put in place. And Brazil is ready for that, I think, at least to be a case study. I heard today, before coming to this room, I was in another meeting here at this place, and business people, okay, different type of venue here. They were talking about the importance of new partnerships. That I think we have the opportunity to bring new partnerships. Some are sitting exactly at this moment in this table, and I think the 1%, Jason, can be a kind of a convener of solution-oriented investments. That's how we should think. I think that's a big opportunity. Do I have 1 minute extra, or should I stop?
No.
Okay.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. There's a process going on. We are, as I mentioned, I'm not going to go over the details, but we are talking to consultants, governments, business, public banks, private banks, and everybody's, wow, I want to jump in. I want to jump into this, the preparation, the feasibility, as we call it, to develop and the idea of the 1%. And again, I think Brazil, I can talk a lot more, but let me stop here. I think Brazil, we are in the right moment. My last word, Jason, according to what both colleagues mentioned right now here, and that you mentioned in your presentation, is we keep hearing a lot of that, Valerie, on farmers are at the forefront of this. They have to be sitting on the table, preparing and making the decisions and this construction together. Everybody in Brazil, small, big farmers, they say, okay, but I have to be part of the decision-making process to do this right now. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Okay. My name is Sabina Mittner. I'm with the War Foundation. And, to Valerie's point, probably I should have made the decision to support the Codex 5 years ago or 10 years ago, whenever I met Jason in my role at the foundation, which was 8 years ago, in order to have the time but one needs to also understand why sometimes you jump finally on an opportunity such as the Codex. And that is, much of the work that we are doing in Brazil and elsewhere is focused on, zero deforestation, full stop, zero conversion, food production. And why? Because it is not because we feel the planet is more worth than the people, but because in order to produce the food durably, you need to generate the resilience of the system so that you can do it, right? So I think you're right in terms of the messaging. It needs to be messaged appropriately. But anyway, in that work, it is clear that there is a lot of sort of pushback around the voluntary standards. You can only get that far. And at some point, Jason was presenting these ideas on, the difference between different production systems and different regional differences and whatnot. When you then see that things can be so vastly different that you need to worry about, okay, how poorly is stuff produced in some places by some people, and do we not need to raise that bottom up, right? Because otherwise we are fixing, the supplies from, on the deforestation front, but we are not considering a whole bunch of other impacts. And if it's harder for people to do more than one thing at a time. We all know this from our own experience, right? So for the farmers to ask them for 10 different things is also harder for them. Yet we do need to get them to these other impacts as well. So the Codex looked like a good idea from that perspective, that you bring the bottom up, that you set a minimum standard, a standard that, most producer countries could comply. And especially if then this enters trade, that you have a harmonization of that standard through the global trading system, and you have conditions in each country where regulators could set the standards such that they would apply for also the non-traded sector, for example, at least not immediately, but at least over time, right? So that you ultimately gravitate towards something that is a much more holistic solution than what you perhaps initially think if you are just saying this is focused on the traded sector. So I think it's obviously it has been a journey, I would say, and it is at the same time really valuable to have a major NGO collaborate with these institutions such as yourselves, World Bank, the GEF, the FAO, keeping touch with the WTO in order to make that something that has the potential, at least for seeing the light of day, right, so to speak. And just a final word on the 1%, because again, as we are seeing in our work in Brazil in particular, it is difficult to put in place the financial incentives for the farmers to change that are at the same time compatible with the commercial expectations of all the actors. And so, we at the same time, we have these externalities, and that is to some degree what philanthropy, of course, should step in, and we are trying to do that through, kind of trying to put together some catalytic pool of capital that can de-risk some of those financial mechanisms that are in place to incentivize those farmers and make the change faster. But, that's only that far, that, it's hard to get to catalytic capital, as you know. And so therefore, the 1% solution is actually one mechanism to pay for things, particularly those things that are the least commercial, right, where it's not clear where the commercial impact will materialize. I mean, bringing people out of illegality, right, is super critical, because if they keep on being illegal, you create, by design, leakage markets that you actually don't really want. So you do want to bring them back into legality so they can enter the regularized market and supply chains and trade and so on. But that's a difficult commercial proposition to some degree, right? So mechanism, how can you raise funding at scale that helps pay for things like that, right? So we need to think about, and if people only want cheap food, then of course, that's the consequence. You get poor production, whether it's the textiles or whether it's food. It doesn't, it's the same problem everywhere. So ultimately, it is somebody along the value chain will need to pay for it, and maybe it's a collective payment for it, but the consumer market seems, relatively easy way to potentially achieve it, just because it's a vanishingly small number at the end of the day, once you take that 1% and distribute it across for what the product will yield in the marketplace on the shelf of a retail store. Anyway, so I think that we need to think more creatively about solutions, and both of these things, have the potential for being creative. Will there be issues that will pop up? Undoubtedly, and I think it is great to have honest discussion about what is good and what is bad. But if you don't try, you don't get anywhere, right?
It's interesting. 35 years ago, I put a 5% environmental premium on exports of products from Brazil. I set up a trading company to do rainforest products, and that 5% didn't translate to any higher prices to consumers, because the raw materials in a packaged good are 5%. The raw materials in a food item are 5 to 8% of the cost of the food item retail. And 1% of 5 to 8% is pretty small. We didn't see that it actually did anything. In fact, that 5%, 100% of that went back to producers, which is the goal with this 1% as well, but not to all producers. It's collected on all exports, but it goes back to the producers that have the problems. And it's a grant to them unless they don't fix the problem, and then it becomes a loan. And so there are many ways to look at this and to structure this, but I think the other thing is that all the product that isn't exportable is still sold on the domestic market, so there's still a market for it. And most food products are still consumed locally. But I think the bigger issue, you were talking, Valerie, about, you know, I would say if Codex existed 5 years ago, there'd be no need for the EUDR. Because habitat conversion is one of the things that will be done. But it's not just habitat conversion, it's water and water pollution and soil health and all the other things that make for a more productive and resilient ag system. So to me, yes, there are social issues, there are poverty issues, et cetera. But if we can show that this doesn't have an impact on food prices, then I think, and in fact, one of the issues that we're toying with is another, maybe, we don't know how to phrase it, but it's another impact. So if a company imports food and wastes 40% of it, should they be allowed to import food? I mean, these are real questions that we have to start, I think, asking and answering if we want to manage the planet. And so, you know, let's figure out what we can do on these things and move it forward. We can't let it take 100 years, absolutely. But between you and me, I don't expect anything to happen on this in my lifetime. We're doing this to put on record what can be done and how to think about it. And everything's going into the public domain so that when there is consensus, it can happen. But we know that an NGO can't make this happen. In fact, if the NGO's fingerprints are all over this, it won't happen. We know that China won't buy into it, and other countries too. So, you know, we try to find ways to leverage, and we think it's through information, through knowledge, through asking the right questions, posing the issues differently. 75 to 90% of all food is exported by 15 countries. Let's start with those. And we can leave the least developed countries, we can leave the less developed countries out of the equation for the time being and let them come along, the same way the WTO gave them a pass for a while.
But see, Jason, I'm glad you mentioned the WTO, and this is where I'm going to fight back against you thinking you're not going to see this in your lifetime. We currently have a head of the NGO in Ngozi.
Well, you don't know how long I'm going to live.
Well, I'm going to assume it's going to be another 60 years. So, but honestly, we have a head of the WTO who did manage, and none of us thought this was possible, the second ever agreement to the WTO, and it was on fisheries subsidies. Yeah. So we do have an appetite at the moment.
30 years ago. We fought on that in World Fund for 30 years.
And it took 20 years to gavel the BBNJ treaty.
Right.
It took 15 years to get to Paris Agreement. It's only taken 2 to get to a plastics agreement.
So maybe we can cut
Technology isn't the only thing that's getting faster.
I know, but brains don't always.
But I think there is a point that the policy momentum overall is much higher than it has been around the kinds of issues that we are discussing here. And that is the moment to see. So I think hopefully not 60 years. I wouldn't definitely have the patience for that.
So sorry. You had.
No, I was just going to say that the science has also advanced considerably. Yeah. I mean, now we're getting data, real-time data almost on a regular basis. So that's a huge problem already solved.
And I think that's the same with the impacts. When we're having researchers propose an impact around water quality or an impact around water take or around habitat loss, we know that in 10 years, or maybe 20 at the most, that is going to be obsolete. That we have to improve the impact, not just how you perform against an impact, but actually change the impact altogether, how we talk about it, because that's how fast things can change. And so we're looking at, mushrooms growing underneath the soil as a soil health indicator, because it's a very good one. We just can't do it all over the world yet. But just to give you one insight, so we're doing with these impacts, we're having one or two people write the foundational paper and then having them reviewed by dozens of people. They add their comments, they become co-authors, having it reviewed then by hundreds of people, and just have this a process to figure out what we agree on, what we disagree on, and why, and what data we need, and then what do we not know anything about. Because if we can have that, we can start developing a strategy for moving it forward much faster. And it's kind of I would say it's a kind of wiki type of peer review. Because if we can build consensus globally with researchers from around the world, then this has a chance of happening.
I actually also think that one real benefit of the process is the idea that with climate change, the buyers can no longer really only rely on the known actors in this in the system that they have worked with for the last 10 years. They will have to switch up suppliers. And, you know, so in that sense, having a minimum standard for those commercial actors and ultimately for all of us is really beneficial if you consider the volatility basically that will be inherent in the supply chains, at least, you know, as we are overshooting and landing hopefully somewhere safely.
So I think we have a mic going around if people have questions. Do we have a mic?
I'm not sure this is a question. I think you have a scale problem more than you have any other problem. If you were the private sector looking at this problem, I think you would be talking scale levers, you'd be talking which locations in the world could I have the most impact the fastest, you'd be talking about what's the equivalent of the cell phone for agriculture. What you want to do is leapfrog the way landlines were leapfrogged for the poorest, for the most unproductive producers. You don't want them to move up to the level of the current producers. You want them to leapfrog the current producers. So you'll need other folks who they work with to go along with them in doing this because they're not good enough to do it by themselves. And you need to do it at a level of scale concentrated in places where the problems are the worst, so you get the most visibility to solve the messaging problem from having created a solution that no one thought was possible in a specific place that everybody knows is hell. That's what I would think about from a private sector standpoint. And then from there, I'd scale based on the visibility of creating focused at-scale solutions in the places where the problem is the worst, with everybody helping.
So my concern about that particular approach is that it's very private sector. You're working with some producers to make them better. What we're talking about is there are bad producers everywhere. They're just not the majority, they're just a few. So how do you get them either into something else or find markets for letting them just let their land go back to nature?
You need something else that's the equivalent. And what we want them will be several things. But it'll be several things that are the equivalent of the cell phone. If you'd have given the cell phone to all the poor people, everybody else would have immediately adopted it. You want the poor agricultural producers to be given a set of things.
Okay, we have another question.
Maybe the panel can shed some light on this, that if we have practices like regen agriculture, which in the long term benefit smallholder farmers in general, is the Codex then a way to facilitate more of such activities overall? And would it not be beneficial to target smallholder farmers in phase one? And why would you suggest to focus more on like developed countries instead of where a lot of smallholder farmers are? And then would the 1% solution be required if the problem is solving itself, if we switch to better farming practices?
I think that the reason I think the reason that we're talking about getting the primary exporters involved is that it's a way to get the pump primed. It's a way to start the system moving and then pull the rest along. Doesn't mean you wait to invest in those early producers, because everybody knows what the standards are that are going to be required, or at least how to measure them, and then you set the standards at different points for different countries depending on where they are currently, because it is about continuous improvement. It's not just about leapfrogging. We're not going to leapfrog this in the short term, but we can continuously improve or find other things for those farmers to do that will make more money and have less impacts.
And if I may just very quickly on this, I think we forget that there is sort of an anti-codex in place right now. If you look at the No, in terms of standards.
It is no information. Commodity trading has no information about where it was produced and how.
No, that I agree. Sorry. So for me, the anti-codex is the fact that governments have put in place standards for food production. They just say, go ahead and burn the Amazon down or the Congo down, perfectly fine, I don't care. And that speaks to the $635 billion every year that governments are spending on agriculture. So we pretend somehow there isn't enough money for agriculture. That's $635 billion, only a third of which, by the way, goes into the pockets of farmers. So if we want to produce money, we don't necessarily need to set up a newfangled mechanism that adds basically a tariff and export products. You can simply repurpose the existing $635 billion if you attach it to this kind of a codex, this kind of a standard, so that it becomes business as usual. And that's how you shift private sector. That's how smallholders are suddenly, because right now they're being given money and they're being given it to apply more fertilizer to their land, which is causing them health problems, not to mind all the environmental problems. And for every 10% increase in fertilizer they're adding, they're getting less than a 2% increase in production. This is suboptimal for everybody. So why not give them that money to do regen agriculture and the extension services that go with it? So I actually think there are existing plumbing systems that we simply need to introduce this codex into and spend the existing money on that.
Well, that's where if the Jeff, if the World Bank, if the IFC, if others start seeing this as something they can leverage or vice versa, then I think we could make it happen.
Can I? Or should we get there is another? Let's hit the question first, and
Right now, healthy organic food, vegan food is so expensive, and cheap junk food and meat are just so cheap. What about taxing the luxuries like junk food that are so bad for you and use that money to pay for the Codex?
No food is cheap these days. No, and I'm not saying that to be facetious, but we have people struggling to put food on the table in New York City, one of the richest cities in the richest country on earth. And I think we have to be careful thinking organic agriculture is the way forward, because we cannot produce enough food if it's organic. And even if we went organic, and even if we went vegetarian, which is at the end of the day one solution to the climate crisis, or part of the solution, all those men and women, those smallholders who have 1 or 2 goats or sheep or lambs, depending on the part of the world you're in, for which that animal represents their savings account. For when somebody gets really sick and they need a quick infusion of cash, they get to sell that cow. We wipe out their savings account if we all go vegetarian. So we have to, it's a good question, but it's always important to think through the assumptions on some of these. Are we really able, if we gave you what you wanted, is it really going to give you what you want?
Well, I will even add that that junk food, it's a very good question, but junk food is actually, it's cheap cash-wise, but it's expensive health-wise, because the more you eat it, the more expensive it is when you have the health problems to deal with. So in a way, it's actually not that cheap. But again, we have to worry about people who can't even afford that. So it's fine.
Quick comment. Farmers learn very quickly from their neighbors. If you go to Brasilia right now, a lot of problems, and then your neighbors start doing something, kind of managing better the legal reserve water. everybody has started to do that. So you don't need actually, and some are going really high tech, etc. And that's just to say that farmers. That's why I keep saying that farmers are an important piece of this equation, because they can be a big, important part of the solution. Also, governments learn quite a lot. Learning. If you go to the Brazilian green finance today, when we put the NDC here in New York in 2015, I mean, how much we learned from the original NDC to now on how governments can do like this, speeding up new finance, new training, etc. And they have to take this opportunity again as well. Governments are also key for this.
So I've been told that we need to sum up and get out of this room because there's another session that starts in 25 minutes. So why don't we start with you and just go one comment, short comment for closing.
Sticks and carrots are what will move this agenda, and this is an incredibly important stick if we calibrate it right. And then think about the carrots we're already giving everybody and making sure they're attached to the same kind of standards.
Yeah, and I'll say that just getting governments involved sooner rather than later, I think is going to be really critical to pull this off. So it's something I'm looking forward to, how we can work on that.
I agree completely. I mean, let's do the right partnership right now. I think that's the most important point to do right now.
And I will say that I would love to see this agenda attached, the Codex attached to the repurposing of ag subsidies. But I'm also concerned about the length of time this will take and whether we will have some of the time for the planet, and whether, therefore, we do need to find some kind of an interim solution, which might be the 1%, sold properly, not as a tax, right? Yeah.
So I just want to thank everybody for coming and for listening. I think the first part of getting involved in any issue is getting informed. So now you're informed a bit, and there's a lot more to get informed about and help inform us at the same time. So thanks for coming.
Shortcuts for me today.
Yeah. Obviously, in San Jose. Monteverde, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. This is one of my favorite places.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome today. It's been already 2 days of Climate Week. I hope you've been having great events, and I'm very happy to host you here. My name is Elizabeth Aceituno, and I lead WWF engagement with financial institutions in the US within our larger private sector engagement team. And today we're going to talk about the future of nature and climate-related disclosures, I guess in the US, but elsewhere too. So I've been an environmentalist for only 10 years. And before that, I was a banker. And I still remember those days. And what I remember is that in finance, the most valuable resource is information. Because any investor considering an investment will seek to understand what the future could hold, what could go well, what could go wrong. And the other thing that's important is that all investors should have access to the same information to ensure a fair, a transparent market. And that is, in fact, a backbone of what financial regulators such as the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US do. Now, the intertwined environmental crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss that we're facing today are generating risks for businesses that are having very real and visible impacts on their economic performance. We've all heard about billion-dollar damages to infrastructure due to weather events, and that's the visible tip of the iceberg, but droughts, floods, invasive species, deforestation, soil depletion, diseases are also generating significant losses to some business. Some studies have been published that say that about half of global GDP are moderately or highly dependent on nature. And it is clear to me that investors should be paying attention to the risks stemming from the degradation of such nature. But nature can also be an opportunity. While current annual investments in nature are about $166 billion, we would need to multiply that number by 6 to get to the $1 trillion needed to maintain nature and biodiversity at levels that can sustain our economies. This seems like a lot, but in fact, it's not even 1% of total global GDP. And it's less than a lot of the subsidies going into harming the environment. So, of course, much of that money should come from governments, but businesses also have a critical and influential role in delivering a nature-positive world. One study by the World Economic Forum suggests that investments to transform 3 economic systems, food, land, and ocean use, infrastructure and built environment, and energy and extractives, could yield in 10 years about $10 trillion of business opportunities and create nearly 400 million jobs. We think that integrating climate and nature action is paramount. At least from a scientific basis, it is clear that one cannot be addressed without tackling the other. Indeed, climate change is one of the 5 direct drivers of biodiversity loss. The other ones are change of use of sea and land, direct exploitation, pollution, and invasive non-native species. At the same time, deforestation and the loss of other natural habitats account for around 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That's more than transportation, which is about 15%. On the other hand, healthy ecosystems, both on land and in the sea, have a tremendous capacity to absorb those emissions. And healthy ecosystems can also help us adapt to climate change. Another thing that is very important is that addressing nature and climate cannot be done sequentially. There's no way we can wait to finish the job on climate to start working on nature. So disclosures, which are one of the building blocks for action, will need to include both climate and nature. Today, about 20 jurisdictions around the world have made climate disclosures mandatory, mostly based on the recommendations of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which now has been disbanded and integrated because into ISSB, because their job is done. They provided the recommendations. So on nature, in 2019, WWF, along with Global Canopy, UNDP, and UNEP-FI, created the pathway for the establishment of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, the TNFD, and the name is intentionally very similar. And the TNFD, last year at Climate Week, they presented the first version of their recommendations, and this was done on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. For me, who came from finance and now I'm in conservation, it was really a very significant moment showing that finance and the environment can be connected. So far, about 400 companies and financial institutions have committed to voluntarily report according to these recommendations, which is obviously great, but we need to do much more. So today, I invited these great panelists to give us an idea of what can be expected on the front of disclosures, both on climate and nature. They are all, well, I'll introduce them, but they're all members of the TNFD, and in a way it's by coincidence. Well, no, actually, in a way it's intentional because we want to talk about nature disclosures, but it is by coincidence too because the TNFD was very intentional in having people experienced who could bring the experience of climate, of the sustainability journey, and again, not reinvent the wheel, but really build on what had been achieved. So let me introduce our panelists. Esther Ann is the Chief Sustainability Officer at City Development Limited, or CDL, which is a global real estate developer based in Singapore. She was one of the Time Magazine 100 Climate Leaders in Business last year. In addition to her day job, Esther sits on the board or advisory platforms of several international organizations, including the Global Reporting Initiative, the World Economic Forum Nature Positive Cities Global Commission, and the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific. Judson, on the extreme left, on my left, is a managing director within UBS's Chief Sustainability Office. He has worked at UBS since 2003 on global risk, regulatory, and compliance topics. He also chairs the Institute of International Finance Sustainable Finance Working Group. David Croft, next to Esther, is group head of sustainability at Reckitt. David is responsible for the work on environmental and social sustainability around the world, working with farmers, communities, and manufacturers alongside Reckitt's global supply chain and brand teams. And before Reckitt, David held senior roles with other major companies like Diageo, Kraft Foods, Cadbury, and Waitrose. And last but not least, of course, Tony is the executive director of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. Prior to this role, Tony advised government, financial sector, and philanthropic leaders on a range of strategic challenges at the intersection of business, finance, and public policy, including government reform, national economic development strategy, and green finance investment. So with that, I'll leave here and sit down with you. Does it work? Yeah. So let me start with you, Esther. You are a board member, as we said, of the Global Reporting Initiative, the GRI, which has been around for many years, and thousands of companies report according to its guidance. What has changed in all those years from the perspective of sustainability disclosures? Can we walk us a little bit through memory lane?
How much time do you have? Okay, thank you for having me all the way from Singapore, 18 hours flight. Wow. Okay, we started actually reporting in 2008, which is 17 years ago. So from, corporate, reporter to, the board member 3 years ago, actually, in a very interesting time, that very crucial time actually, that we have seen so many standards and ratings and rankings in the world, according to some research, it's about 600 over, and we're really in the, we call it the alphabet soup. Apart from GRI, of course, you have the IFRS, ISSB, CSRD, and TCFD, TNFD, and you name it, we have it. So I think being a sustainability professional, you really need to really memorize a lot of things, but we are also very mindful that we are not just blindly reporting for the sake of reporting. Just now you mentioned data. Data is very important. What gets measured, get managed. So if you don't measure, you don't know where are your gaps and where are your area that you can turn it into opportunities. So that's what is the beauty of sustainability report. And I've always shared with people that it's like your annual medical check. your company, if you don't do a medical check, you don't do an audit, you don't know where is your area that your energy is not your building is not performing. And just for as context, CDL is headquartered in Singapore, but we are operating in 29 countries and regions, and we are in the building sector. And we know that in the building sector, like you said, has very high carbon footprint, accounting for almost 40% of greenhouse gas emission globally, and also consume about 50% of raw materials from nature, and creating 30% of waste. So that was how we started actually in 1995. At that time, of course, nobody really gave us the pressure of reporting or even climate change. In Asia, hardly anybody talk about sustainability or even global warming. So at that time, we started doing it in a very single-minded way. It's like conserving as we construct. That was actually the ethos that we started in 1995. That was almost 30 years ago. And 2008, we started publishing the sustainability report. And we really find it very useful. Although it's not by law, we were 10 years ahead of the mandatory requirement. But we find it really useful to align everybody, the stakeholders, whether from the board or to the rank and file or across all business unit, that we set targets, we set direction. And green building is our bread and butter because we develop, we build, and we also manage properties. And so definitely we know that we are in the position to drive change. We also interface with consumers, whether you are in the industry or not, you live, work, and use building as well. People spend about 90% indoor. So how you use building is also very important, have an impact on the environment. So we feel that as a developer, we do have, the opportunity to interface with people. And I think the latest one, actually, we have about 12, logos in our, sustainability reporting framework. Started with GRI in 2008, and then we added, the 10 principle of UN Global Compact, which is just upstairs, and then SDG 2017, and CDP, SBTI, and that I put it all under impact. And ISSB was launched, then we actually we find the alignment. We have the SASB, we also have TCFD, and CDSB, and IIRC. So all these, I pack it under value. So value, impact, they are complementary. To me, it's a two-pillar approach, and I'm very, very honored that this year, March, we will publish the first TNFD report, and which also complementary to what a developer, we build living space and also working space. Who don't love to have, green and blue space, for physical and mental health. So that's how the journey is. And I don't want to hog the mic anymore, so yeah.
Thank you, Esther. I really liked what you said about the sustainability report being the annual medical check. So you did talk about all the alphabet soup, and there were a lot of acronyms, but I wanted to focus on one, which is the TNFD, since we're here. And I wanted to ask Tony, what do you think is the added value that, what is TNFD bringing more in this alphabet soup? How can you share about that?
Well, I think fundamentally, the impact that I think we're now starting to have is we have to reposition nature from a corporate social responsibility issue to a strategic management issue. And that, if we can do nothing else but shift the mindset in business and finance that we've got to think about nature differently, I think we will have achieved a huge amount. It's obviously great that in 12 months since we launched the recommendations, we've now got over 440, I think now, organizations using the TNFD recommendations on a voluntary basis. So that's about 6 trillion in market cap amongst publicly listed companies, and 16 trillion in assets under management from asset owners and asset managers. So in a global scale, we've still got a long way to go, but it's a good start in 12 months. And I think what it does is it demonstrates that as companies are approaching the issue of nature in addition to climate, or nature beyond climate, perhaps, because of course we've had this false separation of these two issues, and it's now about bringing it all together. I think it really does speak to the fact that the mindset is changing, because one of the things we've found is we didn't just publish a set of disclosure recommendations aligned to TCFD. Of course, that was what everyone was expecting of TNFD, and we did that last year. But we also developed and have provided an assessment tool, which is a sort of internal process that companies and financial institutions need to work their way through in order to figure out how is nature relevant for our business. And we did that in an open, transparent way with the market. We had over 200 organisations pilot test that. We learnt a lot from their feedback, and I think we're now seeing hundreds of organisations around the world, not least those who have to comply with European regulatory requirements, using that tool to figure out their nature-related issues. But one of the key things that's coming back from those LEAP assessments is because we're encouraging people to ask certain questions about their business that they haven't asked before, they're really realising what their dependencies on nature are. They're getting more data on the impacts on nature. And of course, once you understand your dependencies on nature, then that's the pathway to risk to the organisation. And so I really think what's most encouraging is this changing of the mindset and the ability of the task force to provide a very practical set of tools, whether it's about disclosure or assessment or the metrics, which we've also published, in order to enable practical action. Because I think it's very clear from Climate Week this week that the nature loss science is getting alarmingly bad, and we don't have another 10 years of experimentation and a nice gentle on-ramp to get business and finance onto this agenda. We need to get people moving much, much faster than we saw on climate. And so, it's great that I think we've provided a set of tools to help people get started.
Thank you, Tony. I agree that practical tools are necessary for action, and obviously that we don't have time to wait. It's time to act this now. And let me go to you, Judson. Again, on the alphabet soup, you have TCFD, TNFD, and all these. How have these frameworks helped investors see more clearly and improve the decision making? Like getting back to what I was saying about information to make investment decisions.
Yeah, sure. Look, you made exactly the right point, right? Data information is the lifeblood of markets, and so having more information in a more standardized form clearly puts investors in a better position to act. That was one of the reasons that we were big supporters of TCFD when it first came out. People probably think UBS Bank, we lend money, but actually our biggest activity is managing money. We manage around $4 trillion of money for private individuals and around $1.5 trillion of money for what are called institutional asset owners, often pension funds, and there are individuals sitting behind those pension funds depending on them. And so having information into the market that lets you understand where companies' sensitivities are, having those companies be motivated to start to manage risks and seize new opportunities based on an enhanced understanding of their impacts and dependencies is critical. And clearly for us as UBS, as a financial institution, we can try and encourage, institutions one by one, but it's much more powerful if there is a standard in the market. And market-based standards can move much faster than regulations. You mentioned sort of the convergence of TCFD and ISSB, and that's great. These regulations really can get rolled out globally and put everyone on the same footing, but until you get to that point, having a market-based standard that basically encourages companies to move, to disclose information, is critical for us in terms of the fiduciary responsibility we have for protecting our individuals' money that we're managing. So having the companies that we're investing in on behalf of individuals really thinking more deeply about first climate, now nature, and then actually act on that to essentially preserve and future-proof their business strategies, that essentially preserves our clients' wealth. And so for us, it's a critical piece of infrastructure into the market that really can address, obviously, the systemic risks, but at some level, we're doing it, I wouldn't say out of a selfish interest, but we're doing it out of our clients' interests. And so in that sense, it is leveraging sort of market-based mechanisms really and aligning incentives across the market. We want companies to do it because we know it gives us better information so we can support our clients better, and that really, it can have an aligned set of incentives. But I think back to your original question, having these standards and having them develop quickly and getting them out in the market and having people act on them is critical and can be sort of that on-ramp to regulation down the road.
Thank you, Judson, and I call myself a utilitarian environmentalist, so I agree to do it for selfish reasons. It's okay. you need to preserve your livelihood, your business, I mean, from whichever perspective. But you said interesting things about getting from standardization, voluntary things to regulation. And David, Reckitt is a global company, but operates in Europe. And in Europe, the regulations on disclosures have become mandatory or are becoming mandatory for all large companies. So how do you think being ahead on the journey, doing voluntary things, is going to help Reckitt comply with the current regulations in Europe?
Managed to break. Oh, we are. Always start by switching the mic on. I should know this by now, shouldn't I? I think there's a few things in this. It's not new to have to disclose or to voluntarily disclose in Europe to a fairly high degree of detail. And I think Judson's point is super well made, that the market forces behind disclosures really do drive a lot of engagement. And what we've been talking about from a Reckitt perspective over the last 2 or 3 years has led to some really detailed conversations about nature with some of our biggest investors. And really challenging conversations. And that's where I think I don't like using the phrase ahead of the curve on this context, because I think it's just a constant learning and a constant further level of detail that you start putting in. But what it does is it creates a different dialogue with our investors. It creates a dialogue of, well, this is where our direction of travel is going. And we actually have a very good, rich conversation with our biggest investors on this. I mean, to give you an example, we were talking recently about EU deforestation regulations and whether we'd be compliant. And the answer was, yes, we'll be compliant. Yes, we'll work all this through. We have all this certification. But then the investor said to me, what do you think that's going to mean for smallholders in the palm oil supply chain? Do you think there's a risk that they get pushed out because they're much harder to certify? Now, for an investor to ask me that question, that's the sort of thing I'd expect Elizabeth to ask me. And so you start to have a much richer conversation. And I think we've seen this around the TNFD table as well, that it's now become actually not just companies with a global value chain, it's companies with a global value chain and the financial investment community wanting to manage the whole situation in a more effective way. And the transparency of that disclosure just enriches that conversation. And then it pushes you to go further. And at Reckitt, one of our starting points for this conversation, particularly on nature, was me getting particularly fed up with some people saying what I thought were fairly interesting, but I was fairly unclear about the validity of some of the claims. So if somebody says, I'm going to restore 50 million hectares, you think, wow, that's a lot of air, that's a lot of land. First of all, I don't know what restore means, and actually 50 million hectares is not an awful lot whatsoever. And so it pushed us to think, well, if we're going to talk about this, how do we get a level of detail that sits behind it that not only allows us to disclose with some confidence, but as Esther was saying, and I'm going to go a little bit further, Esther said what's get measured gets managed. I think the maxim is what gets measured gets done. And then, from an insider business perspective, you make the sort of strategic investment points that Tony was talking to earlier. Because once you can start to put investment measurement parameters around it, then it's a much easier conversation for me to go to our CFO and say, okay, if we do this, I can start to show you how we're going to make this progress. And it helps us inside a business to get carbon and nature and cash on the same page. And that's the crucial step that we have to get to if we're going to make the sort of changes that we need to do to safeguard some of the planetary boundaries that are already hugely at risk. So that's the step change, I would say. It creates transparency, it drives market forces, but most importantly, almost forget the disclosure piece. Think about how you can use it to measure and drive performance and create that strategic investment framework around it.
Thank you. And I think Esther wants to add on
I think totally, because I think when we talk to investors and even bankers, actually, after TNFD, they have so much interest in Asia. And, well, not surprisingly, Singapore, we are very small. We don't really have rich natural resources. And we look at greenery, our rainforests and all those are our, the 40% green coverage as our really most valuable assets in Singapore. So, in fact, we set our Singapore Green Plan. The ultimate objective is to become a city in nature, not just a garden city or city in a garden. And it was a really good conversation with investors and all. And we look at climate and also nature as really two sides to the same coin, because you can't take care of climate change without looking at nature and vice versa. So that actually gave us a very good conversation. And with TNFD, we are not talking about anything airy-fairy. We do have the LEAP approach. We do have something very, very clear, and we use the Silo, actually one of the tools. You go to the TNFD website, there's so much to read. Honestly, it's 100 over tools and all that. So again, we were like, really, you can pick and choose what suits us most. So we look at all those and really publish our first report. Not perfect, but at least take the, I always call it take the leap of faith and just be bold and learning by doing. Without doing it, you also don't know what is lacking. So I think it was a very good conversation. And even after TCFD, we have conducted 3 rounds of climate change scenario studies. The first round was 2018, 2019, and then after IPCC raised the bar to look at 1.5, we conducted the second one. And then the third one, when we finished, it was actually hit by COVID. And we know that we can't just look at the transitional risk or physical risk, just look at temperature rise, but have to look at the broader picture. So our third report, actually, we look at, climate-related pandemic, health issue. Heat and health are very important issues, and also look at, climate threats as well. And that was even before TNFD. And when TNFD came about, we were like, wow, this is wonderful. So we actually, started working on it. And then the fourth study, we are going to look at nature a little bit even more. And in fact, the value, the financial value is important, that we actually launched the first sustainability-linked loan that packed to the target that we set under the TNFD. So the bankers are very interested to listen to the story and how we can measure the impact on nature, in a more systematic manner.
Yeah, I think you're maybe alluding at also resilience, like showing through your sustainability reports that you have a future. I guess what Judson was saying, it's so important. I like what you said, that you have to start somewhere, and even if it's not perfect. And that made me think of data. A lot of things people say there's not enough data. We can this is a question for any of you. Do we have the data, or what should change? Is it how we get the data that needs to change, and maybe Tony, you can talk about the data utility facility. But also, I'd like to also hear from the ones using the data.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I know David's team has done some great analysis on their supply chain thing, which I think demonstrates what's possible, and not just for companies, but also for financial institutions. We have heard over the last 2.5 years a lot of noise about, there's no data, we can't possibly do this. And frankly, I think that's an excuse. There's terabytes of nature data out there. Of course, this is a new topic, so a lot of people in business and finance don't know where to go and find the data. So we should call it what it is, which is an unfamiliarity of this data landscape. And so the real challenge is about improving accessibility, improving the consistency of the data. We need to think about the timeliness of the data, because a lot of the nature data that's used, including for the planetary health check that we saw, some of us in this room may have been there yesterday, Johan Rockström laid out his analysis. But it's quite remarkable that some of the data in there was, I saw one reference to 2015 data, right? So we have a real challenge with the timeliness of the data. And then we've got an extra layer of requirement from a market perspective, which it needs to now satisfy certain assurance requirements, because companies like David's and Judson, as a user of the data from an asset management perspective, they have to have confidence in knowing which data they can rely on and how to interpret it. So I think that there is a bit of a transformation coming in the nature data space. I think it's hugely exciting. We've got to build on the tremendous work of dozens and hundreds of nature data organizations that have been out there, everything from universities to United Nations organizations, organizations like WWF and others, both primary data collectors and data aggregators. But we've now got to prepare that data and get it ready in a way that's more fit for purpose for a whole new audience which has arrived and is demanding this data, which is business and finance. Historically, a lot of nature data has really only been of interest to governments and scientific institutions. So we've now got this really interesting moment where business and finance are saying we need this data, it needs to achieve a certain set of criteria, and so we're working with a range of partners on the idea of a global nature data facility, which would provide a certain amount of nature data on an open access basis in order to help do things like TNFD reporting or target setting and things like that. Now, we're not trying to put all nature data into one platform, so we're not calling it a utility. This isn't about creating a massive singular nature database. It's really about providing a portal for business and finance to access the data that's relevant for their purposes from the wealth of scientific and conservation-related nature data that's there. So this is coming. We're hoping to announce the plans for this in the next couple of months. And then do some pilot testing. But we're very conscious of the fact that we have to improve the quality of the data, we have to improve the accessibility, and we have to lower the cost to using that data. And it's not just, if I can be candid, it's not just for the Reckitt's and the UBSs of the world. We have to make this data available to small to medium-sized enterprises all the way through every value chain, because at the end of the day, whether a company has a disclosure requirement or not, the more fundamental requirement is for every business in every sector to start thinking about how nature is relevant to their business. And so, you know, a small forestry company in Brazil or a small manufacturing business in South Africa or a family-owned sheep farmer in Wales, we all want them to be thinking about how is nature relevant to my business? How do I lower my impacts? How do I manage my dependencies? Because we've seen what happened with COVID, which was a tiny speck of nature, which wiped out tens of thousands of businesses around the world, right? So this is about, and you used the word, Elizabeth, it's about resilience. And I do think we've got to change the narrative around nature to being one about nature resilience, not nature loss, because resilience is a word business and finance understand. Of course, the goal is to tackle nature loss, but the task ahead of us in terms of mobilizing business and finance, I think it would be helpful to anchor it around the word nature resilience.
That's good advice. And please, David.
I think, you know, a couple of points that Tony's just made we should just bear very closely to mind. There's an awful lot of data out there. Resilience is far more motivating than risk. And how you help nature to be more resilient is also how you help your organization, business, to be more resilient. And so you're inputting in a very different way from the get-go. And, you know, when we were thinking about this from Reckitt's point of view, we were looking at the raft of data you could go to. We access several global databases. The other question is, how do you know what's credible data? And the honest answer is, you just go and ask somebody who knows what they're talking about. So we started work 3.5 years ago now with a spin out from the University of Oxford. Through them, we built top-down qual and quant data on landscapes in Southeast Asia, where we source rubber, particularly to begin with, which is a core part of our business. I won't tell you which product, you can work it out. We don't make car tires. But what that helped us to do was start to change the narrative inside the business, and it started to push much more to this conversation about what does a resilient supply chain look like, and even down to the grassroots level, literally, what does a resilient farm look like, and how do we then help farmers to become more resilient through how we work with them, what we encourage them to do, do we train them, how do we train them on agronomy in a bigger way, and how do we reward them for working in a different way, because that makes me more resilient, so they deserve some benefit above and beyond the price I pay for a kilo of latex. And that strengthens their business. And there's some great studies driven by investment banks, actually, out of Switzerland, that shows That increases the economic worth to the farmer, it increases the value to nature, it increases the value of the land, which has a massive knock-on effect for smallholder farmers. And so you start to create a much more resilient value chain because you're thinking very carefully about what the pros and cons are and where you build resilience from and how you go about doing it. And one thing that Tony was alluding to but didn't come straight out and say it, so I'm going to say it. At one level, with terabytes, literally terabytes of, I don't know what's bigger than a terabyte. Anyway, a lot. I don't know, a big thing. There is more than enough data to access. The issue is not necessarily as much now about how much data, it's about how you interpret that data and how you apply it and how you use it. In some ways, it's not even, it's shifting from, a little bit from the science of nature, which we still need to understand more about, but we have to understand the science of change to create that activity on the ground with asset owners, smallholder farmers, big plantation owners, bigger players, and we have to do that inside Reckitt so that we can drive that activity through our value chain. And I can then look at, if I work with a farm in a certain way, this will improve biodiversity by X. What we're also trying to do is see ways where we see those nature-based interventions, not just for biodiversity, but concurrently for carbon. And so if I look at a farm-level activity, improving biodiversity in agronomy terms, that's great. It helps me a little bit on carbon. If I look at adjacent to farm activity, we're now evaluating how will we create joined-up forests to correct some of the fragmentation that's gone on, or where the value is maybe on helping to restore mangroves and wetlands that exist on the edge of the farming community. Again, which I'll pay the farmer for, or the landowner for, because that's helping mitigate both a nature-related risk and carbon-related risk that I face, and it's creating resilience for me that they deserve reward for. Because finally, if you don't tackle that socioeconomic issue, then the longevity of the solution just isn't going to be there. And the data is at the heart of that, but then shifting it to how you apply it and how you create change with it is the critical conversation I think we now have to face into.
Thank you. Yes, please, Justin.
Yeah, maybe just to pick up on David's point there. I mean, there's data, there's intelligence, and then there's action. And honestly, it's the action that we're really after. And I think that's one of the learnings for me from TCFD. When TCFD came out, there was a strong focus on having to calculate emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and calculate risks and scenarios, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole idea of transition planning sort of came a bit later on in the process. But actually, that's where you get the real benefit. I mean, that's the activity you really want. That's people taking action to future-proof businesses, be more resilient, seek upside opportunities. And so as a financial institution, I mean, it's not even necessarily the case that we have to have all this data. And honestly, we're somewhat simple-minded bankers and asset managers, and we probably can't even understand it at some level. But I can certainly talk to David, and if he talks me through that story, I can understand what he's trying to do and get a feel for how he's different from his competitor. And so just having lots and lots of data isn't always really what you need to take action. And it's really sifting through the data, getting to the intelligence, and then taking the action. And as a financial institution, what we probably want to see the most is the action and understanding, company A versus company B and who we think is taking more credible action. So I think Tony has exactly the right point. There's lots and lots of data out there, but sometimes we shouldn't be chasing after endless data. We should be actually motivating action.
Yeah, and I was going to say before you spoke, but after David, to the point of interpreting the data, that there needs to be some capacity building at companies, obviously, but also in the financial sector to be able to, listen to the stories, but as you said, interpret them and in a more portfolio way, I would think. But that's what made me think. Yeah.
Can I just add to that, Elizabeth? I think the other thing that's interesting is it's immediately links over to the opportunity side. So we often get stuck in talking about risk and compliance and analysis. And of course, as Judson said, you need to have done all of that in order to be able to present your case for what you're going to be doing. But I think the other thing is, of course, the transition plan can outline opportunities for the organization, Those could be mitigation opportunities. They could be, new business lines or new products. But we're often, and I just came from a session this morning where people are saying, well, where's the opportunity to make money out of the nature transition? And too often that is periscoped down into a point about, well, show me where I can make a 15 or 20% return on an investment. But as we think about the kind of information that financial institutions, investors are looking for, we have to broaden the aperture on what constitutes an opportunity. A nature-related opportunity could mean lowering your risk rating, which improves your cost of capital. It could mean, better relationships with long-term institutional investors who have more confidence in the business. It could mean lowering your insurance premiums on parts of the business. So, all of this analysis and the use of the data for the purposes of presenting your case about what are you doing to take action, it can open up a wealth of different types of opportunities. And I think the market is still very much focused on investable capital and return on investment, but that's just one type of opportunity that can come from doing this.
That's a very, very good point. So start thinking about your questions in the audience. I just have a couple more, but then we'll open it up. Because we're talking about the US, I did want to address the elephant in the room. For a moment in the US, we had a climate disclosure rule. The SEC put it out in March after much consultation. It's now in a drawer, back in a drawer, pending lawsuits. So we all know why. But what do you think are the risks for companies or global companies, especially those headquartered in the US, that they don't, they operate globally, so they can, maybe, like in Europe, they have to follow other regulations. But what is the US missing out on not having this kind of clarity? And anyone can, if you have a view on this.
I was going to point out the obvious, which is, the biggest blended finance facility in history is the IRA in the United States. So, if we've ever seen a government offer incentives for getting on board a transition, it's right here. And so in order to access those opportunities and crowd in the private capital that can come with the incentives offered by government, you have to have done your homework and you have to be able to present your case. So, I think whether it's the Green Deal in Europe or IRA in the US, etc., I think there's lots of reasons on the opportunity side to embrace getting on board now rather than waiting, and assemble the evidence base, do the assessment work, because it's going to prepare you to make the case for tapping into these things. And all of that is aside from disclosure regulation, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a very strong, as I hope we've made the case already, there's a very strong self-interest in acting on nature-related risks, whether it's regulated or not. This is why a compliance mindset kind of traps everyone into thinking, well, we're just going to stay 5 minutes ahead of government regulation. It's investors who are coming and asking the questions, what are you doing about this? Whether it's regulated or not, they're the ones holding the risk. They want to know that you're acting on these issues as a company. So I'd say, voluntary action can put you ahead of the curve. It can create competitive advantage. And with huge programs like we've seen on the climate side in the US with IRA, it can be the catalyst for creating new business opportunities and financing that comes with that.
I'd say very similar, because if you frame this, as Tony was saying, not about risk, not about just reporting and disclosure, but you frame it about how do you measure and drive the resilience of your organization, or even opportunity for that organization, then not doing your homework, as Tony describes, actually just puts you at a disadvantage. Because anybody who thinks that we're not going to see some of the impacts that the latest research at Planetary Boundaries was very scarily portraying yesterday, anybody who thinks that's not going to progressively affect the performance of businesses, well, they won't be coming to New York for this week, I'll guarantee that. But, the reality is it's starting to hit home. And, if we're thinking about water stress, if we're thinking about a reliance on water for everything that we do, not just do you put it in a bottle to drink, But I was with a very big tech company yesterday. The amount of water they have to use for cooling servers is massive. If you ain't got enough water, you can't run the servers. If you can't run the servers, actually you don't have a business. And then lots of people get very upset at you. I won't talk about how much cooling water you need for the nuclear industry. That's a very different conversation. So the dependency is very, very clearly there, and is only getting more tense. And so if you're not tracking this and working on how you make it more resilient, then you're starting to put yourself in increasing levels of risk. And so the choice then of whether you voluntarily disclose it or whether you're forced to disclose it is almost academic, because you need it to drive business performance in the first instance. And then, you've heard it already from Judson, the visibility that you then create voluntarily is about giving people confidence that you are the more resilient business for 5, 10 years' time. And that helps you in so many other ways of unlocking things. So, do you need regulation to do that? Not necessarily. Market forces are driving it fairly fast. Does it help to create a common, more standardized approach that helps that marketplace work well? Yes, I think it does. But not doing it actually is just shooting yourself in the foot as an organization, more so than anything else.
Thank you. So let me open it up to questions. Yes? Yes, by the way.
Let me kick that off. If I take the example of the smallholder rubber farmers in southern Thailand, we've been able to very clearly measure the state of biodiversity, the state of nature. What we're able to do from that is understand the interdependencies about land use and the resilience of those farms, about how farming activity and other activity around those farms is going to affect their viability going forward, and therefore how we also can unlock interventions that will improve that. If I can, and Tony made this point earlier, that single point of intervention will give you a certain degree of value. But if you can then start to look for multiple value points, like carbon capture, that I can then use, or aspects of socioeconomic that address human rights issues that increasingly within Europe will cause problems if you're moving materials around. Could be difficult to import them. And that's true of the US, of course, as well, if there's human rights and modern slavery risks. And tackling poverty by paying that farmer more and working with the community unlocks that. So you create multiple value points, one of which is biodiversity, one of which is carbon, one of which is resilience to my value chain, one of which is a stronger value chain that can move much more internationally. When you add all of those up, it's definitely worth the investment. And that starts to come relatively quickly, particularly when you're faced with potential restrictions on moving things around the world because of the challenges that are increasingly understood in global value chains.
And I guess I was trying to add on a little bit from a financial sector perspective. I mean, look, when you open up an annual report and look at a financial statement, or your balance sheet and income statement, you sort of know what you're going to get. I mean, yeah, they can look a little bit different, but you know there's a standard set of accounts that will tell you about the financial performance of that company. If we had a standardized set of information that told you about the performance on other capitals, not just financial capital, but environmental capital and social capital, then you would basically put the financial sector in a position where they can evaluate in a 360 sort of way, how a business is managing its ultimately its capitals, and is it going to be there for the long term? And so if we had that sort of information, you'd be in a much better position to have this conversation about resilience, have an understanding of business strategies and whether they're future fit.
I just, if I can just quickly add to that, it was a point that Elizabeth made at the beginning. We have to be careful we don't see disclosure as the thing that's going to solve the climate and nature crisis, right? It's one tool in the toolbox. Yeah. So even if we got to Judson's world of integrated climate, nature, social disclosures, that it then presumes that investors armed with that information will make different decisions. But that's where it then comes back to all of us as citizens, right? To then hold our asset managers and asset owners, the pension funds who are holding our money on our behalf, to get them to make better asset allocation decisions. So it really is one tool in the toolbox, but it is potentially a very helpful one, and that's why I think this work is important. But in and of itself, it's only good if it actually shifts decisions. But we're all part of that decision chain, including as citizens who have our 401k money in a fund somewhere, and how many of us are asking questions of the fund managers about how that money is being invested, right? So
we had one there and one here. I like your shirt. But you were first, yeah.
I feel like I'm answering too many questions.
We're all looking at Judson because he's in the financial sector. Sorry, Judson.
I really want to share with you something that came up on a webinar, TNFD webinar we did about a month ago. We did a session on nature and fiduciary duty and boards. We had 500 people online from around the world. And the killer comment that was made by a specialist climate litigation lawyer was that green hushing is as dangerous a strategy for a company as greenwashing. So if something is material, you have an obligation to disclose it to your capital providers. So the idea that people are scared and saying, well, let's just not open the scary cupboard, we'll just like hold it closed and hope that nobody comes asking any questions, that's actually not a viable strategy as a company anymore. So I just wanted to make this point. Green hushing is as dangerous a strategy as greenwashing.
In fact, based on we have done 17 reports now, sustainability report, and I also, manage ESG investors. And in fact, the more you offer, the more transparent, your report is. In fact, I got less call. And it's really very powerful in a way. And of course, our report, we started 2009, externally assured. Yeah, so we have 6 sets of audits for my reports now. So the more transparent, more accountable, and more reliable your data is, actually, investor like it, the banks like it, and whether it's actually, the world is very transparent now. It's very hard for you to no, I don't want to tell you this, And well, especially in Singapore, everything, it is very transparent, very clear cut. And, but of course, for a sustainability report, I always advocate that it should be externally assured. Although in many countries, it is not mandatory, but I think from our own experience dealing with investors, when they see your audit report, it's like your financial report. If it is not audited, you will have is it credible, But same for ESG data. It has to be externally assured.
So is it like the temperature stripes, no? Your shirt. Yeah, that's why I said I liked it.
I want to be very frank. Okay, the SMEs, most of the SMEs are not ready. And in fact, don't talk about nature. It's something like about carbon accounting. In fact, as the big player, we just launched 3 months ago, we call it the Queen Bee project. So as a corporate, we are the Queen Bee. We get our 150 SME suppliers to come on board and providing 70% grant from the government. And I also got a bank to come in to teach them how to tap onto green financing. The SME, actually in Singapore, 99% of our enterprises are SME, below 100 mil revenue. A lot of them, even you have this, giving them, offering so much help, they'll just say that, sorry, we are not ready. We don't know what sustainability, we don't understand what is Scope 3, we don't understand, I just need to look at my cash flow. The market is not good. I don't even, I can't afford to spare one person or half a person to learn, take up this course to teach them what is carbon accounting. So I think a lot of SME need a lot of help. To me, this is also just transition, because as big player, we set up our procurement policy and all that, but you can't just tell the smaller player that because you don't have data, sorry, I will not include you in the next, procurement bidding. So I think we need to really come in to work together. Capacity building is very important. When you are a big company, you don't know the small company's problem, and the cash flow is very, very serious, and they just don't have the knowledge, and they don't understand what's Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. I just want to know how can I keep my place in your procurement panel. That's all they want to know. Yeah.
I think Esther hits the nail on the head. Making my business more resilient means I've got to help those smallholders the smaller players in that supply chain be more resilient. And whether they're a manufacturing supplier, if they face water stress, then I face water stress. It's completely connected, and it's very much in our interest to encourage them, first of all, to measure, and then share some of our learnings and sometimes our investment to help them improve. Because I rely on each and every one of those suppliers, and ultimately down to the individual smallholder farmer to continue to function. Yeah, I could move the trade elsewhere, but when you've invested over a long period of time, it doesn't make a lot of sense to always do that. So to build that resilience into your supply chain, working with the smaller players, helping them, rewarding them in a range of different ways, which can be price related. I was talking before about ecosystem service payments in addition to the price of the commodity. But it can be longevity of contract. It can be a range of different things that help and build resilience for them, that builds resilience for me. I think seeing it as a disaggregated supply chain actually is quite dangerous. And I think all the evidence I see at the moment is that, Reckitt's not going to suddenly become a farmer, but being vertically engaged is increasingly important. And if you're not vertically engaged, do you really know where everything comes from? And these days, you have to know where everything comes from. And that then leads you in a different direction.
So we have time for one more there.
I can take a first crack, and then maybe you want to jump on. Look, I think one of the things that your TNFD tried to do was to develop sector guidance and sector metrics, and I think that helps focus. And certainly, the issues that are relevant for each sector will likely be different, and so it helps you sort of boil what is quite a broad topic. As you say, nature is a bundle of topics. It's not this singular unit, and so by giving at least that clear steer on a sector basis, that it can focus the conversation. I think absolutely valid point, and honestly, we may never have this perfect comparability, but that shouldn't be a reason not to act. And I think one can still get some sense of how seriously companies are taking it. I mean, come back to David's conversation and how he walked us through sort of how they're approaching the issue. And if you can talk to companies and understand their strategy, how they're approaching the issue, I think you can learn a lot. Now, clearly, that's
a high-cost activity. You can't go out and talk to 10,000 companies every single quarter, right? And we're investing in tens of thousands of companies. So clearly, yeah, we need to evolve this and mature this and get it to a point where companies are really motivated to disclose because it's in their interest. They want to it because they want to tell their story. They want to show they're better. But you know, that will take time, and yeah, I'm not sure we will ever have that nice singular comparability. But again, I think we can do a lot with what we have.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add to that. Where there's a lot of interest, particularly from parts of the financial services industry, in trying to come up with one metric for nature. And certainly at TNFD, we've said we're not supporting that approach, and unless someone wins a Nobel Peace Prize for figuring out how to do that credibly, it's going to be a portfolio of metrics. So, but what we have done, to your question, is boil it down to a small, manageable set of metrics. And the analogy I use is the same way we all think about the performance of an economy. An economy is an incredibly complicated set of actors and activities, but we have a set of headline indicators that we all use to communicate the state of an economy: inflation, GDP, unemployment rate. We can do the same thing with nature. So we've worked really hard over the last 3 years to take a science-based approach to figuring out the metrics, but then boil it down into a practical set of metrics. And actually, this morning, there was a release of state of nature measurement approach being developed by something called the Nature Positive Initiative, and they've done the same thing. So, you know, if we're trying to figure out what's the state of nature in a particular place, of course, there's thousands of things you could measure, but that's ultimately not very helpful. So we have to take this sort of leading indicators approach, and that makes the task easier in terms of assembling the data and assuring the data. But at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is inform actions that lead to better outcomes, both for nature and for business. You don't need to have 1,000 metrics to do that. You should be able to do that with a handful of metrics about impacts, the state of nature, impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities.
I think it is really a journey. If you look at the history of GRI, 25 years ago, they started 3 rounds of guideline, and then become G4, 2016 as a standard. And you look at ISSB, started a few years back, and now only S1 and S2. So there will be standard 3, 4, 5 coming up. And same thing like scope 3. 15 category by greenhouse gas protocol. It was also a journey. It's not like immediately day one they have all these ready metrics for you to follow. Similarly, CDP, SBTI, all these are evolving. And well, I think the world is never static, so we have to see how it goes. And for nature, at least you have to start to understand, locate your the possible impact of your development or your activities, and look at, evaluate it, and assess the possibility, the impact on nature, and the impact of nature on your business. And the last thing is P, which is publish it. So that is the LEAP approach, LEAP.
Thank you very much. I think we ran out of time. If I had one thing to remember is disclosure is not about a boring financial report, but about resilience and the future of a business. And you've clearly made the point that it's so important. So thank you very much for joining us today. I know you have to travel. And thank you everyone for being here. Thank you.
Just checking. Good. Do we take a picture?
Oh, okay.